Sunday is not the day to relax, because Triple M footy finishes the weekend with a bang.
Rugby league, we love it.
Shut up, the footy's on Triple M.
Stand up and applaud. Gotta love your rugby league.
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin.
Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. Prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hello and welcome to Suncorp Stadium for prelim final Sunday. The Broncos taking on the Penrith Panthers. This is the Sunday Sin Bin, all thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com today. James Graham, Phil Rothfield, Ben Dobbin. No Gordon Tallis. He's got the Gordon Tallis Cup in Townsville. So we bring in four-time premiership player for the Brisbane Broncos. He played for his state. He played for his country. And he's part of the Triple M call team. Shane Webke, a very good afternoon to you, my friend.
Well, I don't mind saying I'm pretty nervous.
You are?
Replacing Gordon Tallis at anything is not easy. So I'll do my best. Don't expect what you expect from him. That's all I'm saying.
We expect more. That's what we do.
You expect a lot more, yeah.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. It's better, not worse.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
The great Phil Rothfield, a very good afternoon to you. No doubt you're still in mourning with your Sharkies going down. They failed at the final hurdle, but a great season all round. Great to have you on board.
Yeah, hello, mate. Good afternoon, everyone. Shane, how do you get on with Dobbo? I know you're at Channel 7 for a very long period of time. He's over at 9. Do you cop him a bit better than Gordy does? Or?
Well, mate, I think you know him well enough to know what I would say. And Dobbo's a very unique individual with very unique taste and style.
We're country boys. We bond over the bush, mate. We're rural Queensland, mate.
Where are you from? Where's that place in Sydney you're from?
Yeah, Mossman.
Where's he from? Mossman. Yeah.
Okay. James Graham, a very good afternoon to you, my friend.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ben. Look, great to have Shane with us. I'm a little bit nervous because I'm one of the people that feel that the future Prime Minister of this country. And I very much would like to stay in this country. But, yeah, excited about today's game. What a morning it was. I've got to touch on the St. Helens after the hooter try.
Yeah. Insane.
St. Helens had the player. His wife's went into labour, left at half-time. They're out. They're done. The hooter goes. One last play. St. Helens, never say die. I had to leave the room from my kids. I was crying. Seeing my mate Paul Wellens, overcome with emotion. What sport can bring.
Yeah.
It was the most incredible scenes. And I was just so proud to be a small part of that club, affiliated with that club, a club that I grew up supporting.
Small part? Come on, mate.
Delighted for everybody there. That's the beauty of sport. It's not over until it's over.
Hey, exactly Jimmy, can I just say, look, I've got a Sunday morning ritual where I set my alarm clock for 7:45, have a little bit of a lie-in.
Is that what time you sleep until?
Yeah, on Sundays. Jimmy, I didn't appreciate the 7:25 a.m. text from you carrying on about St. Helens, all right?
Oh, sorry, I just got a bit excited.
Yeah.
Oh, Buzz, the fact that you're sleeping into 7:45 has got more concern about it. We might unpack that. We've seen Melbourne go through to a grand final. Congratulations to them. 22 points to 14, and we're going to unpack that. Today is as big a day in Brisbane as it has been for some time. Daytime prelims are special. Sunday here at Suncorp Stadium with the sellout crowd is special. This is a moment for both sides, and I know Brisbane are very confident. We know the absolute sheer veracity of what Penrith are. 4-time premiers, 5-time grand finalists. It paints a beautiful picture, Shane Webke, for this afternoon.
Yeah, it does, and I think the reason for such optimism and the fact that this game sold out so quickly is that people actually are now believing that Brisbane can get this done. And I was probably in the sceptical crowd there for a while in terms of until they got to the last round against Melbourne and then obviously the game against Canberra. That the two things they displayed in both those games was a more resolute defence, but also the ability to come from a deficit. And those, the Broncos side we've seen this year, has been a bit rocks and diamonds the whole way along.
Yep.
But at this point in time, they've got people believing, which means they believe this is going to be a cracker game here today because Penrith have come here to win. Let's be rest assured about that.
I'm of the opinion that if Brisbane are to win today, they're going to have to play their best game. of this season. And I look at some of the victories that they have had. When you're coming up against this Penrith side that are in this red-hot form, you're surviving off rations. And I think that's all Penrith give you. It is rations. You will get odd opportunities here and there. They're only human, but they are going to be so limited for this Brisbane Broncos side. And a lot has been made about the makeup of the spine. Before a ball was kicked, the 4 players that people would have said was what their spine will be when everybody's fit and out of suspension would be Walsh at the back, Mam at 6, Reynolds at 7, Hunt at 9. They've got that available to them. Whether or not they go with that combination remains to be seen. But they've got that combination available to them. So let's park the spine chat. I'm of the opinion that no Carrigan, Payne Haas, slightly injured, fitness concern, limping in and out of that game against Canberra.
He's had 2 weeks off, Jammer.
Yeah,
He's had 2 weeks off.
Okay.
He's ready to go.
Granted he has, yeah. Okay, so maybe he's fully fit, maybe he's not. But without Carrigan, it's not so much it's not just on the middle. It's the ability to go back to back. When Brisbane were at their best in 23, it was Haas, Flegler, Carrigan. Bang, bang, bang. Look at the Bulldogs last week. The positions where Penrith positioned the opposition, the Bulldogs. Did the Bulldogs have a play the ball in the opposition half?
Not at all.
In the opening 40 minutes?
No.
It was that dominant. So my concern for Brisbane today, it's not about the makeup of the spine. It's how their forward pack or players can interject themselves in game field position.
The crucial point for me, Jimmy, and you other guys, is Adam Reynolds. And Madge Maguire will be absolutely desperate for him to repeat what Jerome Hughes did in very similar circumstances the other night at Amy Park against Cronulla. Now, he went into that game, Jerome Hughes, with 25 minutes of football in 8 weeks with his busted shoulder and then his broken wrist. For him to turn on the show he did with that preparation, I know it's a different injury that Adam Reynolds has been battling for a similar amount of time, but they need him to have a Jerome Hughes type game if they're to bring down this great Penrith side.
Webby, is this Adam Reynolds' most important game as a Bronco? Because we've talked about this. He had the opportunity to close that game out in 23, and we go back to it's these rival sides. Does that play on his mind, and how important is it for him this afternoon?
Look, I don't think any of us would argue he's not, like in his career, he will go down as one of the great players, and the great players feel those big moments. Now, Renault would be his own harshest critic about his performance in the 23 grand final. I have no doubt that he will see today as an opportunity for redemption. Not redemption, no one's looking for that. Look, things go wrong in games, we all got past that and all the rest of it. But this is an opportunity for him to go out and control this game, and forget about him being injured and not played a bit of footy and all the rest of it. Blokes of his calibre, they can turn it on, a little bit like Hughes, I suppose. They can turn it on when they need to turn it on. Renault will be at his best today, and he'll need to be. He needs to be, like, all good teams are led, and he will lead them, and that is the most important thing he'll do today.
Webby, for Reynolds to be at his best, does he need to take a back seat?
No, he needs to do what he always does. He needs to do exactly what he always does. This is where people get confused. You go into these big games and suddenly start trying to think about what you should and shouldn't do. He needs to do what he does best. If he does that right and he gets it right, that's enough for the Broncos.
But then in the situation when they need a 40-20 or they need that big yardage kick, and we've seen Reece Walsh, completely flip momentum for the Broncos on a number of occasions without Reynolds. Is there a chance that they get in the way of each other? And that's what I'm talking to the point around.
I think Reynolds is smart enough to know that.
Yeah, okay,
I think he is smart enough to have watched. When I say he needs to do what he always does, he needs to do that. In that, he will be smart enough and wise enough and experienced enough to understand that Reece has a very definite role to play. He can also help him make sure that is pointed.
The interesting thing, guys, who's going to goal kick this afternoon? I think Adam Reynolds, with his leg issues, could probably do without it. And I'm just looking at Reece Walsh's record. He's kicked 32 from 41 this year at 78%, which is, 32 from last year he had 90% record. So do we know, Dobbo, have they decided he'll be kicking?
I saw their captain's run yesterday, and Reynolds was doing goal kicking afterwards. I would suspect if he's fit enough to play, and the load that he's put in, he believed that he was right to play against Canberra. That's how he was touch and go, but they didn't want to risk it because they knew they had a second bite of the cherry. It had either come back, he would have been back here last Saturday or at this prelim. So to say he's fully fit, I don't think anybody's fully fit at this time of the year, but I think Reynolds will most likely be the...
Payne Haas is fit.
Well, Payne Haas is fit compared to what you were saying. He's not limping around. Well, I asked him, are you fit? He said, I'm fully fit.
Of course he's going to say that.
Yeah, well, okay, I've watched him train. He wasn't limping around. He wasn't, like you were saying, he's broken. Like
No, I didn't say he's broken.
You said he was limping around. He's got an ankle injury.
In that Canberra game, he was.
Yeah, well, that was 2 weeks ago.
Hey, Dobbo, the other interesting question, and I'd really be keen to hear James and Shane's opinions on this. Whoever, in my opinion, wins this game this afternoon is at a disadvantage compared to Melbourne Storm.
I agree with this. I agree.
And you guys have both played in a lot of grand finals. Is that 2 days in a really busy week from Sunday to Sunday going to have an effect on either Penrith or Brisbane?
I'd say, Buzz, categorically not. I think sides, I really do. And I can remember some short turnarounds that we had. I can't even remember exactly the premierships that we were in, which were the turnarounds.
It's 2 days.
But big deal. Seriously, it doesn't matter. And you know what? Here's the other thing. Say the winner of today, and I'm going to say that's going to be the Broncos. Imagine the momentum you're feeling. It doesn't matter how tough this game is today. The euphoric nature of a grand final appearance, this will get wiped away in an instant. And then remember also the professionalism of the clubs and the way that they do things. I really don't think that time is anywhere near as big an issue as people make it.
Absolutely not. I'm with you. Like, you think about after a game, you're depleted, and how long it takes to return to the base level in terms of being ready to go. What's an extra 2 days? Not even. I mean, there will not be a shred of doubt in the minds or worry in the minds of whoever wins today. Like, I think it's being hyped up a little bit around a perceived advantage, but it's 2 days extra, but you still get your 7. And as long as you've got 7 days to prepare for a grand final, there should be no excuses. I'll guarantee you this. Next week's grand final will not be determined by the fact that one team has 2 more days.
Just from a recovery perspective, I don't understand that you don't see that an extra 2 days from a recovery is...
Because you return to your baseline.
That's what you need. You need X amount of time. That's a set thing, right? You need X amount of time. Granted that you've just played a normal game, you're not injured, you haven't got anything extra. There's a certain amount of time you feel good, and it's not. It doesn't take 9 days. It doesn't take 7 days. It takes about 3.
Yeah, but the difference is, just in my view, and you talk to people in Melbourne, Craig Bellamy and these guys can get doing videos earlier. They can prepare their media work earlier. They can get their flights sorted to Sydney, and these 2 clubs haven't done any of that work yet. Who are playing today?
It'll all be taken care of, Buzz. It will, mate.
Okay.
Like I mean, it's not like you're playing out of the blue. You've got your style down,
But also, the other thing to note,
Melbourne can't prepare for Brisbane and Penrith.
The other thing to note is that both of these clubs today, they're part of multi-million-dollar businesses. They have got everything ready to go. They'll push a button, and that job will go. And so none of that's a concern.
6:05.
It's just bang. They'll have the contingencies already set. And
they've got 3 plans. The Broncos have got 3 scenarios ready already. And talking to staff yesterday, they're like, we just want to know what we're doing. Like, because they've planned out all of next week. They've planned out awards nights. They've planned out everything's planned.
Plus, the turnaround is not as, because players understand this is a player, and this is the great thing about being a player. It's all done for you.
Yeah.
This game will finish this Arvo. If you go into the grand final, all you're going to do is, okay, this is where you're going to be. This is what you need. This is what time we need.
But I will say this, guys. I will say this. You saw Jerome Hughes get whacked the other night in the mouth, right? You saw that? Now, what if it'd been a bit higher in the head and it was a Category 1 and he was out of a grand final? It could have happened. We don't know.
That wouldn't change if they played
but what
on
I'm
Friday
saying
or
is
Saturday.
I still don't mind us even talking about having a week off before the grand final. How would you feel, Jerome Hughes missing a GF if that tackle was just a little bit high the other day? The guy came, I think it was Trindle, came charging out of the line. and it gives us a 2-week build-up like the NFL. But, it's probably a debate for another day.
Well, what happens if someone stood in a tackle today and they get cannonballed and they do their medial ligament and it's a 2-week injury and they can't play?
Yeah.
Concussion is just another injury.
It's just a risk. It doesn't matter how it happens with the prelim final. If you do get injured and you get ruled out, you get ruled out. That's the unfortunate nature of our game, unfortunately. Afternoon prelims, you two are experts in these compared to night time. Does the heat play a factor? It's a hot day in Brisbane. I believe we'll get to close on 29 degrees come kick-off.
Hell yeah, it does.
You think it does?
Of course.
You're English, of course. You think the temperature matters, but Aussies, we don't care, mate. It's just,
yeah, but Penrith is it's not exactly cool in Penrith, so you would think both sides would be.
It's no problem.
Yeah, it's no problem. I like football in the afternoon. That's what I like.
It increases fatigue, though. Like in the higher temperatures, it will increase fatigue.
Yeah, but it's the same for both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're going to unpack it a lot more. We're going to take a break, come back, storm through to another grand final. We're going to talk about that game. This is the Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium. All thanks to Prosper. We'll take a break, come back with more.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin.
Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Triple M's Lou and Josh. Ready for Lou and Josh for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Josh.
Triple M's Lou and Josh for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
At Bunnings, bring on entertaining with a Matador Spark 4-burner barbecue, $649. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Does your business cash flow need a spark to come off the bench to make that winning play? Prosper's business line of credit can provide your business with a safety net of funds to cover day-to-day expenses. Draw down on what you need when you need it and only pay interest on what you use. Prosper have helped over 50,000 small businesses stay in the game. Apply today at prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
When the game's on, there's nothing like a Tooheys New legendary refreshment. Proudly born in New South Wales, Tooheys has been our beer for over 150 years. And make sure you try the Tooheys Ultra Zero Carb. As good as new. The same great refreshment with zero carbs. As champions of footy in New South Wales, Tooheys is your game time companion. Grab one today and drink responsibly.
Get your team together for the footy. Save 20% off all your favourite burger packs from Woolworths. Plus, score double everyday rewards points on every shop. From the fresh food people. In September 30 while stocks last, subject to availability, exclusions and T&Cs apply.
At the end of a long day on the tools, there's nothing like swapping the high-vis for your team's colours. While you're waiting for kickoff, rest assured Cbus is still working hard for you. Securing strong long-term returns for the retirement you've earned. Cbus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Accelerated NBN wholesale speeds have arrived for eligible HFC and full fibre customers. That means up to 5 times faster wholesale download speeds on select plans. Check your address at nbn.com.au.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Yonoma Cafe doesn't just serve their rich, delicious new blend. They also have quite well-known burger shops attached to them. Who would have thought? The cafe's new blend. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin.
thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back. Triple M Sunday Symbian, all thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com today. 4:05 will be the kick-off for this prelim final between the Penrith Panthers and the Brisbane Broncos. Dan Ganane will be your caller. Shane Webke, James Graham, Ben Dobbin, Phil Rothfield for the next 4 hours as we count you into one of the biggest games of the year. You love 4 hours. Oh, it's under 4 hours now.
Oh, 3.5. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
You're on the clock. Yep. Can we just unpack that? Buzz, Webby's upset because he thought the show was only a 2-hour show, and then when he's found out he's having to do 4 hours, he's like, well, no one ever told me it was a 4-hour show.
Well, what he's got to do, mate, is adjust the invoice, the same as I'll be doing. I've always been an hourly rate, you know.
Yeah, Geez, Buzz, they told me I'd like you. I didn't know how much I'd like you.
Who manages you, Shane?
Himself.
Time itself.
Yeah, he does it himself, mate. He'll be right. So he'll be invoicing. Hey, listen. Wow, the Melbourne Storm. Congratulations. What a club, what an organisation. Well done to Craig Bellamy and Frank Panisi. We will be talking to one of them a little later. 22 points to 14, and it was just a clinical, impressive Storm performance on Friday night. Webby, I don't think any of us are surprised it drew another grand final. After last year's loss, we said that they were the front runners. They've been up and down all year, but come the hour, come that big four, Pappenhausen, Hughes, Munster and Grant, and they stood up. A few other blokes stood up as well on Friday night, which was unbelievable. But that spine, just wow.
Oh, Munster, that kick he put in for Pappenhausen to score, that says enough.
Yeah.
Without anything else. But isn't it astounding, the machine that the Melbourne Storm are? I mean, how many grand finals they made? And someone was saying 48% of his coaching career, Craig Bellamy, has taken them to a grand final.
Wow.
And I was fortunate enough to witness, I guess, the start of his first grade coaching career when he was an assistant to Wayne at the Broncos.
Was he the head of S&C when you were there? Was he like...
He did that, but he was also an assistant coach. This is before you had a coach for getting out of bed every morning and everything else.
Yeah.
No, we just had a couple of coaches. Anyway, Bellyache did strength and conditioning, but he also did assistant coaching. And I have never seen a more diligent bloke in my life. Way back then, he'd write pages of notes to take into our pre-game. Look, Wayne, in the end, like you obviously do your captain's run and all the rest of it, you had that last meeting. In the end, Bellyache was almost doing that because he'd take all the notes and he'd write us in for what we're doing, the rest of it. Just attention to detail. And old school in the way that, with our strength and conditioning, we went through some really good years, and a lot of that was to do with the reason that he had us proper fit. He's a remarkable bloke, and I'm not surprised. You know what? And like all the good coaches I've ever had anything to do with, his most outstanding feature is the type of man that he is. He is a decent, straight up and down, honest bloke. You know exactly where you stand. They're the blokes who make the best coaches.
Yeah, Shane, you speak about that level of detail and preparation, and that was epitomised with that Pappenhausen try, I think. That's that study of the position of Will Kennedy, the Sharks fullback, knowing that there's an opportunity there, knowing that Munster and Pappenhausen have the capability to pull that play off, to make it work for them. And really it was the spine players of the Melbourne Storm that excelled and locked the game away. The Hughes try, the combination between Munster and Pappenhausen, the Grant run from dummy half to put the game to bed and finish it off.
Yeah, but Jimmy, as you know, though, that is only possible when you got a forward pack that's opening up.
Yeah, and Utoya Kamanu was absolutely...
He was outstanding.
It was, but then, you probably compare the Sharks with the Storm, and that was the difference. Sharks defensively were outstanding. Their attention to detail on last plays was sensational. The amount of ground that was covered. I think Trindle got there to save a try. One last play where Coates has knocked it back. It was great, but it was just those few moments that the Storm spine players just in an instant.
Can I ask this question? Because because of today, I sat back and watched that game, and my thoughts about, and I'm really quite interested in this. Nico Hines. So Nico Hines, I've only followed it cursory, right? And I watch with all the good halves. Is Nico Hines? Does he quite get, I saw some of the great things he did, but then he had that fumble and different things. The great halfbacks like your Clearys and that don't seem to do that. Is Nico Hines ever managed to scale to that level of consistency? Like, that's the one question I would ask. And, and perhaps Buzz is the right.
It's a very valid question about Nico, mate.
Yeah, no, it is a valid question, and the poor bugger, copped Lachlan Galvin type grief on social media after the game, and people are entitled to mention it. And when Nico signed $1 million deal with Cronulla, that brings the spotlight onto his performances each and every week, particularly on the score of consistency. Bottom line is he was completely outplayed by Jerome Hughes the other night. But I'm really glad you guys brought it up. He was playing off the back of a barnstorming Utoi Manu. He was and you know what? He outmuscled Fanua Blake, clearly. Best front rower on the football field. So Nico, struggled. So did Trindle, and so did a lot of the other Cronulla players.
But it's Hines' team, Buzz. And it is. And look, I just want to say that, and I'll say this, and I think categorically we all agree, the trolls and the abuse online is completely unacceptable. It's part of the game. Unfortunately, the people think they can do it.
People are allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah, but okay, but
whether you like, whether you agree, disagree,
I agree, James.
Vulgar,
I don't think Nico should be whinging about that. That's just unfortunately the world we live in.
I didn't say he was whinging, Dobbo.
No, you said he got Galvin kind of.
No, well, I'm just trying to paint a picture for our listeners that the general public, apart from just the four of us sitting here this afternoon, are putting a lot of blame on Nico for Cronulla's performance.
Well, it was his team. He had a moment
It is his team. When he signed the $1 million contract, it was his team. 6 years and he was disappointing the other night. But again, so was Fanua Blake. So are all his other teammates. The only defence I've got with Nico and Braden Trindle is they played well enough over the last 10 weeks for Cronulla to be the fourth best side in the competition this year. So they're going a lot better than a lot of other halves.
Yeah, and that's a key point to highlight, I think, Buzz, is like, Cronulla haven't made the grand final, and Fitzgibbon has spoke about winning a premiership is the only way that they will earn that respect. But they've played well this year. Have they been perfect? Have they been elite? Well, probably not. But they've been a good side to watch. And he spoke about the difference between good and great, and they're probably not just there yet. I think with Hines, the number he plays in and the price tag, that adds pressure to his level of performance. And it's hard to know and diagnose the issue, but it does seem to be a mental game with Nico, and quite often with players that have fluctuations in form. We know Nico can perform. We've seen him dominate games. We've seen him, have excellent seasons. But for multiple different reasons, sometimes the headspace can be really effective and really, affect the performance in a negative way. Just quickly before I go back to Nico Hines, Shane, on Utoi Kamano, I've got to say, talk about going to Origin and how Origin takes players. Sometimes people get that experience and go to the next level. Probably the best thing for him was missing out on Origin, because he has kicked on and excelled.
He's been unreal.
He was exceptional.
I will say this, Jimmy. He spent a bit of time with the New South Wales side this year, and I think he played one of the games. I was talking to Frank Panisi, their general manager of football. He said that when he came back from Origin under Laurie Daly and Bellyache was in camp and Frank was there, is when his form turned around this year after a slowish start after coming from the West Tigers. So that experience of just being in camp with the rest of those really senior players has really kicked his game to another level.
Yeah, and I think that's often the case with the Origin-like experiences. You get around those really, really good players. I wasn't necessarily criticising Nico because he does things with a football a bloke like me could only dream about. But my observation is the great players, they consistently perform and they don't have a lot of the negative bits in there that Nico's got.
The bag.
And I just hope that someone who's and look, I played a lot of footy with Fitzy, and I reckon he's the right bloke to be coaching him. Because the one thing that Craig Fitzgibbon was incredibly consistent, and he understands the importance of that. And I think as time goes on, I think Nico can turn into one of the great players. all he needs is consistency. That's as simple as it is. He's got the rest of the bag of tricks. The only reason I brought it up is I watched him the other night, and I've always heard this constant criticism of Nicho Hynes, and that's why Cronulla can't win. I don't believe that. But I just hope that Nico's got it in his head, because all of what we do is mental. Everyone coaches the same and works hard and does all of that. It's what separates players is what's between the ears. And when you get that bit right, is oftentimes when you unlock all your ability, like big Utam Kamano. Like, you sort that stuff out, then all of a sudden you unleash what you've got.
And what you were saying earlier, Shane, just changing it back to Craig Bellamy, I think he's made 11 grand finals the last 20 years, which is probably better than the 40% you quoted. Well, it is better. And you know, when I started
That was never a strong point, Baz.
No. You know, when I started covering this great game, there was Jack Gibson, Tim Sheens won 4 premierships, there was Warren Ryan was winning premierships. You look at the 3 we've got now, Craig Bellamy, Ivan Cleary and Wayne Bennett still at South. My goodness, they're great coaches. And look, I've been arguing all week that if Cleary can win a 5th straight from last after round 12, that he will be elevated to the very minimum to equal to any coach in the history of the game. But then you got Bellyache, 11 grand finals, only missed the finals once in 23 years. And that was when they lost all their points.
We are going to obviously talk about that, because that's a bee in your bonnet. We've got some big news regarding the grand final entertainment we're going to talk about next. We're going to take a break. Sunday Sin Bin on Triple M. Shane Webke, James Graham, Phil Roth, Phil Bendov, and with you live from Suncorp Stadium as Triple M rocks the footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin.
Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
What happened on the plane, Kirsty?
I was on the window seat. There was a rather large guy on the aisle seat. He would not move. I was trying to get over his leg, and I fell face first right into his crutch.
Wow. Ooh. Was he asleep when you tried to get out, or he was well awake?
No.
I would have thrown a packet of chips into the walkway there, and he would have got out.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour, tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
I'm voicing this ad without undies. Completely pants-free. Why, you ask? Just because. And because Bailey Ladders has got together with Tradie Undies to give away Bailey Ladders undies. Just spend over $200 on Bailey Ladders and or Bailey Fall Protection gear. Get a free pair of custom undies. Get some or go pants-free. Details at baileyladders.com.au.
Please wear undies responsibly. Pants to be worn over undies on work sites.
Nothing kills the vibe faster than dead batteries. That's why you grab Energizer Max Plus for long-lasting power. Energizer Max Plus AA batteries last up to 250% longer versus carbon zinc. Results may vary by device.
Let go of the chaos. Breathe in. Breathe out. Experience year-round zen with the whisper-quiet operation and precision control of an MHI ducted system. Purchase an eligible system and receive up to $500 cashback bonus, plus the chance to win one of 3 wellness retreats in Bali, valued at $10,000 each. Put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air. T's and C's apply.
At Coles, you can save with great half-price game day snacks, like half-price Doritos or XXL corn chips, $1.50 to 170 grams, now just $2.50. Shop in store or online at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
Grand final fun for the whole family with moments that matter. The 2025 NRL and NRLW Telstra Premiership Grand Final. One play can define a season and a moment of greatness for one side to earn a lifetime of glory. With 2 Rugby League Grand Finals, fun activities and activations throughout the precinct plus live entertainment, this will be an event the family never forget. Grab your family ticket at nrl.com/tickets today.
9 News is your news. Join the 9 News team for the stories that matter. Made in Sydney, for Sydney. For the full day's wrap-up, 9 News, nightly at 6.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you get what you want now. From dreamy island adventures and the latest runway looks to tech upgrades and the perfect pair of runners. Split the cost into 4 interest-free installments at millions of online stores. And there's no late fees, just a more flexible way to pay. Get what you want now and pay later with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd, Australian Credit Licence 568848.
Punt with Ladbrokes and get more out of your footy multis. Make quick, smart picks with stats and insights from the last 5 games. Then track your multi in real time or within the Ladbrokes app. Go, you good thing, go, you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Welcome back, Triple M Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium ahead of the prelim. The Broncos taking on the Panthers. Shane Weepke, James Graham, Buzz Rothfield, Ben Dobbin with you. 4:05 will be the kickoff. We've got the women's prelim between the Brisbane Broncos and Newcastle starting at 1:15 this afternoon. We'll keep you updated on scores. In the Jersey Flegg Grand Final, Storm are beating the Panthers 32 points to 10 with 12 minutes to go. That's being played at CommBank Stadium as we speak. Some news, Buzz, about the Grand Final entertainment. There's a little bit of news just breaking at the present moment about Teddy Swims.
Yeah, a bit of a worry. Talk about 7-day turnarounds. Well, Teddy Swims had a concert in Hawaii overnight, which he had to cancel. He had one cancelled on Saturday because his voice is playing up and his doctor wouldn't allow him to do those concerts. So, look, he's on medication, and the NRL are still hopeful we'll see him here later in the week, and I hope so because they tell me he sings good. I don't know a lot about him.
Buzz, I hope so too.
I hope it's okay. I really do.
Buzz, I'm so worried.
Are you?
I am. Look. Yeah.
Shane Weepke, mate.
I'm going to sign up to X just so I can find out what's going to go on with Teddy Swims. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight.
You know
You
what?
sound like you're being a little bit sarcastic.
Part of the grand final is about pre-game. People
No, it's
pay
not.
It might not be to you, but a lot of the people that pay...
Numpties like you. You know what? Go watch something else. Go away. If you're going to the grand final,
Mate,
if you're going to the grand final to watch Teddy Swims,
that's
go
not
away.
What people pay. You understand a grand final price.
I don't need it,
you idiot.
Well, why does anyone who's out there?
Not everybody goes to the grand
final.
final.
Hey, Jimmy, can I just interrupt?
You are so wrong on this, Jammer.
Can I just interrupt? Are you a Snoop Dogg fan?
Back in the day, I was a teenager.
Mate, yeah. Jimmy, I'm a bit like you. All I want to see in grand final day is a great game of footy and a 100-metre sprint. I want to see Addo Carr versus Saab and all those guys. That's all I want to see. But I'm talking about it later in the show. The AFL have announced a record-breaking television audience from the MCG yesterday. And the excitement and the promo around Snoop Dogg being in town, I think, would have been partly responsible. I'm telling you. Sorry, Jimmy.
We're purists. We love rugby league.
You know what half time's for? You know what half time's for? What? Taking a piss, getting a beer in the park.
Okay, so why did the NFL halftime entertainment is the biggest?
You're going to hold it in? You're going to hold it in? No way. I'm not holding it in for Snoop. I'm taking a leap.
You're a dinosaur. Now, you would like to see just Australian artists play. That would be your dream.
I think we're Australia. They're Australian sporting events, our two biggest sporting codes. Why do we feel the need to get overseas? Now, Buzz makes a good point, which I hadn't thought about. The television ratings, all of that's incredibly important. But I think we'd agree. So let's say if it was just a start, look, imagine today if the great Slim Dusty was still alive. He'd be doing it.
I'm with you, mate. I love that. The Cunnamulla fella.
Now that would be worth seeing.
Hang on a minute. Let's go back to the television ratings. Right. You've got the AFL Grand Final on, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is anyone who's not watching the AFL Grand Final go, oh my God, I've just realised Snoop Dogg's on. I'm going to put it on now.
Yes, they do.
Just to watch Snoop Dogg and then turn off.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do, mate. Yes, they do. Unfortunately, that is this country. Now, I've said this to you before. If you don't like this country, off you go.
Oh,
wow.
You're
if you're going to criticise...
treating immigrants like that, hey? I'm just an immigrant, and you are not very inclusive.
This is what I have to deal with, Shane. See what I have to deal. I'm inclusive. I just think that what a grand final is It encompasses...
Surely no one's just turning on Channel 7
to
watch Snoop. Are you joking? What's wrong with people?
Look, when we come to grand finals and the NFL show us how they do it, we're an entertainment business as much as a business, in sport. And look, I have been to 2 Super Bowls in the US, and can I be brutally honest with you, Jimmy, I got more excited seeing Katy Perry in the middle of the stadium than I did the actual football. I did, mate. It's what the,
What song did she sing?
Can I just ask you, Buzz, you make such a valid point.
Feel like you're living.
Do you honestly believe?
Dream. Are you dancing?
No, you
held your bladder up for that nonsense, Buzz. You disappointed.
I was
me.
in the press box, mate, and I didn't have to queue up to go to the bathroom, if that makes any difference.
Gemma, I've got to honestly, I understand we have a little bit of fun here, but do you honestly believe that there shouldn't be any halftime or pre-game entertainment for grand finals? And the only reason it should be...
Put your Spotify on to the loudspeaker.
You don't think it matters? You think people don't pay tickets or people don't watch it to watch the entertainment?
It's a luxury. If I'm a consumer, what I don't want to do is pay a luxury tax for that nonsense.
Well, they do.
I have to as a consumer.
Jimmy, I can assure you.
I
can assure you.
I'd rather a cheaper ticket and a Spotify playlist on.
Well, you know what the AFL paid Snoop Dogg? They paid him $5 million. Okay, and he was in Melbourne for several days before the game, and he brought publicity to a sport that, in a demographic of people who aren't necessarily AFL fans. Hence, they turned on the television yesterday to watch him. The ratings back up what Dobbo and I are saying. I don't like agreeing with him, but I am on this occasion.
You know what we should do? Maybe let's mix it up. Let's get a comedian in for halftime.
What, do you stand up?
Yeah, do a bit of live stand-up.
Shane?
It is worth noting, though, on a serious note, you talk about those television ratings. Well, that's, in this country particularly, is a large part of how the divvy-up of the money that's available from the broadcasters is decided. So it doesn't really matter what we think about Snoop Dogg being at the AFL Grand Final and whether or not... The simple fact is they get this record, as Buzz said, they get this record ratings. That helps the next time they go to negotiate their broadcast deal. And that was what puts the money in our game.
But you know what got them the ratings? The Lions and the Cats. The players.
You're saying
in the old days, you're probably right. But I tell you, we're living in a world now that is dictated to by social media and trends and this and that. And most people have got the attention spans of about 3 seconds. So the fact that you can give them a bite of Snoop Dogg, they're going to turn on, mate. And they turn on, the number counts. That's what it comes back to. Be that right or wrong, but that's the reality you got to face. If you want to keep getting paid, mate, that's how we keep getting paid.
Finally, we've got someone here talking some sense in this conversation today.
He looks angry.
He's not
angry.
You know why?
Yes. You're particularly brave today with that Gordy, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You don't normally carry on like this. He normally puts you
Gordy and I are rock solid. No, we're rock solid. Don't try and put a wedge between two Queenslanders.
I'm not trying to put it. I'm not trying to put a.
Don't point either.
We're
taking a break. Coming back. I call BS is up next. This is a Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium ahead of the Broncos taking on the Panthers as Triple M rocks the footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin.
Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Triple M's Lou and Charge.
Ready for Lou and Charge
for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up. November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Judge.
Triple M's Lou and Judge for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
Looking for an energy plan that truly rewards you? Then it's time to switch to Red Energy. Switch your home to Red Energy on a Qantas Red plan by October 7 and you'll earn a guaranteed share of 5 million Qantas points. Plus, earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points just by paying your first electricity and gas bill in full. Now that's what we call energy that's genuinely rewarding. Come on over to redenergy.com.au. T's and C's apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
G'day, Bo Ryan here. Get stronger, train harder, recover faster with Famous Nutrition. A full range of premium protein, creatine and supplements, Famous Nutrition gives you the edge to smash every session. Shop online and use Bo30 at famousnutrition.com for 30% off.
If your business needs fast funding, don't get caught offside. With Prosper, you can apply online in less than 10 minutes and get funded in hours. Choose a business loan or a line of credit of up to $500K. And that'll get you over the line. Make extra payments to save on interest, plus manage your cash flow anytime with the Prosper app. Prosper gets you off the bench and back in the game. Apply today at prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and the standard credit criteria apply.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Eric, found a job match on Seek that's perfect for me.
Oh, yeah?
It says, seeking a strong yet agile leader. The successful candidate will show great strength in the arms for daily commute by Vine.
Oh.
Fluency in Gorilla, essential. Cross-species communication skills required. Treehouse lodgings provided. Starting salary, $130K.
Oh, nice.
Job title, King of the Jungle.
Tarzan, sounds like the perfect job for you.
For the best job matches. And you shall find.
Cancer Council's Seven Bridges Walk is back for its 20th year. Bigger and better than ever. It's on Sunday, October 26. Register now at sevenbridgeswalk.com.au and let's help end cancer one step at a time.
G'day, Paul Worsing from iFish TV. Every great season starts at the stern with Suzuki Marine. Right now, scrap the $1,250 factory bonus on outboards from DF40 to DF100. Power you can trust, backed up by 6 years warranty. But act fast. This deal ends September 30. Terms and conditions apply. Visit suzukimarine.com.au today and start your season the Suzuki way.
The first step to winning is believing. Repeat after me. When I play Monopoly at Macca's in the app, I have a 1 in 3 chance to win. Very good. Ends October 14. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Welcome back to Suncorp Stadium. Triple M Sunday Sin Bin, all thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com.au. Shane Webke, James Graham, Ben Dobbin, and the great Phil Buzz Rockfield. No Raging Bull. He's got the Gordon Tallis Cup up in Townsville. Had over 1,000 kids participating in rugby league. One of the great carnivals. And the Raging Bull will be back next week. He's part of the grand final coverage. He'll be with us. And he's part of the call team as well. Dan G'day will be in at 4 o'clock this afternoon. He's calling this afternoon's game. NRLW, both sides warming up. That's a 1:15 kickoff. We'll keep you updated with that as well. It's now time for this.
From the makers of The Earth is Flat and I'm only having one beer comes I Call BS.
Keep yourself out head to toe. Quality clothing and boots. Comfortable and stylish from the outback to the office. Ariat.com.au. Peter Inman, Terry Donahue, great people. The Ariat brand in Queensland and Australia. Wonderful brand. I know you wear it. You're a big fan of it. Big fan of Ariat. Shane Webke.
What are you wearing today?
I'm wearing a bit of everything. I'm an Ariat ambassador, so don't try and...
So why don't you have one of their shirts on?
Oh, we're wearing it on the news tonight.
But I've actually got an Ariat shirt.
Yeah.
I've got it over there. See over there?
Yeah,
it's up there and it's going on the news.
So why didn't you just wear an Ariat shirt?
Because, mate, I sweat a bit, if you must know, and I want to have a nice shirt for the news tonight.
More than one.
But that's why you need to wear these Ariat polos, mate.
They're good polos.
They dispense sweat.
Dobbo, I was going to do my BS on your outfit. Do you want me to start, or
no? If you start on my outfit, I'll start on your head.
Well,
that's what'll happen. No, just be careful.
And just in case Shane isn't aware, when I signed my multi-year contract at this network, I was also put in charge of wardrobe, and I have serious concerns about your outfit today.
Oh, get out of it and stop it.
I call BS.
You're not being asked to call BS. Shane Webke, go ahead.
Well, as I was preparing for today's show, nervously, I did extensive amount of research, and I was just happened to stumble across the shortlist for the Dally M Awards. And I'm going to call BS on this, I was astounded to read that Ivan Cleary has not managed to make the shortlist for Coach of the Year. The three that have are Cameron Ciraldo, Ricky Stewart and Madge Maguire. Now, I'm not calling into question the abilities of any of those coaches, but how is Ivan Cleary not on the shortlist?
I hope he boycotts the award. That is absolutely outrageous. The bloke has won 4 straight comps, 5 grand final. He's won 1 Coach of the Year award. Whoever is doing the votes needs to retire hurt. Seriously, that is outrageous.
I'm with you, Shane. It's such a big thing. I cannot believe. I mean, this bloke has done 5 grand finals. He and you think about the players that they've had to move on in the course of it. There's a whole premiership side that's left.
Look, I can understand. I can understand how in the middle of those 4 premierships, how there would be another coach who would get Coach of the Year, right? That makes sense. But if there was a year you're going to give it to him, it would be this year. All that they've been through, and exactly, that's what I'm saying. So a coaching performance is not just predicated upon winning the grand final, but it's the way in which you prepare the side to get them there. And surely this is the year, if he was ever going to deserve it, it would be this year. But he's not even on the shortlist. That's what astounds me, and I think it is BS.
Well, Coach of the Year, it's not Coach of the Year. It's Most Improved Team.
So that's what you think it is?
Of course it is. It's Most Improved Team.
Well, why has he won only 1 award? And we're not going to go through the quality of millions and millions of dollars of footballers he's lost over the years, but also Andrew Webster and Cameron Ciraldo. Look, talk about an award lacking credibility. It's Coach of the Year 2025.
Oh, hang on. No, I don't agree with that. If Ricky Stewart wins that, he deserves
hold on.
I think credibility.
No, hold on. I think Ricky Stewart should win the award. You misread what I was saying. That he is not listed in the contenders from bringing a team from last after 12 rounds to a step away from a grand final, that he's not a contender. My choice would be Ricky Stewart too.
Yeah. Shane Webber, you've created a very good debate here. Do you think Cameron Ciraldo, James Graham deserves to be on that shortlist?
I think he does, but not at the expense of
Ivan Cleary. Yeah. Interesting. But
I just think, can I just finish by saying this? I find it astounding that you, and now this will show my misunderstanding of coaching, that you can be Coach of the Year if your team is knocked out before the grand final. Like, I know, and it's not a prerequisite to win the grand final. What I'm saying is, like you talk about Ricky Stewart, arguably, a wonderful coaching performance to get to the point where they did, but then on the last 2 most important encounters, they got it wrong. And I'm not saying that's Ricky's coaching or the rest of it, but that's the reality. And Penrith yet are still here. So, I don't know.
Yeah, but Shane, a lot of people tipped Canberra to be in the bottom 4 at the start of the year, that they won to win a minor premiership's a big thing.
Somebody in this group tipped them to win the wooden spoon, Buzz. Let's text them. Tip them.
And the other thing is, you've got to weigh up the circumstances of you saying Canberra going out in straight sets. And they were a fingertip away 2 weeks ago on that most extraordinary afternoon in Canberra of going on. So you do look at circumstances as well.
Well, I agree, Buzz, and that is what I'm actually saying about Cleary, is the circumstance of this year. I just think it's been an enormous thing. On the back of the fact that they've had so much success, how much it must take again to coach to get them from last place to still be in the race. And look, only 1 good performance away from a grand final, another grand final. I just think if we're comparing circumstance to circumstance, you're not going to take Ricky Stewart. You're going to take Ivan Cleary. That's what I think.
I'll tell you what upsets me, and this is a really good BS you called out here. I don't like the fact that the judges for these awards are nameless. We have 2 judges every week giving 3-2-1s, and why don't we know who these people are? Why are they faceless? Seriously, I'd really like to know.
I agree with this.
Why is there no accountability?
Who picks? Who is it that picks? And how many people are there that pick the Coach of the Year? How is that done? How is that picked?
Well,
is it PVL and Andrew Abdo? I'm being genuine. Or is it somebody from the commission? Who is it that picks it?
Look, in the old days, I don't want to bore you with old days, but you know when they did the Coach of the Year, it was sponsored by Coca-Cola. It was done after the grand final. There was a nice function in town. They all rocked up. They were relaxed. They could have a beer. They had no more work to do, and it takes away from the Dally M, but it's hard to do it before a grand final.
Oh, I agree. I think moving forward, that might be something else. James Graham and BS from you, my friend.
Yeah, so I was buying some tickets for the Wembley Test match.
Yeah.
I might get to the checkout. Sustainability tax on it. I'm like,
are we going to get into this?
I'm like,
this will be good.
Why are you putting that on me? If you put that's your prerogative, not mine. Don't make me pay a sustainability tax. It's your stadium.
What is it? What is that tax? Where does it go? Why is it collected? Who gets it?
I don't know. I was like, what the hell's this? And I'm getting a decent amount of tickets, and I'm like, I just don't get it. Like, don't just lie.
How much? How much was the tax?
£1 every ticket.
Every ticket.
But
you think about.
Hang on. Someone's got a money issue. This is not ideology. This is a tight-ass problem.
Well, no. I actually do, because there's 60,000 people going to be there, so that's an extra £60,000 they're going to make for out of thin air, out of profit.
It's privately owned.
Right.
If you just lie to me, put it in the cost of the ticket, I wouldn't even know.
You don't want the sustainability.
But what are you going to spend it on? And they're talking about I don't know.
They're going to put solar on.
Who knows? But it's not it's not on me, the consumer, to pay for your snazzy little upgrades that you're going to be paying some executive.
Well, there'll be a lot of woke that like it. There'll be a lot of woke that like it.
Jimmy, I call BS on you actually paying for a ticket. You'd be using your media pass, surely.
No.
Have you got an invoice? Have you got an invoice you can show us?
We don't need that.
Look, you're not.
What do you mean we don't need it?
I believe you would buy the ticket.
I don't want to talk on air. I'll tell you off the air what I'm doing.
Oh, here we go.
No, I've got to be honest with you. You've done some amazing things. I mean, last year you bought 10,000 tickets for your Bulldogs fans. You actually do. I will give you some credit where credit's due. Not all the time are you kosher, but this one you've been very, very good with this, and you're going to be buying tickets for people in England. Buzz, you wanted to have a crack at me. You go ahead.
Well, mate, as being responsible for wardrobe, as I said in the clause in my contract, I've been trying to coach you into better outfits for the 6 to 8 weeks I've been on this show. And mate, you keep that's a Ralph Lauren badge you have on now, but it looks like one off one of those racks you can buy in Asian countries that aren't the real thing.
Are you suggesting this is a fake Ralph?
Yes, I am. I have no doubt it's a fake Ralph. I have absolutely no doubt.
See, I'm not even going to go into the debate about. I'll just say this now. The day I start taking fashion advice off a 70-year-old is the day I give up.
You're the same age demographic?
No, we're not.
We are.
No, we're not even close.
How old are you?
I'm in my 40s. Mid-40s.
You don't look it.
Can I just ask this question?
Yes.
Is this what he's talking about, everyone?
Well, no, this is what he tries to have a go at me about.
You know the funny thing, you know what it does? I can tell you it's real. It's still got the security tag on.
I tell you what, Dobbo. I tell you what, you've got a lot of gigs. You're never going to be a brand ambassador for a clothing company. I
already am, mate. So do your research. It's called Harriet. We're taking a break. Coming back. Second hour, not far away. This is the Sunday Sin-Bin on Triple M.
Shut up! The foot is on Triple M.
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin-Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
M Sport.
Uncover well-kept secrets with Listener's lineup of investigative podcasts. Download the free Listener app and search Uncover.
Hey there, it's Stephen Zoyce with you. Suncorp Stadium is set to be rocking as the Broncos host the Panthers for a spot in the grand final. Brisbane will look to deny Penrith a shot at a 6th straight decider. The winner faces the Melbourne Storm next week. The reigning champs going in unchanged. The Broncos welcome back skipper Adam Reynolds and Ezra Mam. Meanwhile, Brisbane's AFL counterparts are continuing to celebrate back-to-back premierships this Savo. The Lions smacking Geelong at the MCG yesterday after a second-half onslaught. Coach Chris Fagan lauding his team for the performance.
You know, the last 3 years have been pretty special. We've played in the 3 grand finals and we've been able to win the last 2, and
You know, the one that we won this year, gee, there's been a lot of adversity and a lot of challenge when you think about it.
Moving home? Don't do it alone. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. Visit storageking.com.au today. The Kings of Storage, Moving and More.
25 degrees at Suncorp Stadium for later this Arvo, where we're counting down to the Broncos and Panthers as Triple M rocks footy.
What happened on the plane, Kirsty?
I was on the window seat. There was a rather large guy on the aisle seat. He would not move. I was trying to get over his leg and I fell face first right into his crutch.
Wow.
Ooh. Was he asleep when you tried to get out, or he was well
No.
awake? I would have thrown a packet of chips into the walkway there and he would have got out.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour, tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
You know, McCafe doesn't just serve their rich, delicious new blend. They also have quite well-known burger shops attached to them. Who would have thought? McCafe's new blend. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and bangs them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks with Freestyle Libre.
Whoa, easy now, slow down. Gippsland Dairy Yogurt. It's thickened over days, not hours, so you get real flavour. Gippsland Dairy. Slow good. Available at your local supermarket.
Gym memberships, club memberships, they all sound so appealing until you see the fees. Well, there's one membership that costs nothing and it saves you money. The Flower Power Trade Membership. If you have a landscaping, gardening or construction business, Flower Power's trade membership unlocks amazing discounts. Your business can save up to 25% on our top quality plants, pots and landscaping supplies. Plus, we can deliver 7 days a week. Apply for your money-saving trade membership at flowerpower.com.au. They're garden people.
With Officeworks for Business, save 5% on thousands of business essentials and access bulk buy prices. Get what you need fast with 2-hour click and collect or same-day delivery. Sign up for free to Officeworks for Business today. T's and C's apply.
How do you feel? I feel like a Tooheys. The game's on, the team's ready, and it's time for a Tooheys. Whether you're cheering on your team at the stadium or watching with mates at the pub, nothing beats the legendary refreshment of Tooheys. Proudly born right here in New South Wales, Tooheys is all about the spirit of bringing people together, whether you're celebrating an epic win or commiserating a crushing defeat. So next time you're at the pub or bottle shop, grab a Tooheys and raise a glass to the team that's bringing you together. Drink responsibly.
It all comes down to this. The 2025 NRL and NRLW Telstra Premiership Grand Final. One moment can earn a lifetime of glory. Experience the biggest stage in Australian sport at Accor Stadium Sunday 5th October. Get your tickets at nrl.com/tickets.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you get what you want now. From dreamy island adventures and the latest runway looks to tech upgrades and the perfect pair of runners. Split the cost into 4 interest-free installments at millions of online stores. And there's no late fees, just a more flexible way to pay. Get what you want now and pay later with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd, Australian Credit Licence 568848.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back. 3 hours from kickoff. Sunday Sin Bin on Triple M. Prelim Sunday. We're at Suncorp Stadium. Penrith taking on the Brisbane Broncos in the women's game. They're about to get underway in around 10 minutes' time. It will be Brisbane taking on the Newcastle Knights. Shane Webke, James Graham, Phil Buzz Rockville, Ben Dobbin with you. Dan Ganane will be your caller for the 4:05 kickoff with the Panthers taking on the Broncos. We're looking forward to that one. Ashley Klein, the referee. There's some mixed reviews on his performance on Friday night and over the last couple of weeks, if I'm honest with you. 18 penalties in that prelim final, 5 repeat sets. Craig Fitzgibbon had this to say post-match about the referee's performance.
18 penalties, 9 penalties each. How hard was it to find?
Mate, I'd like to see if that's a semi-final, like if that's a prelim and you want a grand final to have 18 penalties, like I'm not talking about the ref. The better side won today. Melbourne were the better side today, hands down. But, mate, I think the first half was 22 minutes of ball in play. Like, what are we doing for a prelim? Like, don't you want to... What do the fans want? You want to see ball in play, go, let's go, we go, you go, and then we'll find out. But the better side won today, so I can't complain about. And the calls were, some of those warranted on us, but it's a lot for this time of year for our game.
No question, and that was Craig Fitzgibbon in his post-match press conference. And Buzz, I think I agree with everything that Fitzy had to say, and obviously... It was over-policed, it looked like, that game with all the penalties, which we hadn't seen from different referees in the finals.
Look, I can tell our listeners this afternoon, Dobbo, that 99.9% certain that Ashley Klein will be sacked as grand final referee. Now, I can see Charlie in the back of the box there applauding that. Look, I spoke to key people at the NRL yesterday, and I'm talking to people who have been really strong backers of Ashley Klein for a number of years. But they were really, really disappointed with his performance on Saturday night at Amy Park. Now, all Grant Atkins has to do is get a pass mark at Suncorp Stadium this afternoon, and he will referee his first grand final. And I think that is very, very fair and a great family moment, because his dad, Graham Atkins, played in, I think it was the 83 grand final for the Parramatta Eels.
Okay. Wade Graham yesterday on the Saturday scrum had this to say. He's of the thought that no matter what, Ashley Klein should not be the referee. Here's what Wade Graham said yesterday on the Saturday scrum.
For me, Ashley Klein has been disappointing in this final series. I think back to the Canberra Broncos game to start, I think he got the Hudson Young situation wrong. He should have stayed on the field. I'm not overly convinced that Kikau should have, that Dylan Edwards should have stayed on the field. I think he thought Kikau was a chance of scoring a try, so he deliberately gave away a penalty. That's a professional foul. So I think he got that wrong. And then the way the game eventuated last night with the amount of penalties, I think that's it for him this year. That's 3 strikes and out. I don't feel like him refereeing a grand final, it's too much of a risk for me. There's going to be an incident, and at the moment with his 3 past games, he's shown me he can't handle those incidents right now.
Wade Graham, very strong. James Graham, I'll come to you. Your thoughts, are you in agreement?
Yeah, just firstly, on all this, I think about the ramifications for commentary around the referee's performance, and guilty, I'll hold my hand up, but when we're looking at penalties given, you know that the 2 teams today will go out there knowing that the referee will not want to blow penalties. And when you have that in your mind, that makes you push the envelope a little bit more. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse. Next week again, grand final. What do both teams go in? They both know that the referee does not want to blow penalties. They're under pressure not to blow them. But fundamentally, Ashley Klein, the assessment of his performances. Look, the penalties, you can debate whether you like them or don't. And if it's the way to get rid of them is not commit foul play or be offside. But there are just a few big decisions that I feel that Klein has got wrong. Not necessarily the penalties for laying down, ruck interference, all that nonsense, but it's the big ones he's got wrong. One of them in particular on Friday was your Buzz, you spoke about it before, where Trindle shot out of the line and tackled Jerome Hughes. For me, there's 2 options there. It's either play on or it's a sin bin and a penalty.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. It's not just a penalty. I go back to the Pat Carrigan flies out the line, Morgan Smithies, shoulder contact with the head, sent for 10 minutes. The following week, it was Tom Starling, rushes out of the line, head-on-head contact with Tommy Hazelton, and that is deemed accidental head clash, play on.
What about
Jimmy? The bunker's ruling that.
That is the bunker. But But for me, whether you blame the referee, the match officials, the bunker, they're all encompassing. I just think that was completely wrong.
But we had a player too, sin bin for being headbutted. By Ashley Klein.
I don't get that. I don't get that.
So, Webby, I mean, you're a bit at pains to criticise referees, and as a general rule, they've got a hard job. But it has been such an inconsistent year with Ashley, and he's been the premier referee. I mean, he's refereed all 3 Origins. He's been the premier referee for some time. But it looks like the time's run out for him.
Well, and I'm not going to defend referees per se, but I think the greater issue about all of this is our game is over-officiated by a long way. And why is that? Well, it's because of the likes of us, and us as spectators as well, we want perfection. When you know, all the things that have ever happened in terms of rule changes is because crowds don't want to see referees make mistakes. We do not accept that they'll make a mistake. So we brought in all this stuff. A referee can only referee to the rules of the way the game is. And now the game has so many rules and different rules, and there's so much stuff for them to adjudicate. And then they got ears, you know, in their ears, you got a bunker, and you got a touch judge, you got this, you got that. Look, that's their job to get that right. So I'm not saying that Klein has been performing at a high level. He hasn't. But part of this has got to be the notion that we will not accept them making any sort of mistakes, which has led to this overarching rules of everything. And so bunkers ruling on this and ruling on that. And look, I know that people, you know, record numbers of people are loving our game at the moment. But if you went back 15 years and watch a game of footy, it's different in a lot of ways. But there are so many rules. Wayne Bennett used to say, the more rules you make, the more the people will break. So I just feel like the answer is yes, referees.
Wind back the rules?
I just think, what do we want? Look, with video replays are a great example. They start all down. And you think, well, okay, some things are just black and white, and we can see that. But it's all still subjective. So it doesn't matter how much you slow it down. 3 or 4 sets of eyes looking at it will come up with 3 or 4 sets of different things if it's a conjectured sort of a decision to be made. So what I'm saying is, I think part of the problem with our game at the moment is not so much the standard of refereeing, but how much they have to referee, how much they're refereeing in terms of what they hear in the ear and the decisions they got to make, and the rules that the game has made. Once upon a time, Pat Carrigan, see, this was showing me as old school. Pat Carrigan getting sent off for that the other day, so far as I'm concerned, is a blight on not getting sent off rather, being charged and then duly suspended. I cannot believe that in our game of rugby league is now considered an illegal act. I cannot stomach that. I know that's the way it is, and I know there's been reasons for that, but I cannot countenance that is good for the overall future of our game. We want to differentiate ourselves from other sports. Our sport is a gladiatorial one. You can't have that without the gladiatorial nature of it.
Yeah, but they've got to protect the players. You talk, Shane, about the pressure on referees. For the life of me, I do not understand why the touch judge on each side of the field, give them something to do, can at least police the 10 metres. It's not hard. It just takes something off the referee in the middle. Now, just going back to Grant Atkins, the people I was talking to yesterday about Klein missing out, they told me mid-year, round State of Origin time, in their score system they keep at the NRL with all referees, Atkins and Klein were basically level all year. And they said if Origin 3 had not been a decider, that Atkins would have got that game. But just the fact there was so much hanging on the result, he was the safety first referee. But it won't happen next week. Atkins will do it. I just hope he gets through today without a drama.
Well, I do worry, though, what James Graham said as well, and Webke, take me through the player's mindset. You know now that Klein over-officiated on Friday night. You're going into a prelim today. You know the directive, be it they won't say it, is that, hey, put the whistle in the pocket. We could see Rafferty rules, and what James Graham's saying. It could be, blokes pushing things to the boundary, which you would expect, knowing full well that it's not going to be over-officiated because they want this spectacle.
I don't think players think about referees.
At all.
At all. Where was it? Look, I never, ever thought about, okay, who's reffing us today? Wonder what that means. Who cares? Seriously, when you're a player, go out and play. Who gives a rat's who's refereeing?
Yeah, but there are blokes who will wrestle more. You
No.
might not have played the game like that, but the modern game is they hold them down and all
that's
that.
fine. Let the coach say, oh, listen, this bloke we got refereeing on the weekend, he'll let us a little bit more of that go. I'm not sitting in the dressing shed thinking, oh, right, who's refereeing us today? Well, okay, better do this or better do that.
It's not the primary focus, but...
It shouldn't be a focus at all.
But you know that teams will be 9.5 metres instead of 10. They'll jump early.
And?
They'll lay down in the ruck for longer. They'll slow play the ball down for 3/4 of a second longer, and then we'll be the first to complain and be like, they've got away with that all day. Like, we're in a great
Jimmy,
spot here in the media where we go, oh, too many penalties, not enough.
Jimmy, I went down to the NRL and I looked at their score system with every single referee. And they expect about a 9.5 metre allowance. It's like if you're in the 60 zone and you're 63, you'll get away with it. And this is a bit like what happens with the referees, but they're not only scored on foul play and other instant forward passes, they're in charge of entertainment. Under Peter V'landys and the system they now have, it is a referee's job to ensure we have a quick play the ball and that the teams are well separated. They are scored on their efficiency in those areas. And I just think it's too much. And touch judges are just out there doing nothing, and they should be having a more active role in the adjudication of the game.
Should we be going back to 2 referees? Like, in all seriousness, I know it's a long bow, but like...
But did that ever work?
Well, I thought it worked. I thought it was actually, you know, like you have the pocket referee and then you have the head referee. I actually didn't think that was a bad thing. Now, I understand during COVID, when they had to get the game back on track, they're trying to save some money. They went back to that in that moment. I think that could, I mean, because Ashley Klein, to be fair, that's probably his worst game of the season, and he had it in a prelim, and I feel for him because he's going to miss out on the grand final buzz. Are we putting too much pressure on them?
Yeah, we are. We now have, you know, how many? 24 cameras covering every game. We have slow-mo, we have 4K, and we can forensically examine every decision that is made, not just in the bunker. We can stop frame at home, and we can find errors like in the old days we could never find. Like, you go back to that Jed Stewart knock-on when he jumped high to compete for that football. 10 years ago, we didn't have the quality of camera or vision to say he got a slight tip and knocked that on. So, yes, they are under more pressure than they've ever been before. I have so much... When you go in there, with these figures from every week, they have a performance review every Monday. Imagine if you went into work every Monday and the Triple M boss went through your performance for half an hour.
Well, he does. That happens, mate. That happens to me.
No,
hey, you know, Chicker's on the phone.
Do a different job.
What are you saying?
Jimmy?
It's not real pressure, though, is it?
It is real pressure, Jim. It's real pressure. You're not, and they're great athletes, too.
You're not a surgeon, mate. Look, I appreciate they have a hard job, but, I mean, it's pressure to an extent. But, I mean, you're not going to... You're not... You know
when you get fatigued, Jim, you know when you get fatigued, you get replaced. You go and have a rest. These guys are going 100 miles an hour, keeping up with play for 80 minutes of football each week, and I'm not here to defend them. The demands on a referee, though, I think, that why we see what happened the other night.
And they get paid for it.
Of course they get well paid for it. Of course they get well paid for it.
How much do referees get paid? I've never considered that.
Yeah, I think they're on over 300, some of them, you know, which...
Okay, well, that's
that's a different story.
Therefore, just put up with it.
You reckon?
Well, I mean, if you're on that kind of... It's not like you're on minimum wage, Buzz. I mean, you're getting paid a very good salary involved in...
I didn't know referees were paid that much, and to be fair, not that we should measure it just against money, but at the end of the day, someone pays you $300,000 a year to do something. If you don't think there's going to be pressure in it, you're mad.
Ashley Klein's over 300 a year, just so we're clear.
Well, thusly, you know what? That's the pressure to perform, and that's the same pressure that players get, I suppose.
And in terms of having a performance review, that's to get better.
Yeah.
That's not just that's to actually improve. That's an added benefit of the job. It's a perk of the job to have somebody that would review your body of work on a weekly basis.
Yeah,
not everybody in every industry is afforded that opportunity. I would look at that as a bonus to the job, that I actually get to be taught one-on-one, or as a group, lean on my other experts.
You had such a good relationship with them, didn't you, Jimmy?
He loved referees, Gemma.
Easter Monday and a call.
Yeah, let's bring all that up. Let's bring all that.
That's right.
He's had a couple of two. We're going to take a break, come back. Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium. Ahead of the Broncos taking on the Penrith Panthers. This is Triple M as we rock the footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Triple M's Lou and Charge.
Ready for Lou and Charge
For the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Judge.
Triple M's Lou and Judge for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
Hey Dodo, got any deals on your NBN so you can hook my mum up?
How's this? Save up to $30 a month for 6 whole months.
What? No.
Yeah, Dodo, the real deal. $30 off per month, NBN 100 plan only. Offer in September 30, 2025. New and returning NBN customers only.
If your business needs fast funding, don't get caught offside. With Prosper, you can apply online in less than 10 minutes and get funded in hours. Choose a business loan or line of credit up to $500K. That'll get you over the line. Make extra repayments to save on interest, plus manage your cash flow anytime with the Prosper app. Prosper gets you off the bench and back in the game. Apply today at prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
At Woolworths, get big specials for little bottoms. With Huggies Ultra Dry Nappies 64 to 90 pack, just $27, save $12, plus 10 times everyday rewards points. And double points on every shop. And September 31 stocks last, subject to availability, T&Cs apply.
At Choice Hotels, you get the best value, so you can check into more. And right now, you can get 15% off your next break for stays of 2 nights or more. From regional road trips to beachside getaways, Choice Hotels has over 7,500 locations worldwide and the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, check into more with Choice Hotels. Book by October 31 for select travel dates between October and December only. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for details.
Bunnings Traders got your next build covered with solutions at the framing stage. From townhouses to single dwellings to large developments, we can provide prefabricated frames and trusses specific to your project. It's a fast and efficient way to build. Call 134-TRADE, that's 134872 to find out more.
You picked another try scorer again. Who's feeding you tips?
Honestly, it's Ladbrokes Last 5 Stats feature. It's like having the answers to the test and then watching your teacher mark the paper.
Oh yeah, not bad for a bloke who barely scraped through grade 5.
Punt with Ladbrokes and get more out of your footy multis. Make smart picks with stats from the last 5 games, then track every leg live, all within the app. Go you good thing, go you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
It all comes down to this. The 2025 NRL and NRLW Telstra Premiership Grand Final. One moment can earn a lifetime of glory. Experience the biggest stage in Australian sport at Accor Stadium Sunday 5th October. Get your tickets at nrl.com/tickets.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottlemart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs of $59.99 or $56.99 for more rewards members. Expect more from Bottlemart, like great offers only for members. More rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Bottlemart is more in store. The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back, Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Shane Webke, James Graham, Phil Rockville, Ben Dobbin with you. NRLW prelim final, Brisbane 6, Newcastle 0, 28 minutes left in the first half. Brisbane scored a nice try, dominating at the moment. This is a Sunday Symbian, all thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com today. Gordy not here. He's got the Gordon Tallis Cup, so he's away this week. He'll be back, and grand final coverage will begin at 12 o'clock next week, and we'll be going all the way through to the very end next Sunday with the NRLW grand final, Sunday Symbian, and all encompassing, obviously, the men's final as well. Buzz, Jammer and Webby, obviously with now the Broncos men's game, this prelim's so important for the Broncos, and we talk a lot about Penrith as the Broncos just score another try in the NRLW to make it 10-0. No Pat Carrigan, and we've got this Reynolds, Mam, Willison trio back into this side. We lose Billy Walters, the difference because of an ACL injury. How big a loss, firstly, is the loss of Carrigan, in your opinion, Shane Webke, this afternoon, as he's one of the premier middle forwards?
Look, any time that Pat Carrigan's in as part of your team and he's not available, you lose something. There's no doubt about that. But what the good clubs do, and I'm willing to say the Broncos are back to being that type of club, you throw someone in and you expect them to do the job. They won't do Pat Carrigan's job, but they'll do the job. And I don't think that'd be playing too heavily on the players' minds particularly. They know that the best way to be a good member of the team is to make sure you do your own job properly, and that's what they should be focusing on, and hopefully that's the case.
I think Carrigan's a huge loss.
Oh, just to disagree with me again.
A huge loss. And like I say, when Brisbane were at their best in 23, it was Flagler, it was Haas, and it was Carrigan.
But you bring Willison back in. Smoothie's there. Yeah. You know, they've got some blokes that...
Smoothie's, look, he's a good player, but he's not going to be anywhere near as effective.
No question.
I think we might see plenty more involvement from someone like Tony Staggs. He doesn't need to go looking for the ball, but his backfield carries to get the sets off to a good start are going to be so important. And the extra pressure is on Payne Haas. When you look at Brisbane's middle rotation, you know, often Haas or Carrigan are getting minimal spells because they know the importance. You go back to that Canberra game, I think Haas came off looking for, and then they scored. It was like, oh, hang on a minute, we can salvage this game. They put him back on. You know, Madge Maguire throughout his year in charge has pushed Carrigan and pushed Haas for the absolute maximal. They're at almost capacity. I know obviously some middle forwards would look to bang out 80 minutes, and I think that might be needed from Haas today. Such is the responsibility on his shoulders, and you've said he's fully fit, Dobbo, but obviously at the end of that Canberra game, it looked a different story.
Buzz, it's going to be an interesting scenario with Mam coming back in. He starts at 14. Pake's played 94 minutes straight in that major semi-final against Canberra, but I think a lot of question marks is what are we going to see with Ezra Mam? He's not starting in the halves. He's dead set starting in the 14, and when he comes into this side and gets injected, that's going to be a huge, huge part of how Brisbane, I suppose, show their hand with their game plan.
Yeah, well, they got great insurance there too, don't they? If Adam Reynolds, can't get through the entire football game or breaks down, let's hope he doesn't, and Hunt can go to hooker and Mam can come on at 5'8". They've got some great options by having him there, and I'm sure Madge will inject him into the football game because he's a great player on a big stage. You saw him in that grand final, what was it, 3 years ago? 2 years ago. He had the Clive Churchill medal in the bag there at one stage until Cleary let loose. Just back to Carrigan. I think he's a massive loss, and I'll tell you why. What you do in these games, you look one-on-one at your opponent, and I think if Carrigan was playing, you nearly cancel out Isaiah Yeo, who's the Australian captain, New South Wales. They nearly do, but with Tyson Smoothie there, you don't cancel it out. And I think it's a really, really huge loss for a game of this magnitude, given his origin and test match, which is like finals football. So, but back to Ezra Mam, he'll come on, he'll be fresh, and if he's anything like he was in that grand final 2 years ago, he's going to be a massive handful.
I think that's where, Buzz, I think that's where coaching will come into this. I think it will be a masterstroke for Madge. Well, not a masterstroke, but it'll be his job to decide when the best moment is. And that will be at a point where we've got him on the ropes a bit, where there's some fatigue and all this. And I'm talking late into the first half would be the earliest you'd be putting him on. But if there's some fatigue at the back end of that half, you throw him in there then, that's when he can really make some impact, I should say.
Is there a chance he doesn't get on when we... You look at the halves and teams do it where they have that utility and they're not afraid to change the halves, but the experience of Reynolds and Hunt, it's going to likely require Hunt to start at 6 and then move to 9.
Yeah.
Like the disruption that causes, I wonder, if depending on the flow, I think Mam is there as maybe a joker in the pack.
Well, I think he's exactly that.
To play as
I think you play him how you see to play him, yes.
There's a chance that he doesn't get on.
He'll definitely get on.
No, but I think in the first half there's a chance he doesn't get on.
No,
if this is the game the way I think we're going to see it, it'll be tight and gritty and all of that. If there's not an obvious point where you think, right, we've got him on the ropes here a bit, let's chuck Ezra in and see what we can do. If there's not an obvious point, well, why would you do it?
Because as well, when I'm looking at Brisbane, their attack is quality. It's the feature of their performances recently has been their attack. But been without. I think regarding the setup of their spine, like I said before, the 4 players that are available today was the best on paper at the beginning of the season. But I think Maguire needs more of a defensive approach to this contest. And yeah, it's nice to have Ezra Mam on the bench as a bit of security, or like I say, that bit of a joker, X factor, whatever you want to call it. But I think Brisbane need to be focusing on the defensive aspect of today's game, because we know they've got points. We know when Staggs gets the ball, there's going to be opportunities in and around him. We know that Walsh, if he's given space, and it's a big if, he can capitalise on those rations that Penrith may give you. So for me, it's about the defensive mindset and the defensive substitutions, or tactical substitutions, because I'm even thinking, if the game's in the balance, does Maguire need to put Mam in to try and win the game, or do they keep that same combination of Hunt and Reynolds, maybe perhaps a better defensive?
I think you'll see, and this is my understanding, and is that into the second half they'll bring Pakes from the field, shift Hunt to 9, and bring Mam and obviously Reynolds in the halves together. That is, if they had a perfect solution, that's what they'd like to do. And about 10 minutes into the second half.
Perfect solution for what problem?
Why they've got him there? Well, you don't know it yet. This is the issue.
No, but you said it's a perfect solution. What's the problem?
Well, if they've got Mam on the bench, they're not keeping him there and not playing him. They want him in the game because they believe he can be absolutely their game changer. They are very confident.
But, Dobbo, most coaches, as you know, have a preconceived idea of how to use their interchange.
Correct.
And particularly rolling middle forwards on at different times. I would be shocked if there was an ironclad plan to inject them into the football game. I'm not a player like the other guys on this panel, but I would think psychologically, if you're Penrith at the back end of the halves and you're tired and you saw him on the sideline with his interchange card, it would have some sort of psychological effect. Oh no, here comes Ezra. That grand final performance, that was extraordinary what he did that day.
Yeah, Buzz, I promise you, if you're a front rower and you're tired at the back end of a big game like that, and you see a known playmaker, the likes of him, warming up on the sideline, I promise you there's a psychological effect, and it's a negative one, because you're thinking, by geez, I hope he doesn't run near me. So that's what I'm saying. I think the point is that Madge has to pick the moment, and I don't think there'd be an ironclad way that he's going to do that at this point in time.
Well, time will tell. We are on the countdown to what will be an awesome prelim. Kick-off 4:05. Triple M rocking the footy. This is the Sunday Sin Bin on Triple M.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PRO SPA.
What happened on the plane, Kirsty?
I was on the window seat. There was a rather large guy on the aisle seat. He would not move. I was trying to get over his leg and I fell face first, right into his crutch.
Wow.
Ooh. Was he asleep when you tried to get out, or he was well away?
No.
I would have thrown a packet of chips into the walkway there and he would have got out.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour, tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
You know, McCafe doesn't just serve their rich, delicious new blend. They also have quite well-known burger shops attached to them. Who would have thought? McCafe's new blend. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You know, I've been thinking of getting my own boat. Yeah? Yeah. Nice. Where'd you buy yours again? Hunt's. Hunt's Marine? Yeah. But what about your last boat? Where'd you get that one? Oh, the Quintrex? Yeah. Hunt's Marine. And where'd Steve get his boat? I don't know, I'll ask.
Oi, Steve! Yeah? Where'd you get that boat? Hunt's Marine? Yeah! Nice!
Steve got his boat at Hunt's. Hunt's Marine? Yeah. Nice.
Bunnings Trade is here to help trade customers with quick quotes and pricing on a wide range of supplies, plus stock inquiries, delivery updates and more. Call Trade Assist on 134872 or jump online and we'll help you get what you need fast. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Save Buller to savings. Fiji Airways flash sale has landed. One-way flights from Sydney to Fiji start at just $275. The ultimate tropical escape. Or head to the USA with one-way flights starting from only $595 for a destination or a stopover. Fiji is where you want to be. Fly with Fiji Airways, the Apex world-class award-winning airline offering exceptional service and comfort. Book now at FijiAirways.com or through your travel agent today. Conditions apply.
Broken bricks, falling fences, damaged doors. Gorilla Glue. Of course. It's incredibly strong and 100% waterproof and bonds, well, virtually everything. Gorilla Glue. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
There's no wrong way to eat a national pie. Lift the lid, sauce on the meat, classic. Knife and fork, fancy. Sauce on top, hot or not, go in hard. Be proud of how you eat it, even if it's different. Do it your way, and I'll do it Pie Way. National Pies. Proudly Tassie, proudly different.
National Pies.
Find them with the fresh ready meals at Woolworths.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you pay later at millions of online stores with no interest and no late fees. Get what you want now with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd. Australian Credit Licence 568848.
For the first time ever, the NFL is live on Disney+. Catch the action live this NFL season. From legends to legacies. Dreams to heroes.
If all you had was today, what would you give for tomorrow?
Glory to greatness.
That's like history.
Stream big with the NFL season. Live now on Disney+. The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back, Triple M Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium. Shane Webke, James Graham, Buzzer Offfield, Ben Dobbin with you. All thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com today. 12-0. The Brisbane NRLW side leading Newcastle. 16 minutes left in the first half as Brisbane come off their own line. Crowd building really nicely here. It's a glorious day in southeast Queensland for what will be an awesome prelim. 4:05 the kickoff. Whoever wins will be taking on the Melbourne Storm in the grand final next Sunday night. Joining us now from the Melbourne Storm, the head of football, Frank Panisi. Frank, thanks so much for being with us, and firstly, congratulations. They're hard to get to grand finals. You must be terribly proud of this performance by the Melbourne Storm side and what they delivered on Friday night.
Thanks, Dobbo. Much appreciated. No, you're right. I mean, to get to grand final, it's never taken for granted, and they're so hard to get into. And I think, as Craig Bellamy said on Friday night at his press conference, they're even harder to win. So, we've really just thrilled to be there. But now we want to have a good week to give ourselves the best possible chance to win it, because we've been on both sides of the ledger, and I can guarantee you, I know which one we'd prefer.
G'day, Frank. It's Buzz. Congratulations. I've been arguing here today that you've got a slight advantage over whoever wins this afternoon with the 48 hours of extra preparation. Am I right there? Is there a lot you can do these first couple of days that might help?
Yeah, Buzz, I was certainly not complaining about it, but we didn't ask for it either, so it's just the way it was dealt. But at the end of the day, we've got to make the most of it too. So, last time we played, for example, the Broncos, we had a 7-day break to their 5-day, and they beat us well and truly. I think, in terms of getting your squad right for the week and getting themselves settled, there is an advantage, but you've got to use that advantage as well. And, I think we've got players now that come off 5-day turnarounds, and you've got players that back up after Origin. So whilst there is an advantage, we're certainly not going to rest on our laurels. I think it's going to get us home.
Hey Frank, it's Jimmy Graham here. Congratulations on the win on Friday. I want to ask about Jerome Hughes. He obviously passed the first test with flying colours. How's he pulled up after that enduring game?
Yeah, really well, Jimmy. I mean, it was a phenomenal performance for two reasons. Just coming back 3 weeks after surgery on his forearm, and we've got to remember too that you hurt that arm 15 minutes and he's come back after being out for 5 weeks. So he's had 15 minutes of foot rugby league in the last 2 months, and to come into a preliminary final against a quality opposition and play like he did was enormous. People said it was a risk, and of course it was a risk, but it was a risk we knew we had to take. You need your big players in this time of year. But he has been that confident ever since he got surgery, and the surgeon gave him the thumbs up. He didn't miss any training. He started doing contact basically from the start of the week. So he was ready to go once Friday night happened.
Frank, Shane Webke, mate, I'll add my congratulations to that of the other boys on making the grand final. I just wanted to ask you about Bellyache. I was fortunate enough to be at the Bronx for a couple of grand finals when he was our assistant coach. And I remember how intense he was during those weeks. I'm wondering whether, given the vast experience he's had as Melbourne coach in grand finals, does he approach them any differently now than what he did, say, 10 years ago?
Yeah, there's definitely been a change. Yeah, there has been a change, Shane. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's still got that same DNA. He is intense, and, he just drives the players and the staff. But in fairness to him, he does that whether we're playing round one or we're playing a prelim. That's the beauty of him. He is ultra consistent. That's what he strives for in his team and his players, and he leads the example. And, he doesn't change for finals. It's the same Craig you see during the season. So, but having said that, he has an ability to switch on and off a lot better than, say, 18 years ago when I first started working with him and when you had him as coach.
Absolutely.
Frank, a lot's been made about the refereeing performance from Friday's game with 18 penalties, whatever it was. What were your thoughts? And do you think now there's pressure on the referees, not just in today's game, but next week's game as well, to put the whistle away? And is that something that will enter the heads of the players going into next week?
Yeah, look, I heard Craig Fitzgibbon, Jimmy, after the game, and I couldn't argue with him. I don't think it affected the result of the game, but it lacked a bit of free-flowing at times, especially the first half. I think the second half opened up a lot more. It did surprise us, but that's now pressure, on the referee, because at the same time they can't turn a blind eye to, penalties in the ruck or whatever they are. So, but again, too, it's up to two teams too to make sure they don't give the referee an opportunity to penalise. But yeah, hope it's a free-flowing game. Whoever we play, whether it's Penrith or the Broncos, we certainly prefer that. With especially the spine that we've got, they want a quick game, and no doubt the opposition, whatever team wins today, will be exactly the same. So hopefully we get that next week, Jim.
Hey Frank, Stefano Utoikamanu, I thought was among the best on the park the other night. Can you take us through what State of Origin camp did for him this year as a footballer? And I know you think he came back to Melbourne Storm probably a better footballer from that experience.
It's a great point you make there, Buzz, and it's exactly why we love our players to be involved in Origin, because they do come back better players. The experience of him being around all those players for 3 consecutive camps, and even though probably he didn't play at his absolute best during Origin, and he'd be the first to say that, what he's taken back and brought back to the Storm, and he's just gone to another level. So I think that's a great advertisement. You want your players involved in Origin, because they do come back better players.
Frank, I want to give you a quick wrap. you've been an integral part of this squad for so long with Craig. But, mate, we could have lost you to the AFL during the off-season. Is that right? You were approached by Collingwood to take on a role there?
That's nice to give me a rap, Buzz, because we usually have a few blues during the year. So
well, mate,
I think we've got...
Everybody blues with you,
We've
Frank.
still got 1 week to go, Buzz, so we can stay strong for a week. Look, it was... No, look, Buzz, we got close links with a few of the AFL clubs, and it was to be asked, I felt, quite privileged to be asked, but, rugby league's been my game. I love the game, and more important, I love what we're trying to do down here in Storm. I mean, obviously the NRL has been flying for a while, but we're trying to build the pathways and get more Victorian kids coming through, and I'm quite passionate about it. So whilst, the approach was made, I was never really serious about leaving for the simple reason, because I really want to build these pathways in Victoria and get more Victorian kids playing for the Melbourne Storm.
Hey, Frank, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, there's been a bit of worry in the commentary box today about the potential illness of Teddy Swims, and obviously a lot of hype around the Snoop Dogg. Will you be sneaking off at half-time to get a glimpse of Teddy Swims, or you'll just be concentrating on business?
Jimmy, I've got to do a Google on who Teddy Swims is, to be brutally honest with you, but I'm sure he's very, very good. So I can't say, whilst Snoop Dogg was interesting to watch yesterday, I can't say that's my music, mate.
The way Buzz and Dobbo have been carrying on, mate, this is a ticket that can't be missed, so I reckon you should miss the half-time team talk and stay out there.
No, stop it, Jamie. Jeez, Jamie, you're negative. Hey, Frank, you look back on last year and you get another chance. In grand finals, you never take for granted. Is there anything that you'll change in your preparation that you might have got wrong last year? I know it was such a close game and, there was a couple of decisions in there, but do you look at that and review in a grand final week what you got right and what you got wrong?
Yeah, definitely. And we've done a fair that in the pre-season. We had a fairly in-depth review of the grand final when we first got back to pre-season at our Geelong camp in January, and we went through it, and we've addressed it a few times. We've come back to it during the year. And there's two things that, the off-field, how we prepare the week, because as the boys there know, it's the grand final week is completely different to a normal week. And some of our players admitted last year they didn't handle the week as well as they should have. Most of it was their first grand final. So the fact they've been through what a grand final week works to get their preparation right has been the biggest thing. And the game itself is the same. It was probably the intensity of it last year's grand final shocked a few of the players, and I think it's hard to train for that, but we're certainly aware of it. So, with the exception of Big Steph and Barlu, the other 15 players played last year and have played in grand finals before. So that itself is going to be a big learning.
Hey, Frank, just quickly, just not grand final related, but Jonah Pezzett obviously was sensational against the Bulldogs. He was my man of the match in that game, and there's been talk this week about a potential loan deal for the season. Is that something that Melbourne are looking to entertain?
Yeah, it's a tough one, Jimmy, because he's such a quality player, and what people also don't realise, for a young bloke, he's that intelligent. He's a terrific player to have around the squad. To have a quality player at his standard as a backup to, Cameron Munson and Jerome Hughes, outstanding. But we also got to think what's best for him, and if that means potentially loaning, well, it's certainly we'll look at, but it's certainly far from decided. We'll have a look at it the end of the year and see what's best. But yeah, he's going to be a special player. But he's a great player to have the club now because he's so intelligent. He makes other players better. So it's a discussion we'll have at the end of the year.
Frank, we really appreciate it. Well done to your Jersey Flegg grand final team as well, winning 38 points to 18. That's a great win for your Jersey Flegg for Melbourne. So appreciate you. Best of luck throughout the course of the week, and we'll catch you sometime during the course of the week and obviously next Sunday.
Thanks, Robbo. Thanks, boys.
Good on you. There's Frank Panisi, the head of football at the Melbourne Storm, doing a great job. Tommy Hackett from Ladbrokes, a very good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Hello, boys. Happy prelim final day.
Yeah, good that you finally picked up the phone, mate. We've been trying you for an hour, but anyway, you do you on a glorious Sunday. Now, this afternoon's clash between the Broncos and the Panthers is one of the most anticipated games in recent memory. Where are the punters leaning with all their money at the moment, mate?
The punters are pretty split on this one. It is the Penrith Panthers that are the favourites. No surprises there. They're $1.68. Brisbane goes $2.20. But if you look at the Ladbrokes bet ticker, the big money is split almost 50-50 here. Punters really struggling to split these two sides. There's been money for both teams, and the same game multis have been really popular as well.
Yeah, I like that. Both teams have scored plenty of tries during the season to date. Who's the favourite for the first try scorer?
Ryan Toto, as he often is the favourite in this market. He's $7.75. Good support for Paul Alamotti. He's $8.25. No surprises. The best back for either side, clearly the best back Bronco, is Reece Walsh. Currently $9.75 is easily the worst result for the Ladbrokes book. I think if you're looking for one at a price, Dylan Edwards at $17, I think is over the odds. And Liam Martin can find the try line in a big game. I've seen him be the first try scorer in Origin before. He's $26. I think that's a big price.
Tommy, just on behalf of everyone at Triple M, my apologies for our host introduction.
Why are you apologising?
Because it was a rude way to
introduce
the
We
great
tried him for half an hour and he didn't answer the phone.
So why do you need to bring that up on air? He's one of the major partners of this show.
Oh, here we go.
He's one of the major partners of this show. He's the boss at Ladbrokes.
Can you please
and you're slagging him off.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Complete and utter muppetry.
Is that a word?
We need our valued partner.
Oh, God almighty.
And you're there like...
Take him off air, Chicker, for God's sake.
Look, listen, Tommy, only one more week to go. And then next year, look, things are going to look very differently.
Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate you standing up for me, Jimmy, as you always do. Well, I did think it was a little bit rude from Dobbo. I didn't want to start throwing assertions around, but maybe it's the Triple M phone systems that we're in a bit of trouble. I'm just putting that
ahead. Yeah.
He always loves deflecting, Tommy Hackett. Don't worry about that. Go on.
Tommy, the hosted pots are going from strength to strength.
Yes,
We've got that happening on the buy around, teaming up with Ladbrokes. Mate, we are coming to you to give us a little tip for that hosted pot to round out this Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, hosted pot's going very well, Jimmy. I've got one here. I think it's pretty achievable, and you're still getting a good price. So, Ryan Toto to score a try at any time, Casey McLean to score a try at any time, Reece Walsh to score a try at any time. You put those three together, you get $6.54. And these Sunday afternoons have been absolute fill-ups for the punters with the same game multis. And I think that it's another good opportunity here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm looking forward to my hosted pot as well this afternoon. I might even get involved in that. Good on you, Tommy Hackett. Appreciate your time. We'll see you next week, mate.
Thanks, boys. Enjoy the game.
Punt with Ladbrokes and enjoy more ways to multi this footy season. Download the Ladbrokes app today. Chances are you're about to lose.
Can I just say to you now, I don't know what's happened in the last 24 hours. I don't know what's going on in your own life. But when you come into this environment, we like happiness. Can you believe how negative he's been, Shane Webke, in the first 2 hours?
Look, I don't mind anger and negativity, to be honest with you. It's the one true emotion that humans have.
Yeah.
You can trust it and all the rest of it, but he's overdoing it.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I need to know.
I'm a product of my environment.
Yeah, okay.
So...
Well, have a look at home what's going on. We're going to take a break, come back. This is Sunday Simping on Triple M.
Shut up! The boys on Triple M! This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Triple M's Lou and Josh.
Ready for Lou and Josh
for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Josh.
Triple M's Lou and Josh for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
You could win $150,000 in next week's St. John Christmas Home Lottery Mega Draw. There's over 10,000 prizes to be won in the $7.5 million prize pool, including the $5 million grand prize package. You don't want to miss out. Enter before midnight Sunday for your chance to win $150,000. Your ticket will also be entered into all the weekly prize draws. Buy your tickets now at stjohnlottery.com.au. Licensed GOCAU/2578. Terms and conditions apply.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
If your business is sitting outside of finals contention, Prosper is the X factor that'll get you back in the winner's circle. Prosper offers same-day business funding with no upfront asset security on loans up to $150K. And you can make unlimited extra repayments to save on interest. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Prosper keeps your business in play as Australia's #1 online lender to small business. Apply today at prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hear that? That's the sound of more than 2 million Aussies who've shaken the weight with the Man Shake. Try Australia's #1 weight loss shake for men. The Man Shake. Weight loss that works. Start now at themanshake.com.au.
What's better than one new polo shirt? 3 new polo shirts, of course. At Lowe's, you could pay $29.95 for one or 2 for $50. But why? When you can get 3 polos for just $60. And summer shorts, same deal. 1 pair $29.95, 2 for $50 or 3 for $60. That's like getting the 3rd pair free. And don't miss fishing polos, adults and kids, just $30. Save $10. So stock up and save on selected styles at Lowe's.
Everyone loves a bit of backyard cricket. But how about something even better, designed specifically for kids? Woolworths Cricket Blast is fun, fast and always on the move. Imagine the fun. Join your local team today. Search Play Cricket.
A welcoming click of the water heating, the familiar crunch of beans grinding down, the comforting chug-chug of water being pumped, and a hot hiss softly escaping. Then, finally, a quiet drip, drop, drip, drop. A delicious coffee being brewed, just one of the everyday sounds waiting to be rediscovered. Whatever sounds you've lost, our hearing experts could help you find them again. To book a hearing appointment, search Specsavers Audiology.
Thrill winners don't seek trophies, they seek prizes. From King Chrome, Philips Hue, Isuzu and Temper with Monopoly at Macca's. 1 in 3 chances to win, only in the My Macca's app. Ends October 14. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back. Triple M Sunday Sin Bin, all thanks to Prosper. Don't get tackled by cash flow stress. Keep your business moving with Prosper's fast funding options. Visit prosper.com today. Sunday Sin Bin, the great buzzer off-field jammer. Shane Webke in for Gordon Tallis, who's obviously got the Gordon Tallis Cup up in Townsville, and also Ben Dobbin. Now, the NRLW first half, Brisbane 24, Newcastle 6, 2 minutes 30 left. And a big shout out to everybody in the car travelling as we are on air. 4:05 will be kick-off for the prelim final. Penrith taking on the Brisbane Broncos. Dan Ganane will be your caller for that one. Yes, James.
Why only shouting out to the people in the car?
There's a lot of people in the car.
What about those people living, listening from
people at home in the sheds, people working on the farm, wherever, mate. I'm just saying there's people travelling at the moment.
But what's the difference between them and
people? Well, the general rule, people have the radio on in the car. So I was just being thoughtful and respectful. I've got friends in the car at the moment travelling around, just saying hello to them all. Shout out.
So Jobbo, can I make a point?
Yes,
can I make a point? Now, I haven't been in radio all that long.
Yeah.
But you should be sucking up to the people at home. You know why?
Why is that?
They're the ones who have ratings books. People in the car don't. So just be nice to them.
Well, they don't have homes. What, they live in their cars, do they?
Well, how are you going to fill out? How are you going to fill out a ratings booklet?
Of courage.
You can't fill a booklet out while you're driving. Okay.
Yeah, well said, Buzz.
Okay. It's a Sunday. I've already got a headache. Webber, you can understand why I've lost a lot of hair and gone grey.
It's a lesson on how to burn up 4 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is with this kind of bloke.
Right, crap. Anyway.
Hey, Buzz, just quickly before we get to Mitsubishi Triton Toughest Player, there's an update on Will Kennedy that you'd like to give everybody.
Just spoke to Dino Mezzatesta, the Sharks CEO, and he's off contract from October 31. But the Sharks are keen to keep him. Problem is they've run out of salary cap space. The best they can offer is between $300,000 and $350,000. He thinks he's worth more like $450 towards $500. You know, big money. Fullbacks are on. So
well, he's worth more than that. He's worth more than that.
Ashley Klein's on 300.
Ashley Klein's on 300.
I knew you were going to say that, Jimmy. I knew you were going to say that.
Imagine that. And the grand final referee for next year is Will Kennedy.
No, but I tell you, Will Kennedy is...
Can I finish?
Go.
Mate, I was about to get to the point of what I learnt from the Dino Mezzatesta phone call. What will happen is this. Will Kennedy will sign for 1 year and 1 year only. He will then hope that, and there's mail that Mal Meninga might take him to Perth on the money we probably think he's worth, more around the 500 mark. But they do not have the cap space to do any better next year. So 1 year at Cronulla, then off to Perth is what I'm thinking will happen.
Hey, Buzz, are the Sharks considering adjusting the balance of their roster. When I look at them, they've got plenty of
middles,
front row stocks. Would there be an opportunity for one of those players to go somewhere else and get more minutes? Because I just don't think you can fit them all in. You've got Hamlin Welle, you've got Rudolph, you've got Hazelton, you've got Kafusi, Fanua Blake, McInnes, Colquhoun. That's a lot of good quality middle forwards.
And as you say, there are a lot of clubs, particularly South Sydney, are looking for middle forwards. And George Illawarra are looking for middle forwards. And I think Kennedy and his agent were sitting back waiting to see if there would be some more cap space freed up if one of their middles was offloaded. Look, and I think it's one of the reasons behind Cronulla's success is they're so strong. There's so much depth in those positions, and you get injuries all year, but they can just keep rolling new front rowers on. And but look, I agree with you. I think they need to look at the roster balance. They're a very settled, stable side, have been for 3 years, but I think they're too heavy there. And that side the other night, I think, lacked an X factor, and somehow they're going to have to try and find one before I think they do make a grand final.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting. We will unpack the Shucks later. Mitsubishi Triton, toughest player. Thanks to Mitsubishi Triton, nothing can frighten a Triton. Who is your Mitsubishi Triton toughest player?
Oh, look, this is an easy one, isn't it, Ben? I mean, you look back to Friday's game and, the injury cloud around Jerome Hughes, the shoulder, the wrist, not played a lot of football, but you could forgive Jerome Hughes for going into that contest and just surviving, looking to survive, maybe defending in a different position or play more of a passing game, kicking game, playing a dinner suit as it's known in the industry. But while he was after the collision, he was after the contest, that try that he scored with all that attention, it takes some real courage to go out there with a broken arm. And,
there's a bloke here that's done it. He won a premiership with a broken arm. And Willison, Shane Webke, can you just give it? I know we're going back to 2006. I get it, but can you just talk about
2000?
2000, sorry.
So that's 25 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's old news.
Yeah, but you played with a broken arm, and you played.
Yeah, but that makes it sound a bit more melodramatic than what it is.
Well, what was it?
Well, it was a broken arm, but
I don't know how many. I said you play with a broken arm. Oh, that's melodramatic. What was it? It was a broken arm. Yeah, okay. So I was right.
Yeah, but okay. Look at what's at stake, right? And remember too, even 25 years ago, like the Bronx were always at the forefront of medical stuff and all the rest of it. So you looked after incredibly well. And then, like, in terms of the guards they give you and all the rest of it, every bit of support you need to play is there, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is, when you play, and when you're lucky enough, as your kid is your dreams to go and be a footballer, rest, and then you become one. Then you get the opportunity to potentially to play. I had to play in the preliminary final, exactly the same as Hughes, to obviously be part of the grand final side. When you have that opportunity, I promise you, if you had a broken arm, Dobbo, even you, P-hearted you'd play.
You can speak, please.
Well, I tell you what, if you think playing in a grand final with a broken arm is courageous, have you ever taken a selfie with a broken neck?
I'm not going to double up on this.
I'm not. Mate, I don't know where you get this mindset about this, mate.
Imagine the courage. You've got a broken neck, and what can you do? I'm just going to take a photo of myself.
I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times I can tell you I didn't take a photo with a broken neck.
I'm just reading the story online now. Broncos prop powerhouse Shane Webke will carry a broken arm that is not fully healed into the 2000 grand final against the Roosters Stadium. The Dally M prop of the year broke his arm in round 24 with the Dragons, and after X-rays it would require 8 weeks to heal, mate. You've come back 8 weeks early.
You did. You came back. So can you talk about you talk about the mental mindset and that, but there must have been something more. Like you knew it was broken. You were going to do more damage, or that guard protected it completely.
Nothing can protect it completely. And what the doc was worried about is obviously when you got a fracture or a weak point in there, it's partially healed, but it's not healed. If you hit it hard enough again, potentially it breaks all the way and then it becomes a compound fracture. That was the thing they warned me about, and that on the way out, bones can slice tendons and nerves and stuff, and you can end up with some pretty serious damage. That wasn't worrying me. What was concerning me back in that era at the Broncos was very, very special. And we had great sides and very good teams. The only thing I was really thinking about is if I broke that arm, because it doesn't matter. In the end, the decision is yours, right? Wayne had told me that I had to play in the preliminary final if I wanted to play in the grand final, so I made the decision based on that. But the overriding thing is that if I break it early, if I break it in the first 5 minutes, I'm going to look like the most selfish bugger who ever played. And more than that, not that you can't win with 16, you can, but it would, if we lose the game, I'm never going to forgive myself for doing it. And that was my only concern. And don't, I'm not trying to say that it's like some sort of hard man not worried about ramifications of that. I was confident enough in what the doctors had told me, the guard that they'd made for me. I was confident that all that would protect me enough. So the only real decision I had to make was I prepared to potentially let our team down. And that was the hardest decision of all of it.
Was it your left arm or your right arm?
Left.
So can I ask you this? And did you get needled? Was there any pain in it? Because when things are healing, it still hurts. Do you have to get it needled before you put that guard on it?
No.
You just put the guard on
it? No needles. And it was sore. I couldn't. If you watch, I played all right in the preliminary final, but it was the grand final. It was the hard one. And you would have thought, okay, all the pressure's off. It was all I think it was the nerves and everything of that first game. I wasn't too much thinking about it. But in the second week, everyone forgot about it.
Yeah.
Oh, his arm's right. He's played. It was sorer that week and harder that week than it was the first time. And so the grand final, I really didn't play a big role in that game, but other than just being there. And it was the preliminary final was the easier bit of it, to be honest.
Well, Jerome Hughes is your toughest player, but we could give him an award, wind it back 25 years and give him the Mitsubishi Triton toughest player, I reckon, Gemma, don't you, for that kind of thing? I mean,
I'd love to have played against this fella.
Really?
I would have.
What? Okay.
Well, because you're an ugly footballer. Like, I was an ugly footballer. I just would have been nice to play against you.
Really? You would have been
because he, like,
we nearly
old school, where it wouldn't matter if he potentially accidentally hit me a little bit high. I'm not going to cry about it. We're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like men.
So what, you retired after the 06 grand final, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we nearly played. So Brisbane played St Helens the first game of 07 World Cup Challenge.
Oh, I was there. I was at the game. But I was using my arm in a different way. Anyway.
We're going to take a break. Half-time here. The Brisbane Broncos are leading 24 points to 12 in this prelim NRLW final. We're going to take a break. Come back. The countdown is on as Triple M rocks the footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Sport.
Uncover well-kept secrets with listeners' lineup of investigative podcasts. Download the free listener app and search Uncover.
Hey there, it's Stephen Zoyce with you. The Broncos will be looking to avenge their 2023 heartbreak as they face the Panthers again this Arvo in the prelim final. Triple M's James Graham says they have everything to play for at Suncorp.
My concern for Brisbane today, it's not about the makeup of the spine. It's how their forward pack or players can interject themselves in game field position.
Meanwhile, their cross-code counterparts, the Lions, are returning to Brisbane to continue their back-to-back premiership celebrations. It comes after a dominant grand final win against the Cats yesterday, following a second-half onslaught. Veteran Dane Zorko telling Nine it's been amazing to share it with their fans today.
To see how many are here again today, it'll be similar when we get back to Brisbane this afternoon. It's as much for them as it is for us. So the support's amazing, it always has been, and it's nice having two homes.
Freedom's mid-season sale is on now. Save up to 30% off selected sofas, furniture and homewares. Don't miss out. Sale on now, only at Freedom.
25 degrees at Suncorp Stadium for later this Arvo, where we're counting down to the Broncos and Panthers as Triple M rocks footy.
What happened on the plane, Kirsty?
I was on the window seat. There was a rather large guy on the aisle seat. He would not move. I was trying to get over his leg and I fell face first right into his crutch.
Wow.
Ooh. Was he asleep when you tried to get out, or he was well
No.
awake? I would have thrown a packet of chips into the walkway there and he would have got out.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour, tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
You know, McCafe doesn't just serve their rich, delicious new blend. They also have quite well-known burger shops attached to them. Who would have thought? McCafe's new blend, I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Outgrowing your apartment means waiting for your turn to use the bathroom. Waiting for your turn to use the remote. Waiting for your turn to use the home office /wardrobe/playroom/sunroom. And waiting for your turn to use the bathroom again. Come on. Go from packed to the rafters to the space you're after with Westpac's local home loan specialists. To get it done, it takes a little Westpac. T's and C's, eligibility, lending criteria, fees and charges apply.
Hurry, share with your sister. Collect double bonus points on every shop at Woolworths. Just tap Boost in the Everyday Rewards app before you shop in-store or online to earn double points. Hurry, the big points blitz ends this Tuesday. Offer ends September 30th. T's and C's apply.
Hi, Rodney Jane here from Bob Jane T-Marts. Want a free tyre? Buy 3 Bridgestone, Kumho or J-Trax tyres and the 4th tyre's free. Plus get up to $200 instant cashback on selected Pirelli or Bridgestone tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you. T's and C's apply.
Punt with Ladbrokes and get more out of your footy multis. Make quick, smart picks with stats and insights from the last 5 games. Then track your multi in real time or within the Ladbrokes app. Go you good thing, go you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottlemart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs are $59.99 or $56.99 for More Rewards members. Expect more from Bottlemart, like great offers only for members. More Rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Bottlemart. It's more in store.
At Bunnings Trade, you can load up on landscaping. Get in store for all your turf, plants and garden supplies. Plus, we do bulk orders and delivery to site. Shop now or call 134 872. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Welcome back. Triple M Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium. All thanks to Prosper. Shane Webke, James Graham, Buzz Rockville, Ben Dobbin. 4:05's the kickoff. Dan Ganane will be your head caller, and he joins us in the commentary box.
Hello, Dobbo.
Hello, Dan.
I cannot wait for this game.
Yeah.
It's Buzz. I got a title for this game. If it's good, you ready for it?
Give it
game of the century. Now maybe that's a little over the top.
Over the top.
That's a little over the top. But if this.
The game of the century was in Canberra 2 weeks ago. Don't get too excited.
Well, if this goes to Golden Point prelim, 250,000 tried to get tickets for this. Dobbo, I read today, it's the most in-demand
event ever
in Brisbane. So think of all the concerts.
Wow.
You've had an AFL Grand Final
out there Ed
here.
Sheeran in trying to get tickets.
That's big. You've had an NRL Grand Final here when you can only fill half the joint because of COVID, yet this is the most in demand. The place is buzzing. Outside, it's like magic round.
And they don't even have any halftime entertainment?
Well, they do. They've got anyway. Look,
you got to let it go,
You've got some issue on the show so far.
No. See, you've already in a defensive mode. I just said I haven't given a critique on the show. I remember I used to come in, give a critique, and I stopped doing that because I thought it was, a bit nasty. But I thought it's probably time for a halftime show critique, right? Because we're on till 4, and I thought just a halftime speech.
Can I just add something? Somebody's not overly happy about the 4-hour lead-in. Who he said if he knew the time frame, he wouldn't have done it.
If I didn't have the same attitude when it comes to invoicing, if I didn't have the same attitude, I'd say something. But Shane Webke, may I say, this is a critique. You've been fantastic. You have fit in magnificently.
That's not exactly a rap, actually, that I'm fitting in.
Now,
that's probably not what I wanted to hear.
Now, for the regulars, Jimmy Graham, excellent performance, but I feel like not only have you got to bring your own level of sort of anger towards Dobbo, but you got to carry Gordy's anger.
Well. Yeah,
You've been very
is a good observation.
That's very right.
You're doing twice the nasty. Just pull it back a little.
Okay.
Just
I think you're right.
You're right.
I know you're excited about.
He's a team man, and because Gordy's not.
I understand. Yeah, but you don't need to take twice as many hit-ups.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Buzz. Firstly, I love that piece in the paper today. Congratulations.
High stakes.
What did he do? What about?
Well, he talked about how he started, and it was.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were going to get to that.
Beautiful, beautiful, piece.
Phenomenal.
Well worth reading. But Buzz, I've noticed something on what's happened in the last couple of weeks. You have got your first ratings smack high because we went number one, and now you're part of that. And the observation a few minutes ago to Dobbo came from nowhere. Don't tell people not to. Cars. That comes, Buzz, because you've had your first hit.
Yeah. It's a sugar hit.
Your first high, and you don't want to let it go. True or false?
Mate, I've dragged
Ratings
every
books.
pensioner that listened to that other station over to FM radio.
Well, we're thankful for that. We're thankful for that.
Do you know I actually looked at that? Our 65-plus audience has gone up 4 times since the start of the year.
Is that right?
That's not a joke. And we finally cracked into the 2GB wheelhouse there. So that's my only critique.
The only problem with this network, are you able to hold our audience when you start calling?
Oh, I think
that's a pretty all right. We don't need to go down that.
I think we can send you some literature on that. Buzz.
I was expecting no comment, but anyway.
Talking about I've seen the numbers. You'd probably want to stop there.
Self praise is no praise.
No,
We just say that.
Now, Dobbo.
Oh, here we go.
I feel like 2 things. You don't smash the sponsor at the end of the year. You can do it. I do it with, the bed company
who are we
that I
talking
deal
about?
with.
Prosper?
No.
Oh, Ladbrokes.
Right. I take pride in hammering Sportsbet all year, but then, when you suck up to them, the last show of the year, because that's the one they remember.
We've got next week. You
can't hit the Ladbrokes bloke.
And also
the second last show of the year.
And also, aren't you trying to crowbar into Ladbrokes?
We already have crowbar. We're already in there. We've already in there. We've already crowbarred
Kiss goodbye to that.
Well, no, I can just tell you this now. Tommy Hackett, I've still got words with him because of what you and him did trying to set me up, and I haven't forgotten about that.
Dobbo, with the ratings surge that I've provided
See what I mean?
He
He can't let it go.
I'm sure you'll be talking new rates with your bookmaking partner. Now we're number 1.
Listen, I just want to let you know something. You've only been here for 8 weeks. There's another bloke by the name of James Hooper had a lot to do with it, so you just can quieten down, please.
He sure did, mate. He sure did.
Now, I've noticed something. It's not even a criticism. It's just your attitude when we do a Brisbane game.
Yes.
I think you're a bit more assertive. I think, Jimmy, he feels like we're in his house, Dobbo.
Correct.
And he's at the head of the table.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm noticing every question that's put out to the team, bang, he's onto it before anyone else.
No.
Again, not a criticism. It's an observation.
When are we allowed to critique Dan?
You can critique me anytime
we won't be
you
doing
want.
that. No, we won't do that. We don't start fighting.
But anyway, you're sounding great. I just saw a little halftime review. But Webby, star of the show.
Yeah.
You are welcome back anytime.
We're going to take a break. That's enough love in. We'll come back Sunday Simbin live from Suncorp Stadium.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Triple M's Lou and Charge. Ready for Lou and Charge for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Judge. Triple M's Lou and Judge for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
Punt with Ladbrokes and get more out of your footy multis. Make quick, smart picks with stats and insights from the last 5 games. Then track your multi in real time, all within the Ladbrokes app. Chances are you're about to lose.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottle Mart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs of $59.99 or $56.99 for more rewards members. Expect more from Bottle Mart, like great offers only for members. More rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply. Bottle Mart.
You've got a sore shoulder from yesterday, but those disc brakes won't fix themselves. You need pain relief from muscle and joint injuries. New Celebrex Relief. Works hard because you do. New Celebrex Relief. Ask your pharmacist about this product. Incorrect use could be harmful.
Does your business cash flow need a spark to come off the bench to make that winning play? Prosper's business line of credit can provide your business with a safety net of funds to cover day-to-day expenses. Draw down on what you need when you need it and only pay interest on what you use. Prosper have helped over 50,000 small businesses stay in the game. Apply today at prosper.com. That's PROSPA. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
And Robert, do you promise to care for Sarah? Like my car's lifetime guarantee on all work with almost any car repair.
I do? Get the care you deserve at My Car Tyre and Auto. People first. T's and C's apply.
A campfire crackles and pops. A native bird trills in the far distance. Waves crash gently onto the shore, and the crickets start to hum. A tent zips open, and the sound of quiet laughter emerges. A night by the fire under the stars. An orchestra of everyday sounds waiting to be rediscovered. Whatever sounds you've lost, our hearing experts could help you find them again. To book a hearing appointment, search Specsavers Audiology.
For the first time ever, the NFL is live on Disney+. Catch the action live this NFL season.
It's there! Jackpot!
From legends to legacies. Dreams to heroes.
If all you had was today, what would you give for tomorrow?
Glory to greatness.
That's like history!
Stream big with the NFL season. Live now on Disney+.
Bunnings Trade is here to help trade customers with quick quotes and pricing on a wide range of supplies, plus stock inquiries, delivery updates and more. Call Trade Assist on 134872 or jump online and we'll help you get what you need fast. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Welcome back. Triple M Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium as the countdown continues for this prelim final. I was about to say grand final. Prelim final between Penrith and the Brisbane Broncos.
Just
in the NRLW.
Just after Dan's.
In the NRLW
just
game.
After Dan's.
Can you not jump in, please?
Talk, mate, and you.
24 points to 6. Brisbane are leading the Newcastle Knights. Let's talk the Kangaroos. Great news this week with Tino Fa'asuamaleaui announcing that he will remain and he has unfinished business as a Kangaroo, Webby. I thought that was a real shot for Kevin Walters. I know that Kevy was the first bloke Kevy went and saw and wanted to talk to him. I believe, with what I'm hearing, that Katoni Staggs will also go that way and remain a Kangaroo. But it bodes well for an unbelievable Ashes series. I'm not overly happy about Victor Radley not in that side. I understand that. Not quite sure. Is he suspended or what is the behind that? He should be in that English side, but that's a whole nother discussion, Gemma. But great news for the Kangaroos.
Yeah, I think it is. I will say this though. Our players, so many of them have Islander heritage now and can play for these other nations, and not in fact nations all over the planet. But I've never had a problem with the ability, and I know they're doing it in World Cup years when you can go play, but you don't diminish your right to play for Australia. I think though in these years where it's an Ashes series, we want the best Australian side up against the best English side. So I think that's when you bring that together. But I think it is a positive that the likes of Big Tino are willing to commit. I just like for them to have the freedom. Why do I like that? Because it strengthens our international game. When these players who are big in the NRL go back to these island nations and play and represent those countries, not only does it does it help that nation in the standing in terms of, and I know that's World Cups, but different tournaments as well. It also encourages the kids of those islands to aspire to be that. Yep. So I think it's a really healthy thing for the international game to allow that, but also, and I'm not sure how that framework works, about making sure that we always pick a really good Australian side as well.
Yeah, look, it's a huge inclusion for the Australians. Massive. You know, when you look at the quality front rowers in our game here in the NRL today, the elite are Tarpany, Haas, Tina. Like they're the three premier front rowers, and you know, for Haas to defect to Samoa, you know, you've got people like Collins, like Cotter, like Lindsay Smith, Max King, for example, Carrigan, and Carrigan's more of a lock, but he can play a bit of middle as well. But for Tino Fasuamalahawe to be at the disposal of Australia and Kevin Walters is a huge boost. He is elite when it comes to middle forward. So massive shot in the arm for them. A couple of weeks ago, I jokingly said about how this Victor Radley thing was a ploy to get him out of the Ashes. And look, I'm bitterly disappointed with this. I really am. Make what you want of the suspension. Take that aside. It's now a 13-week suspension, because if you're going to put international football on a pedestal, which we want to do, stop calling it a 10-game ban. Yeah, it is now a 13-game ban.
I don't know about that, Jimmy. He's made the decision himself.
Oh, Buzz,
he has made the decision himself. He has.
Buzz, I heard him quoted about a week ago saying he was delighted he was still going to play for England.
Yeah, I heard him when he had a press conference at St Vincent's Hospital last week, and he made a $30,000 donation, talking about how messy his life is, and he's had to postpone his wedding and do all other and win back, you know, the trust of family and friends and things like that. And I don't think he's in the right frame of mind to go to England, and I think he's genuine about that.
But Buzz, he actually said he was excited to go.
Yeah, but that was before.
You reckon he's been pushed and told, "Hey, listen, you're not going." You reckon, like, and I'm not trying to go down the conspiracy theory, Jeremy. You believe that he's had a little tap on the shoulder and said,
"It's a 13-game ban."
Right.
It's not a 10. It's not a. But how? Yeah. If you want to value international football,
yeah, I agree with this part. I do agree.
You want
to
value international
football. So he should only
football.
have 7. He should only have 7 NRL games.
I don't know, but it's a 13-game ban to not. For him not to play. Now, you could...
This wasn't an NRL sanction. This was a Roosters sanction, this 10-game ban. This wasn't an NRL sanctioned ban. So
I genuinely think that he's trying to patch things up at home and win back the trust even of his pregnant partner, that he does not want to go to England. And I think it's changed once those...
But Buzz, he said that he was excited to play.
Yeah, but that was prior to all the text messages coming out. But anyway, look, there's so many other...
What difference does it make? Like, it
makes a huge difference. He wasn't in trouble when he said that.
No, this is after he was suspended, and he had his...
But it's a Rooster suspension.
It's a Rooster suspension, not.
It's nothing to do with the NRL.
No, it's not.
No, but
well, therefore, why does it affect his ability to play for England?
Well, this is what we're trying to...
Well, so he clearly doesn't want to play. If he's not playing, it's because he doesn't want to play.
He was quoted. He was going to play.
Surely the Roosters can't stop him playing for England if he wants to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the NRL are on record.
Someone not wanting to play for the Union Jack. Oh, shame.
I tell you what I find interesting with this Kangaroos side is fullback, and I know Tedesco will...
Hang on. What, Buzz, before we get...
Sorry.
You can't tell me. Are you not buying that? That you think you're buying that Victor's made this decision all by himself?
I'm absolutely certain he has.
Why would the Roosters... Just answer me this, Jimmy. I'm not trying to be half smart. Why would the Roosters, if he really wants to play for England, and obviously they got the issue with the 10 games here, why would they stop him? It's post NRL.
No.
Why would they stop him? Why would they stop him?
Because they don't want him to go.
They want him to be punished. And they would see it as not being punished.
He is being punished. He's been fined $100,000. But he's missing the first 10 games next year.
Well, he's missing 13. What Jammer's trying to say is he's missing
13 games.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's...
After the incident.
You've just added 3.
after the incident, unless my memory is failing me, I'm sure he said that, he was still going to go and be a part of the Ashes. And then a week later, I think the Roosters have had a quiet discussion. Well, no, I'm not going to even mention it. But, I just don't think it's purely come from him.
Well, you know what? And he's gone out of his way to say this. He's in total agreement with the punishment that the Roosters have handed down. So there hasn't been...
But, Buzz, he's not going to come out and disagree with it, is he?
Well, I don't know. If it was too harsh, he probably would.
He can't,
or his manager would.
He couldn't because he's going against his employers who he's desperate to stay with. So he's gonna publicly come out and say he accepts it.
Well,
no, we're going to agree.
And he obviously has, but he's not going to say, "Oh, it's a bit harsh."
Can I move on to?
Do you think he's turned his back on the union, Jack? I'm just asking you. As a proud Englishman, do you think he's turned his back on the flag?
I'm not going to say that.
I'm just asking that.
You're trying to put words.
No, I'm just asking a question.
You're trying to find me up.
I just was asking a question.
Not going to take a
Don't
lot,
point.
Really.
Do not point.
Jimmy,
What do you think?
we cannot afford to have you on news.com.au again tomorrow.
We are going to get to that. We are going to get to that very shortly. We're getting that very shortly. Can we just talk about the what this Australian side looks like now? And you talked about the fullback spot. It has been said in different areas of the media that this is a audition this afternoon between Reece Walsh and Dylan Edwards. Now, all roads look to James Tedesco to win the Dally M this week. I still would have thought he would have been the first player picked at fullback. I will put this out there. It happened when an NRLW player won the Dally M and wasn't selected for the Kangaroos, and the coach lost their job because I just hope that if James Tedesco wins, I just hope that he is on the plane. I really do. I think he's had an unbelievable season. I think he's in the, if not the best, the second best fullback in the competition at the moment, and I think he gets there. I don't know what you think, Webby, after watching him all year. He's been very, very good.
Yeah, no, and I think Australian side should always be picked on the best player, the best player in the position playing the best. And I think that's how you pick the team. So if that's Tedesco, that's who it should be. I don't think winning the Dally M should come into it one way or the other, to be honest. Yeah. And it depends at the time how you're playing as well. He's back into the season. What was that like, and how is he going? And obviously them, going out, bowing out of the finals and everything they did. So what does that mean?
Yeah. Can I ask you both about, and Buzz, I'm not going to get you involved in this because I know where your loyalties lie, but Mark Nawaqanitawase has now committed to go back to rugby union in 27. Should he be picked for the Australian side? He wants to be a dual international. All roads lead that he most likely will be selected in this 22. Would you select him knowing full well that he's leaving the code and going back to rugby union?
I wouldn't. And this is not a popular thing to say, but because of this notion that, we're all, in this happy sporting family world. But for me, if you're a leaguey, you're a leaguey. And that's where you should stay. And that's where you should, if you want to, you want to take from our game. And I'm not sure, has he played league all his whole life? He's probably played both.
No, he's played for the Wallabies before, and then we poached him.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, so let him go back and don't ever bring him back.
I'm with you. See, finally we got him. We welcome aboard. Thank you. Your thoughts, James Graham?
I think he'd struggle to make the squad if everyone's fit. I say that respectfully because of Zach Lomax and Xavier Coates would be. If I was picking,
well, they're your wingers. Yep,
I'd pick them too. Yep. And then due to the fact it's a 22-man squad, I don't know if you can.
Well, he can play wing, centre, or fullback. So I suppose
how
many of them do you need, though?
Wing, centre. So he's not really performed as well in the centres. I think that's a very much more difficult to position to defend at, especially. Yeah. The fullback issue you're talking about, I don't think they'll need. He'd be the third choice because I think they'll go with Tedesco, Walsh. They'll pick two of the three of Tedesco, Walsh, and Edwards. So there'll be no necessity for that. And because it's 22, you've got your starting 17, and then you've got. To 22, that's only 5 extra players. So from those 5 extra players, you're going to need at least 2 middle forwards, if not 3. The half/utility, and then maybe an outside back, or maybe another dummy half if there's not 2 in that 17. So I just don't know if the makeup of the 22 can include somebody I consider to be a pure winger.
What do you think, Bob?
A winger.
You think
I'd always laugh.
A winger.
Would you take
That's
Marky
what
Mark?
it's pronounced. Winger. Winger.
Okay.
Look,
Winger. What's a
isn't it-
winger? There's no A at the end. It's ER.
Winger.
It's not winger. There's no A at the end, is there?
Winger.
Winger.
ER, not R. No.
Can I just ask this question, because we've got a proud Englishman in the box? Look, how are England shaping up? This is fascinating.
Well, one bloke doesn't want to play for him.
Usually we can beat.
One bloke's
we can
decided.
beat two sides.
One bloke said he doesn't want to play for him.
But how are they going?
We'll be all right.
I'm actually
we're being
interested.
serious. Wait till you come to Liverpool.
All right. Okay, we'll wait to go to Liverpool.
We'll wait to go to Liverpool.
You can tell us when we go to Liverpool. Obviously, we're going there to call the game or something. I don't know.
We're on the gravy train. We know some players don't want to play for their country, which is very disappointing.
Is that a?
Well, he wants to stay at home.
Pot kettle black.
He wants to stay at home.
Pot kettle black.
Are we back on Radley now?
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to take a break. Great chat. Sunday Sin Bin on Triple M.
Shut up! The foot is on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
With 2.4 litre bi-turbocharged power, it can tackle any load, and with a 3.5 tonne towing capacity, it can tow confidently and safely. Celebrate the Mitsubishi Motors 45-year anniversary sale this month. Drive away today in a Triton GLS 4x4 double cab pickup from $56,990 for ABN holders, plus receive $2,500 cash bonus. End September 30. T's and C's apply. Nothing can frighten a Triton.
It's happened to me. I'm on the Monday Moan list.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I'm driving towards a roundabout. Out of the roundabout comes a SUV. Lo and behold, guess what was on the back window? One of those ridiculous baby on board stickers.
Yeah.
What did they achieve? Good on you. You've got a kid. Awesome.
Remember what your nan used to say? Pause when agitated.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
Great taste meets great value at 7-Eleven. Grab a delicious handmade sandwich and add a selected drink for just $8. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. Terms and conditions apply.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you get what you want now. From dreamy island adventures and the latest runway looks to tech upgrades and the perfect pair of runners. Split the cost into 4 interest-free installments at millions of online stores. And there's no late fees, just a more flexible way to pay. Get what you want now and pay later with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit PCY Ltd. Australian Credit Licence 568848.
Sorry to interrupt, but Binge Basic is now just $4.99 a month for 12 months. Don't have Binge? Sign up before October 20 at binge.com.au/satisfied. Binge. So affordable, yet so satisfying.
Too much stuff, nowhere to keep it? Store your stuff with Titan. Need storage for your home or business? Our brand new Chipping Norton self-storage site is now open. Clean, security monitored storing in multiple sizes where you can drive right up to the door. Store your stuff with Titan. And if your business needs to keep things cool or frozen, our cold storage containers suit any industry. Anything, anywhere. Store your stuff with Titan. Search Titan Containers.
It's the roar, the chaos, the noise you feel deep inside. The Hungry Jacks NBL 26th season is here. Watch every game live on ESPN and Sundays live and free on 10. Play it loud.
Tools, tools, tools. Sydney Tools spring deals are on now. Typhoon 13 horsepower petrol pressure washer down to $24.99. Save $300. Makita lawnmower combo kit down to $764. Save over $80. Plus score a free blower and 2 5-amp batteries. Save on combo kits, hand tools, air compressors, laser levels, generators, garden tools and more. Milwaukee's 3-piece outdoor combo kit down to $778. Save over $80. Sydney Tools, best prices guaranteed. sydneytools.com.au.
This is the story of how you can escape your pricey telco. It starts by trying amaysim Mobile and getting a massive 80 gigs of data for just $15 for your first renewal. That's all there is to it.
Amazing!
28-day expiry ongoing is $40 for 80 gigs and 2nd of the 12th 25. T's and C's apply.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper. If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Oh, welcome back to Sunday Sin Bin. James Graham, Shane Webke, Buzz Rothfield, Ben Dobbin with you. Brisbane 30, Newcastle 6, 12 minutes to go in the NRLW prelim. It looks like it will be a Broncos-Roosters grand final in the NRLW match. You'll hear that live right here on Triple M as we will be covering all grand final days starting at 12 o'clock next week. We're live from Suncorp Stadium, all thanks to Prosper, ahead of what will be a epic prelim final. Brisbane taking on the Panthers. But we can't have the Sunday Sin Bin without this unbelievably successful segment. Hang on. You've never heard that opener before?
No, I haven't.
You don't like it? He's got his own opener.
He's special. This is good.
Hey, Shane, we spoke about your bad. We spoke about your bad arm in 2000. I vaguely remember having you as a sinner, and I reckon it would have been about that time. Were you involved?
What did he do?
Any off-field issue? I'm just trying to think. My memory.
No, he was
you're
player.
sweet. Come on.
He was one player.
Now you're starting to imagine things. Like, no, that's
he asked me, Buzz, he said, am I going to get on with Phil Rothfield? I said, yes, you will. I said, you both cut from the same cloth. And he was never a sinner. He was never a sinner.
No,
I said, you both will get on very well. Now, listen, Buzz, you talked a little earlier about the AFL. They've had a bit of a win over the NRL yesterday with the ratings and some of the numbers. Can you just unpack that?
Well, fascinating story because the rugby union was on against the Bledisloe Cup. The Bledisloe Cup was on against the AFL Grand Final yesterday afternoon. You know what rating the AFL Grand Final got? It topped 5 million. That's on free-to-air and on their streaming service, 7+. Now, that's even blown Origin. 5,045,000 people have watched that game. It's incredible.
That's
Snoop
a big
Dogg,
number.
I don't know what it was, the Brisbane side in the grand final. But to give you an idea, Origin 3 decided this year was 3.9 million. Basically 4 million. So they've had a big day, but the shock in my eyes is that the Bledisloe Cup on Channel 9 only did 544,000. And that is not including Stan. So it's a big result for them. And we talk about, Jimmy, early in the day that a grand final's more than the actual football game. It's an event, and they've obviously done very well.
Well, it was a poor planning. Let's just be honest with you. The fact that the Bledisloe was up against an AFL grand final is dreadful planning. Like, I don't care. And you should never have both those events against each other. That was an absolute dog's breakfast in that. So, and I would think that the AFL Grand Final, I never would have believed it would have had that kind of numbers.
Yeah, it's great for the AFL, but we've got our day in the sun next week as well.
So let's just wait and see what we get.
We'll be just fine.
But we haven't got Snoop Dogg.
No. We might not have Teddy Swims either, from all reports.
I have heard back from the NRL, and they've been in contact with Teddy Swims' management team. And they're very, very confident he'll arrive in the Harbour City as scheduled. And this time next week, mate, he'll be banging out his best tunes. So there you go.
What are they, Buzz? What are those best tunes, Buzz?
I'd never heard of Teddy Swims. Never.
You're not on your own, either had I. No, either had I. Buzz, Ethan Strange interview. He's very disappointed about how he was unable. He feels like he's let Canberra down after last week's loss.
Mate, he'll be up high on Wednesday night with James Tedesco and the Dally M Player of the Year award, and certainly the 5'8", I would suspect. I spoke to him on the Central Coast on Friday, and the poor kid's just shattered still. He's got this, and he shouldn't have it, he's got this feeling he's let the team down, he's let Ricky down, and he's really down in the dumps, and he explained that he did captain's run okay, but started feeling crook towards the end of it and went home, went downhill, did a test, influenza A. Doctor came out, heartbeat out of whack. Then he's got this vomiting and was vomiting up blood. I don't want to get too, into the illness, but, he sort of came good on Friday. He said if we were playing this Sunday, I'd probably make it, but just. And I really felt sorry for the kid because he's taken too much self-blame on. Couldn't help it.
Yeah.
But he is excited about the future at Canberra, and that there's a window.
Well, he should be.
There's a window there for another 3 or 4 years, and he's been. I think he's been an absolute standout player, not just at Canberra, in the NRL this year.
Buzz, the biggest story out of your What's the Buzz, and I think we're all going to be in agreement with this, is that your conversation with Peter V'landys and the view that now, after having these daytime prelims, there's an appetite with the NRL to get us back to where we should have been, and that's a traditional afternoon grand final.
Yeah, Shane, you played in the last one, didn't you, 2000 at Stadium Australia,
yes,
just before the Olympic Games? Yep. And, look, Peter V'landys is renowned for, looking after fans, and there was a poll in the Telegraph. 94% of fans want to kick off at 3 or 4 o'clock. But the NRL has a TV deal with Channel 9, which doesn't allow them to move the kick-off time without Nine's blessing, and they want to keep it at night. However, he says he'll bring it up as part of the next TV negotiations, which new TV deal starts in 2028, and if fans get their way, stakeholders and V'landys, we will go back to that afternoon kick-off. It's huge for tourism here in Sydney. No one goes out after a grand final at night. You just go home to bed. If it finishes up with the 6 o'clock news, you can go to the pub, you can go to the club, you can go and have a feed.
We go out. We've been going out. I don't know. You might have a change of plan this year.
And to what sort of...
I do think. Well, we've been out to the Orient. We've gone out plenty of times after the grand final. But I do agree with you. I think the barbecues and the family gets together, an afternoon grand final, is traditional. I think it's something that I think everybody wants to see. Jammer, are you a fan of them?
I'm a bit like whatever.
You don't care. You don't care about heart entertainment. You don't care when the grand final's played. You actually don't have an opinion on it.
No.
Okay.
I just think it's like. I think it's a tradition that we passed on to the television network because of ratings and the need for capital and all the rest of that the game needs. I think we should wrest it back from Channel 9 or whoever's going to be our broadcaster and make it set in stone that we play afternoon grand finals like the AFL plays Saturday afternoon, we play Sunday afternoon. That's the way it should be. That's the way it once was. That's the way it should be again as far as I'm concerned.
It certainly appeals to the traditionalists, but, it's probably it
appeals to anyone who's got children and things to do the next day. It appeals to all of those people because it is then something that can be a celebration in their household rather than, look, kids, it's 8:30, you've got to go to bed. Not even to the first 25 minutes of the game.
And but gentlemen, back to the point I made about tourism. Is there a function after the game for Triple M? Is Charlie playing anything at the Orient? Or?
There will be. Yes, there will be.
Oh, I didn't know. Be involved. I didn't know this. I'll have to try and get myself involved.
Hey, Buzz, just like you were part of the entertainment and the goings-on in Vegas, you'll be a part of this one as well, mate. He was in there at a nightclub, Buzz, after Vegas. He was unbelievable, rocking the dance floor. We're going to take a break, come back. Still plenty more to cover as Triple M rocks the footy on the countdown to this prelim. Penrith taking on the Broncos, live from Suncorp Stadium.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
Harvey Norman loves the footy finals and it's game on right now with hot deals. Score up to 40% off floor stock or discontinued lounges, dining and bedroom furniture. Get a bonus Manchester pack with a Tempura Breeze mattress range valued at $699. Save over $1,200 on a 100-inch Hisense smart TV plus bonus delivery and install, and save $600 on the HP OmniBrook Copilot and PC with a 16GB RAM. Get in quick. Hot deals on now at Harvey Norman. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Triple M's Lou and Josh. Ready for Lou and Josh for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Josh. Triple M's Lou and Josh for the early drive home. There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
Paying for a gym membership means going the first month, sleeping in the next month, voicemails from your personal trainer, taking up cold plunges instead, realising you're more of a good book by the fire type, hot chocolate by the fire type,
marshmallow,
forgot you even signed up for the gym type. Go from forgotten subscriptions to found savings with the Westpac app's clever tech. To get it done, it takes a little Westpac. Westpac online banking T's and C's. Eligibility, fees and charges apply.
Can I have another marshmallow?
Unleash your 4x4 adventures at Autobarn. Get rough country 8-inch driving lights for $148.99 a pair. And Elect Brakes EB2 brake controller is now $648.99. Autobarn.
All for the drivers.
Gym memberships, club memberships, they all sound so appealing until you see the fees. Well, there's one membership that costs nothing and it saves you money. The Flower Power Trade Membership. If you have a landscaping, gardening or construction business, Flower Power's trade membership unlocks amazing discounts. Your business can save up to 25% on our top quality plants, pots and landscaping supplies. Plus, we can deliver 7 days a week. Apply for your money-saving trade membership at flowerpower.com.au. They're garden people.
Weather-related disasters are occurring more often each year, so Australia Post and Australian Red Cross are helping you get disaster ready. Visit redcross.org.au/prepare. It's another way we're delivering for Australia at Australia Post.
Sarge, how many years have Budget Direct been awarded Money Magazine's Insurer of the Year?
This is the 9th straight year in a row.
Wow, that's got to be some kind of record.
Aye, like a favourite record that's on repeat, Jax.
Budget Direct, winner of Money Magazine's 2025 Insurer of the Year and a record 9 years in a row.
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Issue Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read award info, PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if product suits.
If you've got a tough job that needs to be done right the first time and you're on a tight schedule, then you need the strong, weather-resistant bond of Selly's Liquid Nails Heavy Duty. Twice as strong in half as long. If it's Selly's, it works.
It's the roar that rattles your chest, followed by the deepest of breaths. The chants, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one. Hungry Jack's NBL 26 is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable. Watch every game live on ESPN and Sundays live and free on 10. Hungry Jack's NBL. Play it loud.
This Prime Big Deal Day, 7 to 13 October, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the Queen of Kicking It.
Wait, this has bubble jets?
Okay. Shop Prime Big Deal Day, 7 to 13 October.
Exclusively for Prime members.
The Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Thanks to Prosper.
If your business needs fast funding, apply for a loan online with Prosper.
Welcome back, Triple M Sunday Sin Bin live from Suncorp Stadium ahead of the prelim. Penrith taking on the Brisbane Broncos. Dan Ganane will be your caller. Brisbane 30, Newcastle 6, 2 minutes left in the NRLW prelim. So the Broncos will be going through to a grand final in the NRLW, which is great. They'll be taking on the Roosters next Sunday at Accor Stadium. Well, we've got to this finally. Our great mate James Graham and the performance that he put on and the abuse that he threw at Ashley Klein when he would not put Dylan Edwards in the bin with Viliami Kickow last week. Have a listen to this.
It's a penalty, and I think it's 10 minutes. That should be 10 in the bin.
We spoke about Klein. You bottomless dead Klein.
The decision is a tackle without the ball.
Make the decision, Klein.
Okay, there he was very, very hostile. Oh, he was fired up. It was early in there. And I wondered this week, and then the Daily Mail got onto it, and they were calling you to be stood down. That was never going to happen. But we all wanted to know where James Graham actually got this bottomless...
Bottleless
knit.
Git.
Have a listen to this.
Andy A. Oh, what about that? Send him off! Send the dressing gate off! Get him off the field! That was diabolical! Get him off the field! That's just typical of what it is! Get him walking! They don't like it! Walking, Campbell, if you've got it in bottle! If you've got it in bottle, Campbell, he should walk! That was absolute diabolical! He's going to be a yellow card! I can't speak! You bottleless get, Campbell! You bottleless get! I can't speak!
I can't speak. We all can't speak.
Well, Buzz, it was one of the great commentary pieces that we've seen, and we now know where he got it from. It'll go down in folklore here at Triple M.
Well, it's actually plagiarism, Jimmy. You've just stolen it. Huh? You should have stopped in your fury last week and said, I borrowed this line from that fella. Nah.
Well, everybody calling for him to go.
Well, you know what, Dobbo? One thing I don't subscribe to is like what people have to.
Really?
I value
Wouldn't know on that.
I value that the people whose opinion that matters to me. So I don't bother with social media. I'm not on it. So I don't care.
I know
what people say. You know what was fascinating though? Fascinating in the article, because I read one of the articles, and it came with a warning. It was like warning.
Yeah.
This footage contains language that you may find offensive, and I thought, you know what? If you're offended by that, or even the person that wrote the article, if you think someone's going to be offended, well, you can have all my therapy sessions because you need it more than me. Like, if you're offended by that, or even think that someone would be offended by that, you need all the help that you can get. And I'm happily going to give up my 1 hour a week with my therapist for whoever needs that, because that is insanity if you're offended.
You're certainly right. It was great entertainment. The NRLW game, the Broncos are through. They are through. They have beaten the Newcastle Knights 30 points to 6. So that's a great victory for them. They will take on the Roosters. The countdown begins a little over an hour now, and we have a prelim that we've all been waiting for. Penrith taking on the Brisbane Broncos. The sun is shining, and we are on the countdown. Dan Ganane will be joining you shortly. Thank you, Buzz. We'll see you next week, grand final week. Shane Webke and James Graham. Just take a break because we're coming back very shortly as Triple M rocks the footy. The countdown begins for this huge prelim.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
This is the Triple M Sunday Sin Bin. Prosper is Australia's #1 online lender to small business. PROSPA.
M Sport.
Uncover well-kept secrets with Listener's lineup of investigative podcasts. Download the free Listener app and search Uncover.
Hey there, it's Stephen Joyce with you. A blockbuster prelim final is now just over an hour away, with the Broncos locking horns with the Panthers at Suncorp. Brisbane welcome back skipper Adam Reynolds and Ezra Mam, Penrith going in unchanged. Jamie Chapman giving us her tip on 9.
I think Broncos are going to take it out. Home game, full crowd, having Adam Reynolds and Ezra back in full form.
There were doubts about his calf coming into the AFL Grand Final, but Lachie Neale is today a 2-time premiership player. The midfielder coming on as the sub after half-time and making an instant impact as the Lions roared home for back-to-back flags, saying it's an awesome feeling.
On the back of being premiers, they're going to have a harder draw, and we had a lot of injuries as well. That sort of set us back at times to some key people. So, yeah, really proud of the group for sticking to
the new Volkswagen Golf Life. Make the iconic hatch part of your life today. Yours from $40,990 drive away. Ends September 30. T's and C's apply.
25 degrees at Suncorp Stadium for later the Savo, where we're counting down to the Broncos and Panthers as Triple M rocks footy.
That's happened to me. I'm on the Monday moan list.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I'm driving towards a roundabout. Out of the roundabout comes a SUV. Lo and behold, guess what was on the back window? One of those ridiculous baby on board stickers.
Yeah.
What did they achieve? Good on you. You've got a kid. Awesome.
Yeah. Remember what your nan used to say? Pause when agitated.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better, ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
Tools. Sydney Tools spring deals are on now. Typhoon high pressure washer now $3.99. Save $100. DeWalt lawnmower combo kit down to $6.99. Save $150. Plus score a bonus line trimmer and blower. Save on combo kits, hand tools, air compressors, laser levels, generators, garden tools and more. Ego 56 volt chainsaw down to $4.99. Save $300. Sydney Tools, best prices guaranteed. sydneytools.com.au.
Scottish rock icons Travis returned to Australia for the first time in 24 years, performing The Man Who in full, plus fan favourites, live across Australia January 2026. Tickets and info at liveNation.com.au.
You could win $150,000 in next week's St. John Christmas Home Lottery Mega Draw. There's over 10,000 prizes to be won in the $7.5 million prize pool, including the $5 million grand prize package. You don't want to miss out. Enter before midnight Sunday for your chance to win $150,000. Your ticket will also be entered into all the weekly prize draws. Buy your tickets now at stjohnlottery.com.au. Licensed GOCAU/2578. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you disaster ready? Australia Post, together with Australian Red Cross, encourage you to get prepared by visiting redcross.org.au/prepare. It's another way we're delivering for Australia at Australia Post.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottlemart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs of $59.99 or $56.99 for more rewards members. Expect more from Bottlemart, like great offers only for members. More rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply. Bottlemart.
A full bottle of LPG? That's useful. 3 bottles? Even more useful. Your first 3 bottles of LPG for $79 each with free delivery from Origin? That's all kinds of useful. Sign up by 30 September only in selected areas. Equipment fee and T's and C's apply.
Calling all outdoor adventurers. 4-wheel drive super centres up to 80% off school holiday and long weekend price blitz is on now. We're talking massive price drops on everything you need for your next getaway. From Adventure King swags, gazebos, batteries and fridges. This blitz has it all. Gear up for your long weekend or school holiday adventure with daily deals too good to miss. But hurry, these bargains won't last. Head into your local 4-wheel drive super centre or click and collect now at 4wheeldrivesupercentre.com.au. The Discount Kings will always get you out there for less. PayPal Pay in 4 lets you pay later at millions of online stores with no interest and no late fees. Get what you want now with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd. Australian Credit Licence 568848.
Shut up! It's a blockbuster weekend of footy on Triple M. Finals football.
This crowd is ready to go berserk.
Footy finals on the radio. The Savo, the fortress of Suncorp, comes alive. The Broncos standing tall on home turf. Footy's on the radio. And the Panthers chasing an unprecedented 5th straight premiership.
They are the best in the West, the Penrith Panthers.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks finals footy.
It is hard to remember a more anticipated preliminary final. Whoever wins has still got one more to go. For Penrith, this is bread and butter, a game like this, big atmosphere, hostile atmosphere. They had it last week, no problem. But the town of Brisbane, I'm telling you, it's buzzing. It is Origin-like, Magic Ground-like, and you know what strikes me, Shane Webke? This ground, there's not many here, right? This is what I'm thinking. They're getting on the sauce up at the Caxton and the Lord Alfred, and it's sunny, it's hot, and it is going to be a hostile, Origin-like atmosphere once we get to 4:05 this afternoon. And I got to think, even for the great Penrith Panthers, it's not nothing. This atmosphere is not nothing.
The anticipation for this game, as you've just alluded to, has been quite amazing. And you're right. It's a Sunday Arvo game. Everyone's at the pub. Everyone's in a good mood. Everyone thinks the Broncos' performances of the past few weeks have inspired them to think that, you know what, not only are we going to have a good afternoon at the footy, the Broncos are going to win. And so everyone's pumping for that. And that's something that the players will feel, but I feel it'll be a help, not a hindrance. And I really think the Bronx have given themselves the blueprint to win this game. That said, they cannot start the same way that they did against Canberra and give those points away, because this mob, Penrith, they will punish you for that and you will not get back from it. I think it's all in our start, but I think if we put the foot down and they put the foot down, we'll come out in front.
The great Shane Webke, who's been doing a sterling job for us this afternoon with James Graham. Gordon Tallis would be here, but his Gordon Tallis Cup is on. Hey, we didn't know there was going to be Sunday footy in week 2 and week 3. He'll be back, I think, to do his first grand final here on Triple M. It's the Sunday team doing the grand final, and that is a week away. I do remember, Jimmy, you wouldn't have been with us because you would have been playing. We did a game here, a prelim final. There's only been 2 prelim finals here, I believe, at the old stadium at down the road, the old QE.
Oh, QE2, yeah.
You played a stack of finals there. But 2015, they played the Roosters. It was a Friday night. Darius Boyd took an intercept in the first couple of minutes, scored a try, and everyone had the same thought. This game is over because no one's beating the Broncos in front of this crowd tonight. I just wonder if we're going to get that same vibe today.
Yeah. Look, listening to you speak about the atmosphere and the anticipation around this game, and it will be amazing for the Broncos. But the Panthers have shown their hand a month ago, where they said, "We're not really interested in the top 4. We'll come to you." They went to New Zealand. They won comfortably. They go to a cauldron in their own backyard in Sydney, full of Bulldogs fans, and they silenced them in the opening 20 minutes. This is just another game for Penrith. This is something that they were prepared to face when they put out that rested team against the Bulldogs, and they foregoed the opportunity to make a run at the top 4, which was still an opportunity then. They knew by doing that this would be an away day. And we knew the teams in the top 4 were Melbourne, Canberra, Brisbane, and the Dogs. So, 3 out of 4 is a trip somewhere. They won't mind.
Mate, I would have agreed with you about all of that, and I would have thought about Penrith in that light. But when we beat Melbourne here on the last Friday night game we had here at the close of the NRL season proper, I said if we could beat them with the way that they were playing and the way that we had been playing, we'd be very rocks and diamonds. If we could beat them and get our way to a preliminary final, I'd reckon we were the real deal. I then said that when we played Canberra, if we could beat them down there, then I think we can make the grand final. I'll say this about today's game. If the Broncos can get over Penrith today, we will win the grand final. I'll say that. And that is based on nothing but a feeling about confidence. Confidence and momentum and all of those things. The Broncos there's firepower all over the field for the Bronx now, but we know how to use it. What we have not been good at, which Penrith have been very good at, is consistently keeping it together. We've been a bit rocks. We have a good day, good week this week, have a bad week next week. In the last couple of weeks in these big games, not that we've been perfect, but we've discovered the weapons that you need to win the big games. Their challenge today is to go out and start in that fashion and finish in that fashion. That's what will give me the confidence to say that if they win this game today, they will win the grand final.
It's a big ask, though. They've got to be on defensively. We've seen Brisbane tear teams to shreds with their ball movement, especially Reece Walsh. They'll be living off rations today against this Panthers side. But even look at the history. We go back to 2023 and that grand final. That was supposed to be the beginning of one of these new rivalries of the NRL, the Panthers and the Broncos. It didn't quite work out that way due to last year and Broncos not playing finals, but we've got what we were anticipating. Back in 2023, we witnessed that grand final, and a lot of us thought, we're going to see some big games between these two teams for the next 3-4 years. Delighted it's happening here today. What a game we've got at our disposal on this Sunday afternoon. But also, I think it's the fact that the Panthers have beaten Brisbane in Brisbane the last 6 times they've played them from memory. It's 5 or 6. I can't quite recall that.
6 in a row, including the Magic Round smash-up.
Yeah, which
had that same feel. 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. It was the marquee game of the weekend. And Penrith were nowhere at that point. But the big occasion. Big occasion.
It's the bit of the psychological advantage I put at the hands, or the advantage with the Penrith Panthers. Only 24 months ago, that game that was won and lost, the Broncos over it. I thought it really disrupted their season last year, as well as injuries. They seem to have maybe gotten over it, but the talk is we'll be focusing on today. focus on today. The past is in the past. But that's just talk. That is just talk.
But you are a noted head case, and I say that with love. Would everyone have that same feeling that you do?
It's impossible to ignore, Dan. Like, I know what it's like to lose grand finals. I really do, and it grieves and it hurts and it pops up at strange times when you don't really think you should be thinking about.
Can you walk me through that feeling? I've not experienced it.
No.
You bastard. That's the Shane Webb. I remember during Origin, Jimmy, it took a while for us. I don't know why, but it took a while for him to get him out of his shell. Once we got him out, he was back to normal.
Oh, we've had 3 hours.
I feel like it's taken 3 hours. Now the real Shane Webb emerges.
But I do think that maybe they'll have tried to put it out the mind in the week, but we see these momentum changes in games, and look, we know the job's not over till it's over. And the Broncos, gained an advantage against the Raiders a couple of weeks ago with that, but I've just got a feeling can't be fully over.
If I was coaching the Broncos, this is how I'd approach it today. So we've got the firepower, right? I don't care what anyone says. With Penrith and what they have done over the past 6 seasons, right? And then to come from last place this year to get where they are, I don't care what you say. There is an underlying fatigue there. And to expose that, I'll tell you how you expose it. From the get-go, and this is what I'd have the Bronx pump, from the get-go, smash these blokes. Smash them and play with the confidence and because that is the only way. Yeah. If you give in, if you succumb to this, they're Penrith, they're as hard as rock and all the rest of it, that is the one way to defeat. That's what they want us to think.
Mate, you've got to go. Mate, Jay, you're right. You've got to go from the get-go, and you can't be behind the 8 ball. But I looked at the Dogs, and that's what they attempted to do. But Penrith, they can suffocate you. They put you in corners.
That's the Dogs, mate. That's not the Bronx.
I know, but this is where I think the loss of Carrigan is going to be so significant. That 1-2 punch of Haas Carrigan. Even we look at the rotations, very seldom are both of them off at the same time.
You're wrong, mate. You're wrong. One player does not make the difference like that. I don't care. Forwards, maybe with playmakers, maybe if you lose a clearer, yes. I'm not going to say that about forwards, and we are forwards. But losing one of us does not equate to losing a playmaker. And particularly when you've got a good mob of forwards like we have, I feel like they can cut. And look, I'd rather him be there, absolutely, all day long, for sure. But I feel like if you've got to cover positions, covering a back rower is much easier than a premier playmaker.
By the way, can we just take a moment to celebrate Jimmy Graham, your favourite daytime fireworks here at Suncorp Stadium. Sneaky sound system. I'm keeping an eye on Sneaky sound system because if Teddy Swims is ruled unfit for next week, we might need Sneaky sound system to do a little job. What is your issue with Teddy Swims? I mean, I got no problem with. I'm totally neutral, but you, Jimmy Graham, seem to have a problem with Teddy.
Not with Teddy, just the whole hype around.
He doesn't think we should have entertainment at the footy, other than the footy.
Half time,
we shouldn't have that.
Half time is illegal. Taking a leak, getting a beer and a pie. That's what half time's for.
I'm with you, but who did it hurt to have Snoop Dogg yesterday?
Well, the ticket
didn't hurt the ratings.
Well, it hurts the consumer because your ticket price goes up.
Jimmy.
Wow.
Jimmy, Business 101 with James Graham. I can't wait for that podcast.
It's like,
mate,
it's like $400 to go to the NRL grand final. I don't think much of that's going to Teddy, to be fair to you.
Snoop Dogg got $5 million.
Yeah, he did put a good show on.
Yeah, put a good show on. The Lions. Give it to them.
All right, we might take a break here. The teams have just come through. We will deal with that on the other side of this as Triple M rocks prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air. We are less than an hour away from the big one. Well, the big one this week, then we've got the bigger one next week. But the big one, Brisbane Penrith, is coming up shortly. Triple M footy.
Thanks to Ream and Maccas.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Triple M's Lou and Charge. Ready for Lou and Charge for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, my birthday's coming up. Yeah. And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then
and your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Judge.
Triple M's Lou and Judge for the early drive home.
There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
The weekend takeoff sale is now on at Qantas. Find surprise deals on select flights across our network for this weekend only, with food, drinks, baggage and entertainment all included in your sale fare. Hurry, ends Monday unless sold out prior. Conditions apply.
Calling all outdoor adventurers. 4-wheel drive supercenters up to 80% off school holiday and long weekend price blitz is on now. We're talking massive price drops on everything you need for your next getaway. From Adventure King swags, gazebos, batteries and fridges, this blitz has it all. Gear up for your long weekend or school holiday adventure with daily deals too good to miss. But hurry, these bargains won't last. Head into your local 4-wheel drive supercentre or click and collect now at 4wheeldrivesupercentre.com.au. The Discount Kings will always get you out there for less.
9 News is your news. Join the 9 News team for the stories that matter. Made in Sydney, for Sydney. For the full day's wrap-up, 9 News, nightly at 6.
With Bunnings' lowest prices, you can have a beautiful garden.
A few hours every weekend, you'll turn it around and you can sit back and enjoy your garden as it's meant to be.
Now is the time to get out there.
Scotch 25 litre tomato, vegetable and herb potting mix, $9.98. Trojan heavy duty bypass pruner, $19.99. 100 to 110 mil assorted tomato plant, $1.98 each. Where you find a competitive lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Collect double bonus points on every shop at Woolworths. Just tap Boost in the Everyday Rewards app before you shop in-store or online to earn double points. Hurry, the big points blitz ends this Tuesday. Offer ends September 30th. T's and C's apply.
The Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase, the richest greyhound race in the world, is about to light up Wenny Park. The best of the best will battle for $1 million in prize money in the greyhound racing event of the year. And the prizes don't stop on the track. From huge giveaways to thrilling competitions, fans will have the chance to score big all night long. Add food trucks, live music and a buzzing country atmosphere and you've got the perfect night out with mates. Don't miss it. Grab your tickets at thedogs.com.au.
That was good, but for real satisfaction, Binge Basic is now just $4.99 a month for 12 months.
I love it!
Don't have Binge? Get it before October 20. At $4.99, it's so affordable, yet so satisfying.
Loan Market. Make it yours. This week, the Reserve Bank of Australia will announce their decision on interest rates. Loan Market offers the most up-to-date analysis on what the cash rate decision means for you. The market has changed a lot in recent months, with 3 rate cuts leading to lower interest rates. Yet not all lenders automatically reduce your repayments or pass on the best savings to existing customers. So it is certainly worth meeting with your broker to see if your loan is still competitive. Search Loan Market and find the right loan for you.
Loan Market. Make it yours.
ACL 390 222.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Sneaky sound system still playing. You dead set. I think it was a Sunday night at Hugo's in the Cross in 2006, but they're doing an excellent job. And I tell you what, there's still not many in the ground. They're just sneaking another 1 or 2 in, Jimmy boy. Shade Webke, James Graham, and Ben Dobbin on the sideline. What have you got for us, Dobbo?
Yeah, Dan, it is loud down here, no question about it. Brisbane, though, have won the toss. I don't know if this is an home or anything. They will kick off, and as the teams come out, that's how they'll run, left to right. So Brisbane run left to right, kicking off, and so obviously the weather, you were right, it has cooled down here considerably. It's been a very hot day here in Brisbane, but it's starting to cool down. Perfect conditions for an afternoon game that has just got so much excitement and generating so much talk as Penrith and Brisbane go head-to-head. These two rivalries, these two sides have been a lot of talk about 23. Well, it's not far away. All those will be washed away if Brisbane can get up this afternoon.
Hey, Dan, you mentioned about those fans that will be having that little bit of a dilemma about whether to have one more or make your way to the ground. Well, I've been thinking about it. There is no dilemma. You do not want to miss the start of this game.
No, certainly not.
Even for a beer. I love a beer more than most, but I tell you what, I am not missing the start of this.
I've got this sneaking suspicion the NRL is going to look at this game. I'm just going to put my tinfoil hat on. They're going to say, we want more of this. Suncorp prelim final. How can we orchestrate this? I know. Let's have a conference system where we can have the national final and the Sydney final, or the Sydney final at Homebush. But we want this Sunday afternoon. Just listen, that's years down the track, but just remember in 2032, if it ever comes in, remember where you heard it first.
Dan, just thinking about what could be around the corner, and with the emergence and the quality of the Dolphins, can you imagine?
I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
Good. A lot of people saying they should be top 8, but I think they should be aiming even higher.
Webby, should they look at improving this ground? I would say don't touch, a Picasso. It's pretty damn perfect. I think it's the perfect size. But this week I've never seen as many calls for an upgrade and basically more seats.
I don't think so. There will come a day if Brisbane rather grows into the size of Sydney, then you're probably going to have enough events like this. We get excited because we've got this massive game, which 250,000 people try to get tickets for, right? And so that's where all these cries come from. But I think it's premature to say that this needs to be like a 70 or 80,000 seat stadium.
No, I agree.
I don't think the time for that is now. I think what they've talked about and what they want to do is put a roof on it.
Yeah.
And that. You've got to think about this stadium's not just a rugby league ground. It's an event venue, if you like.
Concerts.
Concerts and stuff like that, and that's what roofs will give you. But I think if anything's going to happen to this stadium, it'll be a roof.
Yeah.
There won't be more seats yet. That day could come, but I don't think it's yet.
The only thing I can see them doing, and it's a long. They've got Olympic venues to build before they bother with this. The stand we're in is actually older than the rest of the ground. The rest of the ground was the 2003 rebuild, but this stand we're in is, I think, mid-90s.
This was upgraded first before they've upgraded the whole ground.
I could see them, again, years away, knocking this particular stand down and going up bigger and higher, Old Trafford style, where you've got the grandstand sort of over the rest of the ground. But again, it's
a major revamp to do that.
Yeah,
major.
That's pipe dream stuff. The ground, honestly, Jimmy, we get excited when it's a 2 o'clock Sunday game or it's an Origin and we know we're going to be here at Suncorp Stadium. There's nothing better than this joint. I wouldn't touch it at all.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dan. I mean, if bit of that saying, isn't it? If it's not broke, don't fix it. It delivers, I guess. Look, it's not good to have fans locked out, but it is great to have that, that level of exclusivity as well around these 50,000 or so fans that will be here. It makes it more prestigious when I think so many people are looking to get in. And obviously, it won't be like that each and every week. So.
But remember, too, this is a great precinct that's very close to the city.
Yeah.
And so you got Caxton Street with the various venues and that up there. And then it's only a short walk into town. So for people who want to get the feeling of it, if you like, there's plenty of places close to the ground where you can hear the crowd at the pub you're at. And I mean, so that makes it a little unique as well. And I think the wash up of all of that is what makes this such a great venue.
Everything about it we love. Now, the teams 1 to 17 both ways. So no surprise with Penrith. There weren't any changes mooted there. But Brisbane, Webby, Tyson Smoothie is going to play 13 and retain that spot, which means Xavier Willison, who has not played since round 22, was never a big minute player to begin with. He will come off the bench. I just wonder how many minutes they can squeeze out of him. And Hetherington on the bench as well, and of course Merriman Tulty.
Well, of course Hetherington can play a full game, so you've got that up your sleeve in terms of that. Willison, I think they'll look to use him as almost a bit of a strike forward, really, because you're right, he hasn't played big minutes, and he's not likely to do. Well, he's definitely not likely to do that today. So they'll look for a point in the game. And we were talking about this. We're talking about how to play Mam. Is that Madge has got some coaching to do today? He has to pick and try and sort of anticipate the best place to inject these players, because that's as much about coaching as anything, I reckon, is knowing when to make those replacements.
Penrith, no real story there, Jimmy Graham. I mean, that's exactly what we expected. Why would they change a winning formula? It's been pretty damn good. I just want to ask Dobbo this, though. So Tyson Smoothie at 13, why is he starting? I'm not criticising him. He's only started once this year. But I know there's a certain quality they like about it.
Yeah, it's a defensive quality. They looked at, because they're not exactly sure with the Pakes-Mam scenario how that's going to play out. And we talked a bit about that a little earlier as well. But For Smoothie, they think early. He showed a lot of maturity in that last game when he came on. They've been very happy with his performance. They would have liked to have fitted him in the side more than often, but they just weren't able to. His form's been very good at cup level, and he's played in the grand final. He understands the enormity of these kind of pressure situations, so they just thought for that first 20 minutes, that's the right way to go. Now, whether or not they've made the right decision, we will find out, and I think the questions are valid about whether or not he is the right person to start at 13, considering you've got Willison. You've also got Kobe Hetherington there, who will be going to Manly at the end of the year as a 13. So it's going to be an interesting scenario when they pull the trigger on whether Hetherington comes into the game.
Just listening to Shane Webb speak about Maguire and the coaching aspect about how and when to interject Ezra Mam, but also how he uses his rotation. We know, based off what we witnessed on Friday, that the referee's most likely going to put the whistle away, which tends to suggest that the ball will be played for longer. That is suited to the Penrith Panthers. However, the pace, I think the conditions also play into the hands a little bit of Reece Walsh, but how that middle forward rotation works for Maguire is going to be so important. And just on Walsh, look, the Penrith left edge defensively was a little bit off against the Bulldogs, that one perceived weakness, and obviously Walsh will look to exploit that. They had, go back to that grand final, they actually had Joy on the opposite edge, but I think Penrith today, you'd be naive to think if they don't come with a designated plan for Reece Walsh. We saw him completely rip apart and drag the Broncos back into that contest against the Canberra Raiders, and that is the reason why we're here today, is because of Reece Walsh. But I think Panthers are going to come with a real plan to shut down his time and space. They'll take away his running game. I think they'll be happy to see him pass the ball as opposed to run the ball.
Jimmy, I really do think the danger of building a plan around stopping a player as good as Reece Walsh is, I think, and I'd be very surprised if Ivan Cleary has done this, because, and I actually heard him say in an interview that, there's plenty of other weaponry in the Bronx to worry about as well. I think the danger of making plans for a player is that then you take the emphasis off other players. I think the notion should be, let's do what we do and do it well. Yes, he's in there. Yes, okay, you can be aware of the things that he is prone to do and perhaps make players aware of it. But I think constructing a plan to stop one player is a thing fraught with danger, because while you're concentrating on one, someone else can step in.
I get it, but there's no one quite like Reece Walsh. Obviously, Ezra Mam, if he comes off the bench, we know he's got pace and can break a game open. But I think with Walsh, when I've watched him play, he had variety to his game, where he's got the run, the short pass, the long pass. But his best weapon is run. So I think that the edge defenders, don't be surprised to see the centres jam, the winger follow in, and then the hardest play to execute is the cutout pass. I think the Panthers will take that as the lesser of all evils there, because it's a harder play to execute, and usually speaking, they tackle Walsh as he passes the ball, so he's out of support. They tackle Shibasaki in the centre position, have that winger go by himself, and then back Edwards and the rest of the players in process to cover that in behind.
There might be a plan, Webby, but we'd be stunned if Walsh doesn't zip down the left side and Liam Martin doesn't see a chance.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And absolutely iron him out. Probably legally, but maybe not. But if Reece Walsh goes into the line, you would imagine Penrith are going to make him pay a price. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Shadows creeping across the ground. Don't worry about weather being a factor, because it is perfect. It is not too hot. The pitch is unbelievably immaculate. This is a ground that was really struggling. Remember, at the start of the year, they had to replace the turf before Magic Ground. That was quite miraculous. Now, you would not... it looks like an English castle. The backyard of an English castle, it looks that good. It's an odd analogy, Webby. I don't know where that came from, but the pristine, like a Beverly Hills mansion or something.
It's funny that you said that, because I was thinking exactly the same thing. How much this looks like the backyard of an English castle.
Yeah. That's right. Yep. Men of the people here at Triple M, and we'll be back right after this as we do prime time and we do Triple M footy for Ream Hot Water and for Maccas.
The footy's on Triple M. Thanks
to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
It's happened to me. I'm on the Monday Moan list.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I'm driving towards a roundabout. Out of the roundabout comes a SUV. Lo and behold, guess what was on the back window? One of those ridiculous baby on board stickers.
Yeah.
What did they achieve? Good on you. You've got a kid. Awesome.
Yeah. Remember what your nan used to say? Pause when agitated.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better. Ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
Rudy Hill's newest local legend has opened its doors. The Woodstock Hotel, a bistro serving pub classics and wood-fired pizzas, an outdoor beer garden and dedicated sports bar showing all the biggest sporting fixtures. It's your weekend ritual, your midweek fallback, your Friday knockoff and a place to watch your favourite team in action. The Woodstock Hotel, built for Western Sydney. Search the Woodstock Hotel Rudy Hill to find out more.
This is the sound of making easy work out of hard work. Spitwater Pressure Cleaners get the tough jobs done. Find your nearest dealer at spitwater.com.au.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottle Mart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs of $59.99 or $56.99 for more rewards members. Expect more from Bottle Mart, like great offers only for members. More rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Bottle Mart.
It's more in store. Macca's new McCrispier is just like the original McCrispy, but with a new soft bun, new ranch sauce, new chicken breast fillet, and a new crunchier coating. So maybe not just like the old one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
It's easier than you think to return and earn. Just take eligible cans, bottles and cartons to one of the hundreds of return points across New South Wales and earn 10 cents per item. Earn a refund at a machine on your weekly shop. Drop them off at a depot after the kids' sport. Hand them over the counter on your coffee run. Or give them to someone who returns regularly.
Thanks, mate.
So make your routine rewarding. Search Return and Earn near me for your nearest return point.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you pay later at millions of online stores with no interest and no late fees. Get what you want now with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd. Australian Credit Licence 568848.
There's no wrong way to eat a national pie. Lift the lid, sauce on the meat, classic. Knife and fork, fancy. Sauce on top, hot or not, go in hard. Be proud of how you eat it, even if it's different. Do it your way, and I'll do it Pie Way. National Pies. Proudly Tassie, proudly different. Find them with the fresh ready meals at Woolworths.
Bunnings Trade has got your next build covered with solutions at the framing stage. From townhouses to single dwellings to large developments, we can provide prefabricated frames and trusses specific to your project. It's a fast and efficient way to build. Call 134 Trade, that's 134872 to find out more.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Oh, welcome back to Suncorp Stadium. The Broncos, you can hear that crowd as they just come out for their warm-up. As I said a little earlier, they did win the toss. They'll be kicking off, running left to right. But while we talk about rugby league, we've got one of Queensland's great Broncos supporters in Marnus Labuschagne, who's obviously preparing for this Ashes series. Firstly, Marnus, how good Suncorp Stadium rugby league on a Sunday afternoon, my friend?
Mate, it's unbelievable. They just ran out there and I got a little bit of Ashes chills there. Like, you know, the first ball of the Ashes, that the crowd just cheering as they just ran on the field here. The excitement, it's going to be unbelievable, you know, especially coming off the back of the Lions victory. It just feels like the state's humming.
Can you talk to me about your love of, obviously, sport, but, you know, obviously cricket is your priority at the moment, but you get time to watch, like you talked about the Lions and their victory yesterday and the Bronx during the year when you're obviously competing. Do you get to watch it when you're away?
Yeah, I think the boys follow it pretty closely. You know, there's a lot of AFL supporters in the Australian cricket team and a lot of NRL supporters. So there's a lot of excitement around supporting our state and supporting, you know, Queensland. Hey, brother, how are you?
Don't worry, Jono's just here, Jonathan Thurston.
Sorry, mate.
We're doing a live interview. We're doing
Foot to the ball, man.
We'll put him on as well,
do you want to give him a bit of advice, Jonathan Thurston?
Hey, you've got to get your foot to the ball, brother. Keep your head still, elbow up.
There you go. Jonathan Thurston giving Marnus Labuschagne cricket tips. I love that. Mate, you get that a bit?
I mean, not from Jonathan Thurston, I don't. That's pretty cool. He was pumped then. I mean, I'm feeling pumped now. I feel like I just got to get the footy out here. Just put a little drop goal on, or give him a little right to left touch finder, the one that he hit the post a few years ago here at Suncorp.
Mate, the Ashes series, there's just so much hype and momentum about cricket in Australia this summer. Obviously, you're going to hear it here on Triple M, but it's a huge part of the psyche. How excited are you for a home Ashes series?
Oh, mate, there's nothing better. It just excites you to see the country get behind Australia, especially with the hype, the momentum England's had, since McCullum and Stokes took over. There's a lot of that energy around, and I feel like the Australian crowd just get behind the boys, and it's just so exciting to have a home Ashes. The last time we were out here was COVID, and it was a little bit restricted, and just feel like, it's building really nicely, and talking about the Brisbane and the state itself, to have that day-night test is something new, and I feel like people are going to flood to the Gabba to come watch.
Also, one day series against India, that's always tough. They think they're the best in the world at everything, so you must be excited it's all here.
Exactly, and I mean, to have Virat Kohli and Rohit back on Australian shores is always exciting for Australian cricket, and for us to play India is always just such a great test of our skills, and especially our team. We've had a few guys retire over the last few years, the Glenn Maxwell, Steve Smith and those guys, Dave Warner. So we're sort of shaping and turning a little bit differently. So that's exciting for us to face that, that Indian attack.
Marnus, give us a tip this afternoon, mate.
I'm thinking the Broncos by 6.
That'll do me. Hey, best of luck for the summer, mate, but appreciate you giving us some time on Triple M.
Nah, thank you so much. Awesome. Can't wait.
Beautiful, Marnus Labuschagne. And the one-day series that Dobbo was talking about, Perth, Adelaide and Sydney, I love those one-days against India because they're dead set away games in Australia. But, yes, they'll be full of Indian fans there. And that's on not long after we're done. It's in October. And I'll tell you what, there was an ad yesterday during the AFL Grand Final pumping up the Ashes, and you just realise, bloody hell, that's right. They're only around the corner. And as Dobbo said, you'll hear every ball live here on Triple M from middle of November. Webber, you know how I know we're in Queensland? When I look over to the journos and there's a bloody journo wearing a fedora hat. You don't get that in many other places. It's that sort of vibe here this afternoon. And also, geez, the Broncos have got some celebrity fans. You would have had a few celebrity fans, Webby, in your golden era. And look at it now. Cam Smith, the golfer, he'd be VPNing this game. So if he's not in Brisbane and not here today, he'll be somewhere around the world with his VPN and his KO Sports watching the game. But Broncos have always been a very popular team.
Yeah, we have, and I'm actually trying to search my mind for the ones that we had, because there always seemed to be special guests coming to sheds and things like that. But it's a bit different when you're playing, because you sort of get focused on the playing side of it, and so hence me struggling to remember. But and that's for players to see those dignitaries of music and all sorts of things be part of supporting us. It actually makes you feel pretty special. I'm from a little country town, mate. You walked into this joint, it was supported by all these people and famous people you hadn't thought about before, and you think, well, gee, this is pretty special, and it just adds to the mystique, if you like, of playing for the Broncos.
Well, you haven't changed that, because you're still on the farm, still all hands on deck. What'd you do this week, for instance? What's a week in the life of Shane Webb?
Well, my cows are calving, so you have to look after them, and we had a bit of problem with one of them. We had to fix her, and just various things, mate. It just goes on. But, mate, anything about farming, it just never stops. So there's always a job to do. There's never a day when there's not something to happen. So what I do my media commitments with Triple M and a little bit of Channel 7 and different stuff, and then I just fit in the farm stuff around it. That's great. I got the best of both worlds.
Well, that sounds like the life, Jimmy. I don't know if that's for you, but it sounds like the loss.
Farm? No, I'm not cut out to be a grafter like that. I've had
a grafter. A grafter. How am I a grafter? What's that mean?
Hard worker.
Hard work.
Oh, grafter. Sorry, I don't understand what you said, mate. Sorry.
No, grafter means like hard work.
But you said
long hours.
But you said you were happy to come and help me with a bit of fencing. Just wait. Let's wait if we get warm enough. Get past 40 degrees.
Yeah, look, I'm not one for be out working outdoors, especially in this Australian heat. And you were describing around the calving situation, and let's not go on air with that. Yeah.
Referees are out there, which makes me want to ask Jimmy if he's going to behave himself today, or are you going to give the clickbaiters some more grist for the mill?
It depends. Hopefully we're not talking about them.
You bottlers get. I can't
He did bottle it. Mate, you can't tell me that. That wasn't a sin bin.
No. Okay, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, why did you go there again?
No, just sometimes you know what it's like.
Yeah.
You've got to play. You just need to just give a little needle half an hour before kick-off. Broncos are out there nice and early. Penrith not out there on the field at the moment, but it's all in the shadowy part of the ground, so it's not as if they're running. Gemma Shibasaki shaved off the goatee. What is doing? No. Jimmy, no, you can't be. He is the best goatee, maybe the only goatee in the NRL.
Oh, no.
It's taken him to Origin. It's taken him to the heights. And now, biggest game of the year, and the goatee's gone.
You'd have to say it's a dangerous thing to do, isn't it?
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, my goodness.
Wow, that's a big call.
Let's... here they come, the Penny Panthers in their pink jerseys. We'll check if they're wearing their pink jersey, because they do have a training jersey as well, which half the team is wearing. But I think it's the Pink Panthers today. That makes sense on a warm afternoon. They don't want to be wearing their black jersey with the bronze piping. Let's take a break. We'll come back. I want to talk about Penrith after this. Is this run going to win today? This would be an appropriate setting, but there's nothing appropriate about Penrith in this run. They just want to keep going and going. Triple M rocking. Prelim final day here from Suncorp Stadium for Ream Hot Water and for Macca's.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Triple M's Lou and Josh. Ready for Lou and Josh for the early drive home.
It's your birthday on Friday.
Look, I'm fine with birthdays.
Pretty sure when we first started this show back in June, Lou was like, oh, my birthday's coming up.
Yeah.
And every single other member of the team, we all had birthdays between then.
Yeah.
And your birthday.
Correct, but no, it was Lou's birthday that's coming up.
November 20th, if anyone's listening.
Lou and Josh. Triple M's Lou and Josh for the early drive home.
There's plenty of reasons why best sheds are the best sheds. Find out at bestsheds.com.au.
There's big, and then there's big. Golden Gate Iron Slab, built for a big hunger. Grab one at your local servo or convenience store. It's the biggest thing in the freezer.
The Broncos race lightnings, ready to strike. The Panthers look simply unbeatable.
Absolute perfection.
Who will make the grand final? Broncos Panthers, today at 3. Live and free on 9 and 9 now.
Step up with new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder. It's the quickest and most compact conversion style ladder available. Bailey's Step Extension gives you step, leaning and extension with a rear leg section narrow enough to work within studs and manholes. Speaking of holes, cover yours in some free Bailey and tradie undies. Spend over $200 on Bailey ladders and or Bailey fall protection gear and get a free pair of Bailey and tradie undies. T's and C's at baileyladders.com.au.
If the kitchen's your studio, Simpson's Pantry wraps and flatbreads are your canvas. Refresh, remix and wrap it up with Simpson's Pantry. You'll be absolutely wrapped. Simpson's Pantry.
Absolutely wrapped. Durafit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear, with features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship, and engineered for endurance. Durafit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
The Target Big Brand Toy Sale is now on. Get 20% off toys from favourite brands like Lego, Barbie, Hot Wheels, plus more hot offers. Must end October 15. T's and C's apply. Shop now in-store and online and get playtime right on Target.
In the 90s, there were 3 things the cool kids always had at school. A shell necklace, baggy jeans, and a tin of Dulux jelly beans. And while Dulux can't do much about the baggy jeans, they're bringing back the Dulux jelly beans. For a limited time only, just buy 8 litres or more of any Dulux premium paint and receive a free can of jelly beans. Just look for the tins at participating stores like Bunnings, Mitre 10, Home Hardware and Inspirations Paint, and check out the full T's and C's at dulux.com.au.
Hey Dodo, got any deals on your NBN so you can hook my mum up?
How's this? Save up to $30 a month for 6 whole months.
What? No.
Yeah. Dodo, the real deal. $30 off per month, NBN 100 plan only. Offer in September 30, 2025. New and returning NBN customers only.
At Coles, you can get great value on fruit and veg this week. Like fresh, in-season Australian green asparagus bunches. Just $1.70 each. Shop in-store or online at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Teams are out there going through their warm-up. Broncos have been out there for a while, but conditions are very pleasant now. There is a gentle breeze here in Brisbane, the most beautiful Sunday afternoon, but most of the ground now covered by the shadows, with only the eastern stand bathed in sunshine. Still probably mid-20s, but just about perfect for rugby league. And the Panthers getting nice and close to the crowd at the Milton end, going through their warm-up, and the Broncos look like they are about to end their warm-up with James Graham, Shane Webke, Ben Dobbin, Dan Ganone, your call team this afternoon for Ream Hot Water and for McDonald's. Something you're acutely aware of, Webby. Someone once told me, and it's so true about boxers, when the end happens, it just happens all of a sudden. No one sees it coming, and it'll happen often midway through a title fight. All of a sudden, the tank is empty, and they shrink, and they don't have it anymore. And I famously remember one of the great all-time runs that you and your teammates had in 1999. But then right at the death, the tank was empty, and there was nothing you could do. I just wonder if today's the day, out of nowhere, it just ends for Penrith. You've already talked about the fact they have to be fatigued.
They absolutely have to be, Dan. And forget physically, mentally, how much it takes to be as good as they've been for as long as they've been. But further to that, get to this season where they've had to come from nowhere, from last, to be at this day. There's a lot that's gone into that. Now, that's not to say that today's the day. As you rightly say, with boxers and that, you just don't know when you're going to run out. But today could be the day, and you know what the precursor of that could be? A Broncos side that comes out screaming. So that's what I said, and what's what I meant before when I was talking about if I were the coach of the Broncos, which that would never happen. But if I was, that's what I'd be going at, and be prepared to be relentless all the way through. And at some point, they just might get that fatigue that's there might actually come out, and so that might be the end of it.
So, obviously, focus on the start. We know the importance of that, but if we look at the better and the higher quality games in finals, they've been decided in the dying moments. And that's where it's going to come down to the difference between a Reynolds and a Cleary, a Hunt and a Talangi, and Edwards. That's where this game will be won. I feel the contest at the beginning is going to be that bash and that battle for territory. But fundamentally, the big games, this should be, if we're making predictions, bold predictions, you'd say it will be decided in the dying stages. And I think that's where Nathan Cleary has the upper hand on anybody in this competition.
That's the thing. If it's close, you've got to favour Penrith, don't you? Because they've got Cleary and they've just mastered the art of winning. Where the Broncos,
we haven't got the experience at winning that they have.
That's right.
We really don't this side. And I think this could go on to be one of the great Broncos teams in years to come. And hopefully it starts tonight. But it's gonna, as you say, it's gonna have to take a special effort.
All right, United Forklifts. Webby, bring us the keys to success. Lift your game with a cat forklift from United Forklifts. Google. I know nothing about forklifts, but I know the cat forklift is damn good. And Google United Forklifts today, because that's where you get the cat from. Right, Jimmy, where are Penrith better than we just spoke about experience, but in terms of matchups, and where do they think they'll be better than Brisbane?
Look, I think in terms of their line speed, it is second to none in this competition. The intensity that they play at, and they can do it for long periods of time. I think the clutch moments mastered by Nathan Cleary, but also, that daytime game against the Dogs this time last week, the ball movement from the forwards, especially people like Lindsay Smith. He was sensational with subtle little plays, but fundamentally, when you think of Penrith, their back three carries so well. They complement one another amazingly, which allow the forwards to really drive home that line speed. Their focus for forwards is about line speed and intensity in defence, which then therefore has an effect on the opposition, their exit sets. It wouldn't surprise me to see Brisbane maybe try something a little bit different with some yardage shifts, not with a view of scoring points or making line breaks, but just to make some meters and win back that territory. But for me, Penrith do what they do well, and that's an intense game style.
All right, United Four Cliffs lifts your game with a cat. Four Cliff from United Four Cliffs. Google United Four Cliffs today. They bring us the keys to success. Here's a question. Melbourne Storm. Who do they want to play next week? You've got the redemption story with Penrith, which I know the media will do the whole week, revenge for last year. Or do they just want the team they think they can beat? Who cares about redemption and last year, Webby? What do they think? Take me into that mindset. What do they want for next week?
Well, understanding a little bit about Craig Mullin from a long time ago, he'll leave no stone unturned. It doesn't matter who they're going to play. So that bit aside. But I don't think they want to play Brisbane. I really don't. And I think they would tend to look at Penrith as the devil they know, whereas the Bronx, they would know this about the Broncos. If they get it right on the day, they won't beat them. And I really believe that. And I think they'd be more wary of a Broncos side, which hasn't had the fatigue thing that we're talking about that Penrith had. I think if I'm guessing, I reckon it'd be that.
We've got about a minute or two here. Dobbo, take it away. Special guest.
Paddy Carrigan, obviously disappointed you're not here this afternoon, mate, but the preparation for this side, are they ready to go?
Yeah, mate, of course. I think the confidence comes on what we've done through the pre-season on the back of the last 27-plus weeks, so the boys are ready to go.
We've been talking a lot about the smoothie inclusion at 13. What was the mindset within the side for that to start with instead of Kobe?
Oh, I just think the little areas of the game and probably the balance of our team. Kobe's been unreal in injecting some punch off the bench with Benny Tolti, and mate, in terms of discipline and effort areas, Tyson Smoothie's up there. So he's got plenty of skill, and I certainly back him because we're doing a great job for us this year.
Renault and obviously Ezra back. They're going to provide some spark. When do you reckon we'll see Ezra in the side?
Who knows? I'm not sure if we know, but I know that their combination's been gelling for a few years now. And when he gets on the field, I'm sure he's going to do his job and be himself, and that's playing an exciting brand of footy.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for giving us some time.
Cheers, boys. Thanks.
Beautiful stuff, Pat Carrigan. He'll be back next week if they qualify. And I tell you what, Jimmy, if he had given an answer to that Ezra Mam question, I'd ban him from interviews for life if I was a Broncos person.
Yes, absolutely. Keep his cards very close to his chest.
Can you feel the vibe? Can you feel the electricity in this ground? Because we're only a few minutes away. Not every seat is full yet, but it's getting pretty close.
Just sneaking the last of the last beers.
Yes, he could squeeze two in between now and 4:05, maybe. And I'll tell you what, I could see the emptiest areas are the corporate areas. If they're going to pay thousands of dollars, they're going to get their fill. But Penrith's still out there. My goodness, Brisbane have been out there for a long time. Not that they're running themselves to a standstill, but it's been a long, long warm-up for them. But so much to like about this game this afternoon. You've got the Broncos looking to make a second grand final in 3 years. Looking to right the wrong of 2023. You've got the Penrith Panthers with a dynasty that won't stop, aiming for not just 5 premierships in a row, but 6 grand finals in a row. Remember, it wasn't that long ago you couldn't make 2 grand finals in a row. You couldn't win 2 comps in a row. Penrith have blown that to smithereens. Something special is going to happen this afternoon. We don't know what it's going to be, but it is going to be something we're going to remember for a long, long time. The Broncos and the Panthers. You excited, Jimmy?
I sure am, Dan. Just watching these players go through their final bits of preparation, that bit of contact, the shoulders getting nice and warmed up. You hit the pads, you run through the pads. With so many players we've spoken about, so much brilliance on display. One player we've not even mentioned, arguably Brisbane's best in the past 2 seasons, Katoni Staggs. Yeah. We forget that he injects himself into the contest. There's so much excitement here at Suncorp right now. I cannot wait for kickoff.
Let me tell you about Webke. He has been leaning back pretty comfortable all afternoon. He's just leant forward. He's talked about that first hit up. I reckon he wants to get out there and take the first hit up.
Only the first one, and then I'm coming back on. But no, it does make you feel like you want to, though. And Jimmy, you'd agree with this. When it gets to this point, I get jittery and think, oh, geez, I'd like to have a crack. Yeah. But that's forgetting how hard it is out there.
All right, it's coming up. One more ad break. Triple M rocking the prelim final. Broncos, Penrith. Don't go anywhere. It's up next.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
It's happened to me. I'm on the Monday Moan list. Yeah. Over the weekend, I'm driving towards a roundabout. Out of the roundabout comes a SUV. Lo and behold, guess what was on the back window? One of those ridiculous baby on board stickers.
Yeah.
What did they achieve? Good on you. You've got a kid. Awesome.
Yeah. Remember what your nan used to say? Pause when agitated.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Maroon, Millie and Hindy. The Rush Hour tomorrow at 4 on Triple M.
When the greats bet, they bet with better, ahead of the game. You win some, you lose more.
If your team's premiership drought is making you thirsty, the BWS end of footy year sale is now on. This week, 2 cases of Carlton Dry bottles are just $99. The BWS end of footy year sale. Offer in Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
There's big, and then there's big. Golden Gaytime Slab, built for a big hunger. Grab one at your local servo or convenience store. It's the biggest thing in the freezer.
Are you thirsty for some fresh and juicy cashback? Ooh, dazzling little discounts? Topped off with some deals that are, to put it frankly, absolutely stunning? Mwah. Well, you'll find it all with Westpac Rewards. Your all-access pass to almost anything and everything rewardy. Just open the Westpac app and search Westpac Rewards. It's simply bursting with the good stuff. T's and C's, eligibility and credit criteria apply.
On site, real work. You want to do it right, and you want to do it once. So when the real work begins, reach for Sellies. If it's Sellies, it works.
Gym memberships, club memberships, they all sound so appealing until you see the fees. Well, there's one membership that costs nothing, and it saves you money. The Flower Power Trade Membership. If you have a landscaping, gardening or construction business, Flower Power's Trade Membership unlocks amazing discounts. Your business can save up to 25% on our top quality plants, pots and landscaping supplies. Plus, we can deliver 7 days a week. Apply for your money-saving trade membership at flowerpower.com.au. They're garden people.
Nothing kills the vibe faster than dead batteries. That's why you grab Energizer Max Plus for long-lasting power. Energizer Max Plus AA batteries last up to 250% longer versus carbon zinc. Results may vary by device.
Calling all outdoor adventurers. 4-wheel drive super centres up to 80% off school holiday and long weekend price blitz is on now. We're talking massive price drops on everything you need for your next getaway. From Adventure King swags, gazebos, batteries and fridges, this blitz has it all. Gear up for your long weekend or school holiday adventure with daily deals too good to miss. But hurry, these bargains won't last. Head into your local 4-wheel drive super centre or click and collect now at 4wheeldrivesupercentre.com.au. The Discount Kings will always get you out there for less.
Get your yard ready for summer with Victor Super Savings. Up to $100 off selected petrol and battery Victor mowers. Plus, up to $50 off power garden tools. Available now at participating Victor dealers. T&Cs apply. Offer ends December 31st. Victor, Australia's backyard experts.
You got to finish that deck off, but that strained calf is hammering away at you. You need pain relief from muscle and joint injuries. New Celebrex Relief. Works hard because you do. New Celebrex Relief. Ask your pharmacist about this product. Incorrect use could be harmful.
Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
People are standing here in anticipation, and we're now less than 10 minutes away, 9 minutes to be exact. Melbourne are waiting. The Broncos and the Panthers coming up next.
This Scara has had its day.
Swap the everyday for pole position. Be a VIP at the BP Adelaide Grand Final with Bottle Mart. Thanks to Coopers, you'll score pit lounge access, a helicopter ride and a course car thrill. Buy any case of Coopers and enter online to win. Coopers Pale Ale 24 packs of $59.99 or $56.99 for more rewards members. Expect more from Bottle Mart, like great offers only for members. More rewards. Join now for free at bottlemart.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Bottle Mart. It's more in store.
In any season, there are going to be games that are special. There will be origins that stand out just a little more than the others. Occasionally, we'll get an epic grand final. You know they're going to happen at some point. You just don't know when. Then there's the rare days where all the stars collide and everything about the game is perfect. The players, box office, the time, Sunday afternoon, the weather, perfect. The venue, nowhere better. The stakes, huge. The sort of rare day where if the contest matches the build-up, you will remember where you were when it happened. Today is one of those days. The Brisbane Broncos have been pining for this match for 2 years when they had a premiership ripped away in 18 minutes. It's been said they've been in mourning ever since. Today, they finally get a chance to exercise those demons. But they have to beat the greatest club team most of us will ever see. The Penrith Panthers keep winning, yet their thirst is never quenched. Last week, they silenced the Bulldogs fans, but silenced 52,000 Queenslanders who are going to treat this with the hostility of origin. That's going to take some doing. Does the dynasty end, or does the pain go on? From Suncorp Stadium, this is the preliminary final on Triple M. More daytime fireworks going off, flames as well. And now the Penrith Panthers, they exit the stage after their extended warm-up. Long warm-ups for both teams. 250,000 requests for tickets for this game. All-time record in this state. Think of all the great concerts, all the great sporting events, grand finals, AFL, NRL. They've had grand finals here. Nothing has captured the city like this game, and it's not even a grand final. The Broncos again, like the glory days, have really captured the hearts and minds of this town. They're exciting, and they've got a chance to right the wrong of two years ago. I wonder what's going through the minds of those players, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, the minds of the players is you just want to tee off. You just want to get out there ASAP. You want this to begin. You're waiting till 4:05. A lot of nervous energy, but you just want to get into autopilot. You know once you cross that white line, the ball is kicked off. That is where you're at your most comfortable. It's the unknown. It's waiting, the anticipation. It's the feeling, the sense, it's the subplots. You know, here at Suncorp, there's something in the air. You know, we've had plenty of big games here, but there's just something different about today, Dan. I've been here for Origins, and Shane, I'm sure you can speak to that, but it does feel like there's something in the air.
Boys, I'll tell you why this means so much, and I'll tell you why every ex-Broncos player, current Broncos player, Broncos fan, I'll tell you why this means so much. Because we have been so long not the winners. They are ready to win again. Our fans want us to win again. Our players want us to win again. Want us to ascend to the club that we once were. Not to say that has disappeared, but we have not won a premiership since 2006. It is time. And that's why this game is so anticipated, because Broncos fans can finally see that we're close again. Can we get the last bit?
It's probably the most baffling drought in the game. You could look at Parramatta. I know that's been a long run, 39 years, and some of the other clubs. But the Broncos, who couldn't stop winning in the 90s and the 2000s, particularly the 90s, it is outrageous that it has been, even in a salary cap era, that 19 years since this great club has has won a grand final. Been there a couple of times, as we know.
Coincidentally, it was my last game for the club. But anyway, that's fine.
He was waiting for me. And when I didn't, Jimmy, he just had to go.
I mean, you know what? Everything he says is true.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
100%.
Credit where credit's due. Hey, I tell you what, the fans here, like, they're clapping, but you can feel there's like it's a nervous clap. It's the tension. You can feel it.
I think the start is more important, Shane Webby. Shane, how formal. You've talked about it all day. The start. Brisbane's got to start well. They've got to come out and really make a statement. It feels like the start here, they've got to win this. If they don't win the start, this crowd's going to go silent. It's going to be a nervy crowd. Here we go again type vibe. So it's an enormous 10-15 minutes.
The start is always important of any game. It is. But no, this will be the most important game in terms of starts for the Broncos that we'll play for some considerable time, because this mob won't give you anything. That's why it's important. It's always important to start well and feel good and all the rest of it. But this mob will cruel you if you get it wrong.
Jimmy Graham said there's something in the air. He's not kidding. The smell of fireworks has just wafted in. It's like the cap guns. Remember the old cap gun? Well, you would shoot real guns on that, Webby, I'm sure.
Exactly,
but this is for the more wussy amongst us. We have the smell of cap guns to remember, and boy, it's a strong smell as well. But thankfully, just enough breeze to clear most of the smoke away, although it is quite hazy at the moment. Dobbo, what is it like down there on the sideline?
Oh, Dan, it is unbelievable. There's not a spare seat in the house, and this is why we love Sunday afternoon football. This is a special afternoon. I heard you guys talking about it. There is something in the air. There is hope. There is hope for Brisbane supporters this afternoon that they can get it done against the side that has had so much success over a long period of time. It's only a couple of minutes away. It is going to be massive.
You know what, Dan? You mentioned about that 19 years, and I'm thinking about the fans here that have been so close, and that feeling of you almost vomit when your team gets so close and it gets taken away from you. You think of the grand final in 15, 23. These fans have been through a lot since that final game of Shane Webke, and it's not, look, we love sport and what it does, but this is not going to be a pleasant 80 minutes for the Brisbane Broncos fans, because it's not like, especially when you consider what's happened in the past, the come from behind victories. This is, look, brilliant to be here, but it's so tense, so nervous.
Here they come, the Panthers, led out by Nathan Cleary in their pink jerseys. Here's James Graham.
Yeah, we've got Dylan Edwards at fullback. The wings are Alan Motti and Brian Toto. The centre partnership, Isaac Tango and Casey McLean. Blaze Talangi partnering Nathan Cleary in the halves. It's Leota, Kenny Smith, Sorensen, Martin and Yo to make up the back line. Their bench, Snyder, Henry, Papali'i, who's been informed, Luke Garner, and they are coached by Ivan Cleary.
Yes, and they will be running towards the Caxton Street end of this first half. Now here they come down the race. Here is four-time premiership winner Shane Webke.
Of course, led out by halfback and captain Adam Reynolds. Reece Walsh is our fullback. Karapani and Katoni Staggs is one centre. Jemmet Shibasaki the other. Dean Meredith is the other wing. Ben Hunt. And of course Adam Reynolds, Corey Jensen, Corey Pax, Capates, Payne Haas, Brendan Piakura, Jordan Ricky and Tyson Smoothie round out the forwards. On the bench, Ezra Mann. We can't wait to see him take the field. Cody Henderson, Xavier Willison and Ben Tulty.
Adam Reynolds in his 9th preliminary final. Nathan Cleary chasing his 5th consecutive premiership. He's only one of 4 Panthers to play in all 14 games of this winning streak. 14 finals in a row. And our referee is Grant Atkins. I'll tempt fate, Jimmy. Let's hope that's the last time I mention him today.
Amen.
So the Panthers will be receiving. Do you want to be with ball or chasing first tackle of a big game?
No, you want to tackle. Everyone can tackle. Everyone gets in the game.
Here we go. The clock counting down. A final for the ages gets underway. The prelim final begins. And it's Blaze Talangi taking it in the end goal and giving it to Lindsay Smith. And Smith, who's been terrific for Penrith, carries it forward and is met 10 metres out from his own line. Penrith here on this immaculate surface. Going more sideways with Leota. Gang tackle like a rugby scrum. He's driven back to the 10-metre line. Good stuff from the Brisbane men in the middle, including Tyson Smoothie. Liam Martin not going too far. This is a good start from Brisbane in defence. It's what you'd expect from the home team, as Isaiah Yeo hitting and spinning, but no chance of an offload here, and he's pinned just outside the 20-metre line. So played back now to Kenny. Kenny on to Edwards. Edwards just getting a nice early touch, bit of contact as he runs it to the 30-metre line. Last tackle, Cleary kicking long, although maybe not as long as he was hoping. It gets a very good bounce for Cleary. Got past Walsh once and then twice. So Walsh a little tentative, and it cost him. He brings it back to the 20, but now he's thrown back deep inside that 20-metre line. So good finish to the set from the master Nathan Cleary after it was tough going. And now a little dummy half dart goes nowhere here with Staggs to play it on the 20-metre line. No score, minute gone, with Dean Mariner working it forward here for the Broncos. Running to the right, the Milton end comes to Walsh, and Walsh, much like his opposite number, looking to get early contact, and he takes it up. Good quick play the ball. Allows Pates to take a few steps, and then he services his man Mariner. Gets up to halfway. We've got to play it down. It's Scott Sorensen. He's clutching at his left knee. He's clutching at his left knee here. In fact, he might have been clutching at his left knee, but I think this is a concussion situation. There's no doubt it was a head clash and maybe just a bit of instinct. Pretend you're injured with the knee as he stretches it out. We've seen this trick before, but I don't think it's going to fool the independent doctor. A friendly fire head clash with Blaze Talungi, and play has been paused. No score, but he is one of their key players, Scott Sorensen, and he has got the wobbles. And while we wait here, let's clear one of the short ad breaks. Triple M rocking the prelim.
Hot water needs replacing? Go for one that's steady, hot and strong. You know who we're talking about. Built tough for Aussie conditions and manufacturing right here in Australia for over 80 years. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a ream.
Yeah, it's believed it's a Cat 1. We're just waiting for it.
Wow.
It's a Cat 1. I'll just confirm that. He's off at the moment.
High kick. It's taken now by Edwards. Sorry, Dobber. Edwards drilled in the tackle. 12 out from his own line. We'll come back to you in a moment. But Penrith now, no score. And again, they're in quicksand here as Alamotti is put down. That is a massive out, Scott Sorensen. And Cat 1 is confirmed from Ben Dobbins. So that gets Penrith down to 16 players. If there's another concussion and that play removed from the game, Dane Laurie, 18th man will be triggered. Terrific dummy half run from Kenny. This is going to be a lightning quick game. You can just feel it. A sharp play the ball from him. On to Edwards, giving it to Leota, making it to halfway. That's a good set from Penrith. Now it comes to Cleary. All the time in the world to put boot to ball. High kick, the chasers are coming. Good catch from Parapani, who knew he was going to be barreled. And Brisbane now come away with it. No score, 2.5 gone. Shibasaki mauled in the tackle by 3 chasing Panthers. And this crowd, can they provide an influence in this game with the winger Dean Mariner? He's had a few touches early and he's driven sideways on the 20 by Luke Gardner, making a far earlier entrance than he would have anticipated. He helps make that tackle. Staggs carries it up on play number 4. Now it's Payne Haas with a good driving run, but then he's dealt with pretty well by 3 Penrith men in the middle. And Haas dropped on his 40. Comes to Walsh. This time no contact after he kicks. It's a decent kick, nothing more. Taken on the full here by the winger of Alamotti. Draws in a defender. Then throws it out to Tungor, who runs down the sideline briefly before he's brought down. Good start for this game. Penrith now just warming into it. No score as Penrith close in on halfway.
Yeah, Dan, the intensity is through the roof. And I was going to say the Broncos were winning the opening exchanges. We spoke about how important the start was, but it was a run from Mitch Kenny that just completely turned momentum in the opening exchanges.
So now a carry here from Lindsay Smith. Triple M rocking the prelim final. On all day next Sunday for the grand final. Here's Cleary, shaping the pass out to the right. He ends up running it straight. Doesn't fool the men in the middle for Brisbane. Smoothie and Haas, and also another there making the tackle with Jordan Ricky wearing headgear again. The high kick on the last, not threatening, but taken only one out from the try line here by Mariner, who has to get to ground, which he does. Now Brisbane have got to roll their sleeves up a bit here. No score. We've had nearly 5 minutes of play.
And Dan, nothing to be disappointed from either side in terms of the start. It's had all the intensity, everything we expected. I'd have to say just a little bit that Penrith would look like they were sneaking away from it, but we are making a very good effort of getting out of our own half now.
25 short of halfway. Walsh with a dart out of dummy half.
He's dangerous, isn't he?
And he almost got through. Martin just got up in time after helping make the tackle. And Brisbane now spread it to the right as it comes to Staggs. Staggs is put down on halfway. It comes to Reynolds, really close to the touchline as he hoofs it high towards the middle. Taken easily by Alamotti. And the chase is okay, but nothing more as Alamotti makes it outside his 20, where he's put down by 3 Brisbane defenders. No score.
Yeah, the loss of Scott Sorensen. Obviously, Garner comes into that edge. That is the more fragile of the defence's edges for the Penrith Panthers, so they'll have a big job on their hands. Brisbane looking to exploit that early substitution, but what a contest we've had so far.
So now it's Edwards running at the line, and then he's going to be put down. Ricky doing most of the work. Bit of help from Piakura. Ricky stays on the ground, but he's okay, as now it's Cleary again running and passing as he's tackled. Finds Kenny onto Yo, and Yo is dropped down. Cleary, real intent to run first today, it seems. He puts it up on the last. The chase is coming again. Brisbane's left wing, Karapani, takes it again. He's barreled as soon as he catches it. Penrith will do that all day. And Brisbane start this set 6 out from their own line. Still no score. 6 minutes gone here on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Triple M rocking the prelim for Ream Holtwater and for Maccas. Ben Hunt, dummy half onto Dean Mariner. Dean Mariner put down just outside his 10. Crowd trying to work over this referee, but no penalties as yet as it comes to Jordan Ricky running down the right edge, but stopped cold and barely over the 20 on tackle 4. Takes the dummy half, turns it into Smoothie. Smoothie, just his second start this year, replacing the suspended Carrigan. He runs it forward, stopped 31 out. Last tackle, Walsh, plenty of time to put boot to ball again. He doesn't get it flush, but it takes an awkward bounce. To'o has to come forward. It's taken by Staggs. Staggs needs to get rid of it. His pass is touched. 6 more tackles. I think Mariner's just realised he's 25 out and he's going to steady. Big break for Brisbane. Personal break in the game belongs to the home team. Now they load up. Listen to this crowd anticipate. Now it's given to Haas. Haas bashes it up beyond the 20, but it's just a one-out run as they set things up. Pakes goes down the short side. Now changes direction. Back to the open. Comes to Hunt onto Walsh. Cut out ball. Karapani. The crowd rises. Karapani's rounded up though. This is a wonderful Penrith team in defence in particular. And the tackle made 8 away. Swung back infield as it comes from Walsh to Hunt. Hunt turns it into Jensen. Jensen just lays the line on tackle 3 in front of the left upright where he's knocked over. Played to Pates short side. There's a cutout pass comes from Walsh to Shibasaki. Hit hard in the tackle. Ball came loose. Big win for Penrith. And Penrith will get a scrum feed, and they survived their first test, and they do it pretty comfortably.
Shouldn't have shaved the goatee. Should not have shaved the goatee. Straight.
Big defensive read there from Alamotti and Isaac Tango. They got that one right. Reece Walsh threatening. It was a strange kick, wasn't it? Sort of bit short, got the look of the bounce. Katoni Staggs in great chase.
Boys, what about the intensity? Whoa.
And ball in play.
Absolutely.
Ball in play, what that does for the product, Shane, it's so much better to witness.
Agreed.
All right, 10 out from their own line, Penrith, no score. Lindsay Smith. Oh, he almost lost that ball there as he got up and played it. I think some of the crowd thought he lost that ball, and I think they had a case. Now Garner works up the left edge. Makes some good metres there. Metres that had to be made. They were stuck just outside their 10. Oh, now Garner is going to get up slowly. Now Mitch Kenny's claiming there's a dangerous tackle involved here.
Well, it's Adam Reynolds who appears to have sort of head slams the substitution.
Well, we've got some players bleeding, Jimmy. We've got Reynolds, we've got Smoothie for Brisbane. We can't get a look at Garner.
It's not a head slam.
No, that's fine.
So not a head slam, and the replay for Harvey Norman would appear to confirm that. Hard tackle, but nothing more.
Great tackle.
So Penrith now resume. Edwards penalty, high tackle. First penalty of the game. It took 8.5 minutes. So now Penrith will get to load up really for the first time of the afternoon for them. Ben Dobbins sideline.
This atmosphere is unbelievable, but what we have seen is what James Graham said. They're going to let things play out. There hasn't been a lot of, obviously, penalties or 6-against from holding down. There's been a clear mandate. Let the game play.
All right, so now it's Pacey McLean hitting it up, 32 metres out Penrith. Their first chance to attack, and a good strong run on play 2 from Lindsay Smith. He's met just outside the 20. Played to Kenny. Throws to the open right to Cleary. Shows it. Then throws on to Edwards. Beautifully read by Shibasaki. He jammed in and made a crucial tackle. He's been doing that all season, goatee or not. He'll play it 20 metres out. Short side play to the right. That's where Cleary is. No look past to Martin. Well read around the waist by Ben Hunt. 10 metres out. Kenny now brings it back to the open side as Liotta. Quick hands to Yoda to Lungy. Lungy had a man on his outside, wet himself.
They've got to come left.
Took the tackle. Final play. Kenny comes to Cleary. His pass knocked down. Picked up by Cleary. Cleary is tackled a metre away, but it is 6 more tackles. Cleary is everywhere right now, and he'll play it here off that slow play the ball. Comes to Talangi. Back into Lindsay Smith. Lindsay Smith is stopped here in front of the post, but Penrith using the ball like they did last week against the Bulldogs. Liotta with a settler, and he's knocked down in front of the post. Played to Kenny, inside the 10 to Yo, to the right to Cleary, now back to Martin, stopping and propping, and now starting, beats one, beats another, then gets a pass as he was tackled by a third, as it's coming to Lindsay Smith, and Lindsay Smith is going to drag 3 defenders with him and be made to play at 5 away. Now the left side is open, but it comes short side to the right. Edwards away. They've got numbers. Alamotti for the corner. He got there. Spectacular put down. Big game. Paul Alamotti with the first try of the prelim. A magnificent put down. Oh my goodness. He went up, and this will only make sense to wrestling fans. It was like the big Roman Reigns splash move. And he slammed it down in the corner. A beautifully worked play. And he has got that on the spot. 4-0. It's Penrith on top early.
Wow, well, I thought Isaac Tango released the ball far too early there. Alamotti had so much work to do, Dan. But the grip of Alamotti, he was not in this team about a month ago, forced his way back in, and what a finish that is. There is not many better finishes than that you will see. Broncos, they couldn't quite get their first test over the line. Penrith up to the task, and then Penrith Panthers with their first set in the Westpac red zone, they come up with the first 4-pointer. What a finish that was.
And it comes down to this, doesn't it? In a game that is this tight, that repeat set that the Broncos ended up giving away, albeit at the end of Penrith's set, that has allowed them to get to this point where fatigue sets in, and we just couldn't cover it. And of course, Alamotti, did he get 3 last week? I think he might have, but that is...
Well, hang on now. Has he got this down? I think they're going to look at this. I think he's got it down, but they want to make sure here a super slow-mo shows almost a little bobble as he grounded it. Now, I do believe he's got it down. In fact, they have confirmed it. Try confirm. Now look at that. You can hear it. Cleary, sideline, 57%. Pertec kick predictor. Oh, my God, that's a good kick. Aims it at the right upright and then just draws it over the black dot. 6-0. Penrith over Brisbane. Triple M rocking the prelim final.
It's crunch time thanks to Macca's new McCrispier with a new soft bun, new creamy ranch sauce, nice chicken breast fillet and a new crunchier coating. Experience the new McCrispier today. Available after 10:30am.
Perfect start for Penrith. They've had 60% possession, 7 from 7 completions, 1 error, and they lead 6-0. If you want to go with them, that's the kind of football you've got to play. And so far, they've been up to it, despite the fact that they're 1 man down for the remainder of this game.
Thank you, Ben Dobbin, on the sideline for Bob Jane T-Marts. Happy with that try being given, Shane Webke.
Yeah, no, you can't. As I said, It's a mistake from the Broncos. Repeat set. You're not going to get away with it in this game.
6-0. Here's Liotta bumping it forward here inside his 20. You've got Shane Webke, a special guest with us on this Sunday. Here's Yo with a good, strong driving run. And he's put down. 20 short of halfway. Martin works up the right edge. Just every player that hits it up is a star. As Martin put on his back. 9 short of halfway. Played back to Kenny. Throws to Edwards. Edwards is knocked over on halfway.
We can see the intensity of this game. The Broncos, their first defensive set.
Last tackle, they draw in players. McLean down to To'o, little chip kick. McLean leading the race, gets the bounce, but he can't get rid of it as he's tackled 10 metres away. But Penrith are doing as they please at the moment. That was good scramble from the home side.
It was, Dan, but go back to that earlier point I was making. The first set of the game and the intensity that the Broncos had in their yardage defence just wasn't there on that occasion. The Panthers rather marched up the field. They run the ball on last. And the Broncos, they just need a little bit of a circuit breaker here.
And now it's the Broncos.
Surrender.
Just need a simple set here, a simple 4 or 5, 4 forward rucks. Get a good kick on it, settle things back down.
13 and a half gone. Penrith 6, Brisbane 0. It's on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Shibasaki with a hit up. Now, he might have been hit close to the mark there, and I think the crowd might have a case there. As we continue, Jensen, he goes forward, but not too far. Tackled just outside the 30. Played and thrown left to Hunt. A little double pump. He almost put Piakura through. Excellent defence, Yo. And now a hurried kick out of dummy half is going to dribble along the ground. To'o, careful. Traps it with his boot. Now picks it up. And now just...
I question the wisdom of that kick. I know Ben Hunt, and he hurried it coming out of dummy half. I don't know that he had to do that. And what was essentially a good set turned into a really quite substandard one. And now we're back defending in our own half.
Well, that's it. Penrith over halfway through. Garner on tackle 3. If you missed it from earlier, Scott Sorensen out of the game, Category 1, HIA. Here's Alamotti, the try scorer. Great driving run. He stopped, though. 15-metre gain. Played to Kenny. Throws to the left to Cleary. Cleary down to Smith. Smith out to the left edge of Garner. Garner is tackled around the... upper region there. That trapped the ball. No chance of an offload. Cleary high kick towards the Alamotti wing on the last, and a nervy looking winger, Karapani, takes that ball for Brisbane, but they're stuck inside their 10. Now an excellent hit up here for Shibasaki, trying to draw a penalty by splashing around like a fish at the play the ball, but the ref said the Panthers got off in time. Now another hitter, 20 short of halfway. There is a penalty coming here. There's, you get that sense now with a run from Mariner, and now, yeah, there it is.
Had to come.
There it is. You knew it once, twice, 3 times a charm, and Kenny was the man who shoved his man down, and that was always going to be a penalty. And that's one penalty apiece.
And put that down to the Shibasaki Mariner runs. Like, just puts them under pressure. The referee almost had no choice then. It was coming, and they just kept feeding on it.
Dobbo, sidelined.
Yeah, the crowd's going to play some involvement here. Geez, they're into Grant Atkins at the present moment. He's obviously been letting a lot go on at the present moment. Now there's a blood bin. Isaiah Yo's going to have to come off because of a blood bin.
Now, at the risk of riling up James Graham, we are 16 minutes in. At this time on Friday night, we'd had 6 penalties. So,
oh wow, Isaiah Yo
he's got a big cut over his right eye. Now he looks fine, but I mean, who the hell are we to tell? We're 100 metres away, and if he goes off, crowd wants him off here, concussion. Now all of a sudden 52,000 Queenslanders are concerned about the concussion rule.
We're pick and choose our moments.
Might work in their favour here. He's going to get bandaged up, and he's going to go on here. Oh, now a charging tackler there. Blaze Talungi tried to iron out Brendan Piakura. Came off second best to Lungi. He's fine, but Piakura got to the third. In fact, it was Ricky on the 30. Comes to right to left. Walsh trying to draw in defenders, but they knew he was going to pass to the wing of Karapani, who's kept above the ground by the 3 Penrith defenders, and they drag him over the sideline. Oh, sometimes the Panthers are just too good, and they'll get a scrum feed. That is criminal from Brisbane. That's so early in the tackle count. 6-0 Penrith.
And it's you know what? It's not the one that it's happened. It's going to be a series of things that we let happen like that, which will cost us this game, because Penrith will not. They will punish us for it.
And now it's a carry here from To'o.
That is some commitment to defence.
Absolutely.
That is committed to the cause. 4 players there knew what was on the line. All effort to just drag him over the sideline and change the momentum with one tackle. One piece of effort from 4 players.
So now we hit up.
Some willing defence from the Broncos, though.
It's Garner stopped. Spread from left to right on the next. Cleary after the pass from Yeo. Cleary's pass wasn't crisp, but found the bobbling Edwards. Edwards took it, but the momentum was lost. Edwards kept it going to Tungor, but the damage was done. Tackle made 45 out. Now back to the open right, or open left from the right, where Yeo away to Talangi. Talangi's causing some issues with his running game. He's just taken here in the end, but not before he almost went through. High kick from Cleary on the last from 40 out. Oh, careful. It's towed through by Penrith and almost towed through a second time. Brisbane in no man's land near the men on the right side of the field for them. No one wanted to catch it. They almost paid dearly. Penrith 6, Brisbane 0. Nearly 18 gone here. Triple M rocking the prelim final. As it's punted dummy half. Throwing it across to Karapani, and he's collected just outside the 20. And he'll play it now to Pakes, who again works the short left. And it's a one-out run. Sees them get up over the 30. Shibasaki, plenty of work from him early. Corey Jensen with a run down the middle, and he's met 12 short of halfway. So they'll need a good kick on the end of this. It's Reynolds from inside the 40, driving it. To'o drops back. It was a good kick, but To'o nullified it by taking it on the full. And now he runs back. Gee, such a good run at To'o. But this time he's well handled. They got him on a second attempt, the Broncos, after he looked like bullocking through, and Penrith start 20 short of halfway. It's a little hit up here from Casey McLean out of dummy half on tackle 2, followed up by the ball moving towards Alamotti, close to halfway on tackle 3. Lovely sharp play the ball. Now Cleary gets involved on the right, and Cleary, he dummies and takes the tackle. And then it's a slow play the ball off Smoothie, not letting him play it quickly, but all fine. A hit up from Leota, and that gets Penrith to tackle 5. So from 30 out, it comes to Cleary, kicks it up high. Chase coming through. Tungor almost takes it out of Walsh's hands, but Tungor got there first. He lost it into Walsh. That would have been nervy for Reece Walsh, but it works out well for Brisbane. 6-0. They've got the ball back. The Broncos, Penrith in front.
Yeah, a couple of last plays there. The Broncos, bit of indecisiveness. Reece Walsh there competing with Isaac Tango for that football. Does a great job. What about Nathan Cleary? Just willing to run the football a lot this afternoon and get tackled. Brilliant start from the best player in the competition.
So now it's Payne Haas carting it up. Looks to be showing no ill effects from the injury he picked up 2 weeks ago. Walsh takes the line on, and he's hit hard in the tackle. Ball came loose. Boy, they're doing a job on Reece Walsh right now. Celebrations for the Panthers. He didn't know, it seemed, whether to pass or to run. And once he decided to run, he was committed to Webby, and that did him in.
Sadly, though, this worries me with Reece, what this might do to him. Hopefully he's learned a lot in the last couple of weeks. Okay, you made a mistake. The way to make up for that is not trying for the miracle play. It's to get steady again.
Only 6-0. We've crossed the midway point of this first half. Gone quickly. Penrith, though, get a great chance to extend their lead from the scrum. To'o works it forward. Brought down 32 away. Another one-out play on tackle 2. Lindsay Smith, a very good run from Lindsay Smith. He's 8th. Boy, he's good. And underrated too. Now Leota charging it up, and he's almost up to the 10. That's only 3 tackles gone. Penrith here can really flex their muscles. Cleary, he runs to the left, then he turns it back into the right with a pass to Yeo. Yeo is stopped by Haas and also Pakes. It comes now to Kenny on a dummy half onto Cleary. Cleary runs, bumps off one. Gee, strong, he almost got through. Now he's stopped here primarily by Hunt, and he won't be kicking on the last. So final play, Talangi rolls in a kick. Chase is coming, taken here by Ricky, and he's tailed by Luke Garner, and that's a line dropout. Maybe not the right idea for Cleary to go down on tackle 5.
Am I right in saying it was Piakura that he bumped that?
That was Cleary, yeah.
Wow.
And
you don't do that easily.
He went reeling, Piakura. Seems to be fine. Broncos flooding their left side here. Reynolds is going to go short. It's not going to go 10. It's not going to go 10. In fact, goes 5. So some key players for Brisbane are having very nervy times here.
Referee said that was contestable.
Yes. Essentially, if you're going for the 10-metre line, it doesn't matter where you put it.
Big test for the Broncos here, though. If
it's a conventional kick, Jimmy, and it goes out on the full, that's a penalty. But Shane Webke's right. This is a big test as Penrith work it up the left side on tackle 2 through Luke Garner. He stopped after scribbling in the tackle. 6-0 Penrith. Play to Kenny. Throws to the open right to Yeo on the clear. It gives it to Edwards. Edwards out to Tungor. Tungor this time dragged down by Shibasaki.
He's good, Shibasaki.
Tackle had to be made. That's where they scored the first try. Loose pass picked up on the bounce by Papali'i, who's been a weapon in the finals. He takes the tackle. Sloppy stuff here, Penrith. Cleary away to Talangi. Runs into a dead end. And he can't escape Piakura. Bit of a nothing set, really, but it comes down to the last. Cleary stabs a kick. Chaser's coming through. Walsh has got it, but he has ridden the Liam Martin tackle and somehow got back into the in-goal field of play area. That's a confidence booster. Now a great charge from Shibasaki.
Reece Walsh, that's how you make up. Exactly like that.
Now, Penrith.
And look at the energy it's put into the Bronx.
Listen to this crowd trying to get a penalty. Now it's a run here from Mariner.
Oh, that's it, boys.
He shrugs off Luke Garner.
Yeah.
Makes it to centre field. 20 short of halfway. Comes to Reynolds. Reynolds looks to pass and then decides to run where he takes the tackle. So Reynolds won't be kicking. It'll be Van Hunt. Good option to have. And the deep kick.
Chase.
It did the man in the back, Paul Alamotti, in. It went over his head. He took it on the full, but he could only bring it back to the 20. There's been a momentum shift here. 23 and a half gone. Penrith had a good few minutes there, but now it's Brisbane trying to assert themselves.
And they're very slow to get back.
They are here, but look at the tackle count of the middles already from the Broncos players. As Penrith
ball's been lost. Ball's been lost. A tired play from the Panthers.
Here we go.
Now the Broncos. 30 metres out. Now it comes into Hetherington. Hetherington driving it upfield. He's one of the fresh players. I cannot remember a Broncos crowd sounding like this. Xavier Willison, first hit up in 2 months. He drives it to the 10-metre line. Now it's Pake's dummy half. Goes to the right to Reynolds. On to Walsh. Flat pass. Intercept. And now we've got a problem for Brisbane. It's Casey McLean. No penalty. Offside. Penalty against Penrith. That might have just saved the game.
You're not wrong.
It was about to be 12-0. And a penalty. This is a massive call. McLean is judged offside. And now let's look at a replay. Well, I guess he probably is.
He probably is. He's a mile
off. But the only issue, Webby, you could call that 30 times a game, but he was offside, therefore in an illegal position to go the length of the field.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. The referees are going really well.
Wow,
that's a
pivotal moment, is it not?
So let's see what the Broncos can dish up.
11 metres from the line. Brisbane not only avoid a try scored against them, they go back on the attack. 6-0 they trail. It's played now to Pakes. Short side play. Willison puts it down. It was a little trick move. Pakes looked to his left. He came back to the right. It was like a slingshot play, Xavier Willison, and if he catches it, Jimmy, I don't think they're stopping him.
It was on. It really was. Willison.
He catches that. He nearly scores.
He does score.
Now we've got a bit of push and shove. Dobbo, I can't remember. That's Origin like that.
It is certainly said. We've been to a lot of games here. This is as loud as I've seen. And boy, oh boy, they're up for it. Brisbane are making mistakes. They cannot continue to make these mistakes. That's 3 errors when they've had good ball and they've been lucky to get away with it. Walsh, it's hot and cold at the moment, but you know he's going to continue to roll the dice.
So 10 out from their own line here, Penrith. You look at that scoreboard and you go, gee, 6-0, 25 minutes, not much must have happened. Well, it's been end-to-end stuff here. Exactly what we were anticipating. Daytime, Suncorp Stadium. Now a hit up from Liam Martin. The ground now covered in shadow as Papali'i.
Great run.
The crowd thought he ran behind one of his own players. That was incorrect. It was a good run. He stopped and changed direction, but it was totally legal, and he made about 12, 13 metres, followed up by Tungor with a great run up to halfway. Good set for Penrith. 2 tackles left. Slow play the ball to Kenny. Throws left to Edwards. On to Yo. Yo giving it to Lindsay Smith. This warhorse is up to nearly the 40. Last tackle. Cleary goes conventional end over end kick. Aiming at Karapani. And Karapani almost stumbles over himself there as he catches it and tries to do a 360 and goes nowhere. Brisbane start their set 11 out from their own line.
Penrith are just unrelenting. They play to a set, they get a good kick, they chase it, and then they put us back down here.
And the completion rates, 14 from 15 for the Panthers, 9 from 13 for the Broncos, and they've made nearly 40 more tackles than the Panthers as well.
And we're going to pay for that if we don't address that situation soon.
Second effort on the tackle on Staggs. Given the all clear. This could be a 20-40. Is this a 20-40? No, Edwards scoops it back in. Then gets back into the field of play. Edwards might have been the only player among the Penrith side to know that that was on. If the ball was kicked from inside the 20 and crossed well beyond the 40, but Edwards saved it. That's an enormous play. So Penrith come back with it here. 19 short of halfway. Penrith 6, Brisbane 0. I'm not sure we've had a 20-40 all year.
It was almost a 20-20, Dan.
Now it's spread briefly from left to the middle as it comes to, it looks like Alamotti with a good driving run. And he'll be playing it. They've crossed halfway again. The number 15 for Penrith is Liam Henry. And he works it up here with his first run. It's a good one. 38 out. Cleary again. The high kick again. It's aimed at Karapani. Chases on. Now bumped off the ball is Tungo. That's a penalty. Get the sense, Jimmy, they're actually playing for that penalty more than actually forcing a contest between Tungo and Karapani.
Yeah, almost running into the opposition player to gain the penalty. But this has been a play. Oh, Penrith are going to run the football here. Wow. 2 on offer. They're going for the kill here, the Panthers.
They sure are. In front of the post here after one tackle. Henry plays it. Penrith 6-0. Yo on the left gets it onto Cleary. Turns it back inside to Smith. Smith running it. Oh, there was a cannonball there. And no action.
Could be in some trouble, Willison.
I think he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and now Garner stays down. It was probably in his best interest to do that, but I think he was actually shaken up, at least briefly. The third player came in, Willison, and went straight at the back of the knees. Penalty.
Pretty sure you can't do that.
And on report, now this is a much easier kick for Cleary. It's about 18 in from the sideline, although the way he's kicking, they are going to take 2 here. So maybe it wasn't so much tactical, the ignored penalty, just percentages.
Yeah.
And this one should put the Panthers up 8-0. And I guess Webby, when a forward pack is tiring, they're going to do silly things like that.
And that is exactly that. That's one of those thoughts. You can either run past that and let the tackle do what it's going to do and get him back into the line, or you do that. And that's fatigue.
He just came on, but the team, you can tell the team is tired and they're just trying to gain little advantages.
Those stats we're talking about, the completions and how many more tackles we made, they're the things in these big games. They're the things that get you, Jimmy, aren't they?
They sure are, man.
99% on the per-tech kick predictor. Wow, the respect through the roof.
And it's had an effect on the contribution of Payne Haas. Only, I say this, only 3 runs.
So here he comes. Cleary, left side, 20 in from touch. It's good. It's 8-0. It's Penrith. Bread and butter for them at the moment. Triple M rocking the prelim final. Dobbo after this for Bob Jane Seamarts.
From the excitement of the Westpac Red Zone to supporting female pathways, making a real difference in the women's game and helping to shape our NRLW stars of the future. It takes a little Westpac.
They've had to do 40 more tackles than the Penrith side, the Broncos, so is it time to start considering, do you bring Ezra Mam in? Corey Pates has done a lot of work. You shift Hunt to 9 and bring Mam into the game. I know it's early, but they need to get some points before half-time.
I guess, conventional wisdom, Dobbo, was about 50 minutes, because that's normally when the starting hooker comes off for Brisbane. But maybe we'll see a change in tactics here. But 8-0, not insurmountable, obviously. With Penrith here totally in their groove. Here's Henry playing it now. It's a play for Liam Martin. He rode a heavy bump, almost lost the ball, and then Shibasaki tried to rip it out of his hands. There's been an indiscretion there for the Broncos. I thought I heard 6 again there. That might have been a Penrith player saying it.
I think they were trying to claim it down.
because it was inside the 40. It actually wouldn't make sense for 6 more tackles. Now it's Edwards working it up and well dealt with. Good defensive set. Last tackle here, Cleary kicking high, a bit more conventional and conservative than he has been. But again, the target is Karapani. That's been the case all afternoon. Karapani with a good run. He sprints across to his right, works into the centre, and he'll be made to play 21 out from his own line. Comes now to Mariner. Mariner got a lot of touches in the first 5 minutes. In fact, this is his 11th hit-up. Oh, Dobbo, what's doing on the sideline?
Ezra Mam's got the interchange card. He's about to come in the game. Corey Pake's coming off right now.
That is an interesting change in terms of the timing, as now it's a hit-up here from Xavier Willison. And Mam, it's a round of applause here. So Mam is on. Now it's a hit-up from Haas. And Haas with, of course, Ben Hunt going into dummy half. He services the man doing the kicking. Adam Reynolds, he kicks high, taken on the full by To'o. And Piakora's there to make sure To'o goes nowhere. 8-0 Penrith.
That was a great chase from Piakora there. Outstanding.
Alamotti now with a hit up. Excellent football.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Is growth. Jimmy's right. How the hell was he out of the team for so long this year? Now Tungle with a good run. They're making the meters too easily up the middle, Penrith, at the moment. As now Kenny gets it on. Henry works it up here. Hetherington meets him, and Penrith almost a halfway. Comes to Cleary. This time a little bit of pressure, so he corkscrews a kick, but it doesn't go very far. Taken by Walsh, who catches and runs without breaking stride. And he's put down only 8 short of halfway, but that was all to do with the pressure put on Cleary, which hasn't been the case all afternoon.
It's always the little things, Dan.
And that was Ben Hunt just in at 9, found himself in that position in the middle of the field and decided to go and do it. Brilliant work.
Extra tackle too for Brisbane. They work it up 41 metres out. They're on the left side. It comes to the middle with Reynolds. He keeps it going to his right as he finds Hetherington. Hetherington carries it into 2 defenders. Played back now to Hunt. Goes left to Reynolds. Reynolds on to Willison. Willison lumbering into the defence here. They won't get him to ground, but the tackle will be completed. Played now to Hunt. Short side to Walsh. Onto a hard-running Piakora. Taken down low by Henry. Last coming up. This is a big play. 18 in from touch. Piakora stays on the ground. And it'll be interesting here what exactly we're looking at here as Piakora is getting up. The way Jimmy doesn't like that. He was milking for a replay. He didn't get one. Reynolds, high kick across the face of goal. Coming down 5 away. Contest. Through hands. Comes back to Brisbane.
Get in there.
Comes down to Mariner. Mariner won't get there. He stopped. No Penrith touch. That's a changeover. Now Brisbane can challenge, but they won't do that. And Penrith will come away with the ball. 8-0. Less than 7 to go in the first half.
Crucial set in defence for the Broncos. They must contain them down here if they can. And they've certainly started that way. Quick off the line now.
Benny Hunt has that about him. When he comes on at 9 or moves into the dummy half position, he knows his line speed is going to negate the runs from the opposition. Does it really well, Benny Hunt, when he gets in that dummy half position.
Paul Alamotti might be close to best on ground at the moment.
At this moment, you'd say, wouldn't you?
He's carrying it.
He's like a front row.
To within 15 of halfway. Edwards with a pass at the line to Papali'i. Great tackle by Piakora, 1-on-1. Just short of halfway. Kenny jumps to the right, throws a dead set line baller onto the left. It goes through hands. To'o released down the wing. Defence slides across. To'o cuts back infield. Runs over the 40. Once past the defender. Runs past another. Penalty. We've got a player here taken high, it seems. That must have been a call from the bunker, because that really came from nowhere as Grant Atkins walks all the way back towards the 40-metre line. So maybe it was one of the early attempts at tackle on To'o.
Brian To'o has about 7 tackle breaks in this run.
Was it?
I don't see it.
Know where that comes from, but
so Penrith will reload here. There's no point going for a penalty goal.
This is a big set now here for the Broncos.
Massive set. They cannot give away points here.
So tapped and sent from left to right. Kenny to Cleary. Cleary throws it back into Tungor, who cuts back towards the right upright. Stop 25 away. Kenny onto a runaway. Liam Henry got past Willison, made it to the 10, stopped by Hunt. Penrith are threatening. Centre field, Yoda Cleary to the left of Papali'i on the Talangi. Beautiful exchange of passes. Now comes the To'o on the left wing. Wonderful defence from Brisbane. There were 4 defenders there waiting to meet the Penrith winger To'o. Played to McLean. Goes in field to Talangi. Talangi now to Cleary. On to Yo. Bumping it forward on tackle 4. Settler. As now they've stacked the right side, Penrith, and that's where it goes to Cleary. Looking inside, going outside. The tap on from Tungle. Alamoti's got a chance. Alamotti jumps over the top of Reece Walsh, and Paul Alamotti. He's done it again, big game Paul. He's got a double, and Penrith are flying. A hop, skip and a jump from Paul Alamotti. Walsh was on the ground lunging at him, and he used him like a hurdle. Did Paul Alamotti. 12 points to 0, and he improved the position.
Yeah, scintillating stuff from the Panthers. Beautiful execution. That pass from Isaac Tango was absolutely sensational. Alamotti goes in for his second. They moved the ball to the left, and the Broncos did such a fantastic job to stop Brian To'o. But they moved the ball to the right, and they just didn't have the answer for Alamotti. Beautiful execution. I did notice that there was Ben Hunt and Ezra Mam defending next to each other, which is something that the Panthers will look to target. They went on the outside of it this time.
Isn't it a luxury to go from one winger, where you had Brian To'o, okay, we can't get a try with him, let's go out to Alamotti. He might find us one. Unbelievable.
What's funny with Penrith is when they have a settler, they do it so rarely, you notice it, Jimmy. That hit up with Yo, there's a nothing play.
But it's probably the one that makes the difference.
I understand, but with most clubs might have 2-3 settlers. Penrith, just one. That's all they need. Now they get everything into gear.
Their superior ball movement, the ball movement they had then, they can all pass and catch and pass quickly.
Daytime footy.
Every play is an option. Every play is an option.
We had the stat last week, 25 in a row in daytime. It's now 26. Did notice some media organisations happy to rip that off. Funny how they didn't know about it for 6 years, and then all of a sudden it pops up on their Instagram.
No animosity there, but
nothing about it's your opponents actually, Jimmy, who did that. Webby, 89% per tech kick predictor. 15 in from touch. He's got it again. 14 points to 0, and now the crowd, the most silent it's been all afternoon. Triple M rocking the prelim. Penrith flying.
It's game on at Harvey Norman. Right now, score hot deals store-wide. From TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding, and so much more. Don't miss out. The footy finals are heating up, and so are the deals. Harvey Norman Hot Deals. On now.
The Broncos look shell-shocked at the moment, and some of these middle forwards that are so weary, they are looking at the clock, waiting for half-time. Willison, who hasn't had a lot of game time. Payne Huss has had to do a lot of work defensively. They haven't had a lot of possession. They need to keep their hands on the ball and keep this score limited before half-time.
You could almost argue Penrith have been better, Jim. Oh! As soon as you give him a wrap, here they come, the Broncos, a knock on. It was Talangi, I believe, who just carried it up and lost the ball. Brisbane, out of absolutely nowhere, have a chance. As now from 10 metres out, they pump it forward through Hetherington, and he's put down in front of the right upright. You sense they have to score here, even though there's so much time left. Comes into Piakura. Piakura turns his body on the defence and is put down in front of the left upright. 5 away. Hunt dummy half. Floats it to the right. On to Reynolds. Catch a pass to Willison. 3 defenders there to meet Xavier Willison. That's only tackle 3. 2 minutes to go first half. Here's Hunt to the left of Haas. Haven't seen much of Haas. Now we get a good look at him as he takes 3 defenders closer to the line, but stop 4 away. Back to the right it comes. Reynolds, his man overruns him. He was shaping the kick, so he just passes, and Willison takes it and is knocked over. Last play, got to get this right. Haas goes for it all. Haas is caught short, and Penrith's defence does it again. But Brisbane just a little off in attack. 14-0 it remains Penrith.
I thought the play was to kick early for Walsh there. He wanted that contest. Ben Hunt thought about it, second guessed, couldn't quite get that kick away, and Penrith survive another test against some sensational one-on-one tackles on Payne Haas.
That was Cleary with a bit of help from Martin, but that was all Nathan Cleary with the tackle. 14-0, minute 20 to go. I was about to say, Jimmy, before Penrith knocked it on, This half might be better than the first half against Canterbury last week. With all due respect to your doggies, Brisbane's better. And this has been far more discipline from the Panthers. Now it comes to Tungle. Tungle put down. He had Alamotti on his outside, but wisely took the tackle. Last, Cleary from 55 out, puts up a high kick. Chaser coming through, that's to Lungy, but he can't impose on Walsh. Walsh then throws a 25-metre bullet on a pass to the middle of the field, and then he gives it to Mariner, is wrapped up. 40 seconds to go. Penrith, their defence in finals is simply unbelievable. 10 points a game they've averaged over the last 14 games, and no points against them here. Staggs with the hit up, Hunt. Oh, it's discombobulated. He just stands there, touch football style, gives it to Haas. Haas is he's driving it forward well, but easily contained. 7 short of halfway. 20 seconds to go first half. Mann turns it back in field. And the man who gives it to Hetherington is dragged down. It looked awkward, but it did look legal. Last play. Here's Mann. Oh, Mann is taken down so quickly they will get one more play. It's a sharp play, the ball. Walsh 30 out. Short side, Shibasaki. Shibasaki needs to get rid of it. Does. Finds Karapani. Kicks. Karapani was taken immediately after kicking, but it's bottled up by Edwards. And I don't think they're booing their team here, these fans. Let's have a listen. I think they're booing Grant Atkins. I don't know why. He saved you a try. It could have been 20-0. Penrith are in sublime form. Brisbane have 40 minutes to really exercise the demons of 2023 now, because they'll have to do something Penrith did to them 2 years ago.
Angry.
The Broncos?
Yes, no, just watching them come off the field there, Benny Hunt and Adam Reynolds, they're actively
This is what
chastising other players.
Well, the last set there, Shane, they didn't know what to do. Ben Hunt was trying to get things organised, and the players weren't responding.
So
dangerous to see that frustration, though.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, this is what Penrith do to teams.
Yeah.
This is what
and they haven't. It's a fact of what's happened here is how many mistakes the Broncos have made.
All right.
Simple as it is.
Let's take a break. Penrith 40 minutes away from a 6th consecutive grand final, unless the Broncos have got something special up their sleeves. 14-0. Penrith over Brisbane. Triple M rocking the prelim.
Shut up! The board is on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au.
Half time for GIO. GIO, insuring New South Wales since 1927.
That is classy. That is another New South Wales try.
Protect precious with GIO. GIO.com.au.
Bunnings Trade has got your next build covered with solutions at the framing stage. From townhouses to single dwellings to large developments, we can provide prefabricated frames and trusses specific to your project. It's a fast and efficient way to build. Call 134-TRADE, that's 134872 to find out more.
It's really no mystery why Budget Direct is Australia's most award-winning insurer, Jax.
No mystery at all, Sarge. They are Money Magazine, CanStar and Wee Money's Insurer of the Year.
But you know who the real winners are, Jax?
The customers, Sarge?
We have a winner.
Budget Direct, Australia's most award-winning insurer.
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Issue Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read award info, PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if product suits.
Love Honey's sell-out advent calendars are back, and they're our best ever, with 24 sweet treats delivered discreetly to your door. Fancy a Love Honey Christmas? We've got you covered. Visit lovehoney.com.au.
Gym memberships, club memberships, they all sound so appealing until you see the fees. Well, there's one membership that costs nothing, and it saves you money. The Flower Power Trade Membership. If you have a landscaping, gardening or construction business, Flower Power's trade membership unlocks amazing discounts. Your business can save up to 25% on our top quality plants, pots and landscaping supplies. Plus, we can deliver 7 days a week. Apply for your money-saving trade membership at flowerpower.com.au. They're garden people.
Hi, it's Lou and Jarch here.
If you're a local business trying to get noticed, you've got to be where the audience is.
That's where audio comes in. People are listening, and more importantly, people act on what they hear.
Nah. What? Like people are going to do something just because they hear it on Triple M?
It happens more than you think.
No chance.
Grab us a sandwich?
Sure, mate. One tick.
Get heard, get results with Triple M. Head to triplem.com.au today and click Advertise Local.
ANZ Falcon Technology learns from your transactions to help protect you from fraud. Sounds like its protective instincts just kicked in. ANZ Fraud Protection. Now it's personal. Falcon is a registered trademark of Fair Isaac Corporation.
They say the sequel is never better than the original. But clearly they haven't tried the new McCrispy from Macca's. Or seen enough sequels. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am.
Halftime for GIO. GIO, insuring New South Wales since 1927.
That is classy. That is another New South Wales try.
Protect precious with GIO. GIO.com.au.
Shut up! The Footy is on Triple M.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Beacon Trades backing your next install. Fans, lighting, electrical, sorted. Join now at beacontrade.com.au.
Very nervous crowd here at Suncorp Stadium because their team is in trouble. 14 points to nil. Penrith almost perfection that first half. Their completion rate dropped to a 21 from 23 record after that late knock-on. Shane Webke, James Graham. The ref was booed by the fans. Any justification? I'm sort of wondering why.
I'm thinking no. I think he's done a pretty fair job, to be honest. I don't think we've done a fair job. I think with the Bronx, the one thing we couldn't do was give cheap ball. The one thing we couldn't do is the one thing we have done, and we are paying the price.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. And then just with the attack, I mentioned about how you live off rations. They just haven't been able to conjure up many opportunities, really. They flared through the sideline and got thrown over early. It's been a masterclass defensively.
And of course, when you get, so we got an opportunity up there, and you get the ball, and they're too tired to work out what to do with it.
Yeah.
You get a quick turnover. They can't put together a passage of play because they're that fatigued from all the defence we're doing.
Indeed, so we could go through all the stats. Paul Alamotti, 14 runs, 142 metres. Every run he has purpose. Also 2 tries, if you don't mind. Nathan Cleary's playing tip-top. Brian To'o, 11 for 111 for Brisbane. Payne Haas got to 7 runs for 61 metres. There were a lot of runs at the end there, but we didn't see much of him in the first half.
But that'll tell you where we're at, and that'll tell you the tale of this game, if you like. Every time we look like we're now to do something, we drop a ball.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. Highlights and second half. Melbourne Storm versus either Penrith or Brisbane. We'll find out who shortly. Triple M rocking the finals for Ream Hot Water and for McDonald's.
Shut up! The Footy's on Triple M.
Triple M rocks footy.
Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au.
It's crunch time this final series thanks to the new McCrispy from Macca's. It's just like the original McCrispy, but with a new soft bun, new creamy ranch sauce, 100% Aussie chicken breast fillet, and a new crunchier coating. So actually, maybe not just like the old one. Experience the crunch of the new McCrispy today at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
Sport.
Uncover well-kept secrets with Listener's lineup of investigative podcasts. Download the free Listener app and search Uncover.
Hey there, it's Stephen Zoyce with you. Wallabies legend James Slipper could hang up the boots after next weekend's clash with the All Blacks. The 150 Test veteran's been weighing it up, and after that tough loss in Auckland, he's hinted this might be his last in gold. The Brisbane Lions are back in Queensland following yesterday's AFL Grand Final win. The side spent time at their spiritual home in Melbourne this morning before jetting back up to the Sunshine State. The winless start for Ange Postecoglou at Nottingham Forest has continued. The Aussie coach's side going down to Sunderland overnight. It's now 5 games without a victory. And could the Big Bash be going trans-Tasman? New Zealand's top brass are set to bring in the big guns, commissioning a global firm to help decide if they should throw their hat in the ring for a spot in the BBL.
Looking for a serious speed upgrade? Optus NBN just got way faster internet speeds for the whole family to be online. Search Optus NBN. T's and C's apply.
25 degrees at Suncorp Stadium at half-time between the Broncos and Panthers as Triple M rocks footy.
Halftime for GIO. GIO, insuring New South Wales since 1927.
That is classy. That is another New South Wales try.
Protect precious with GIO.
GIO.com.au.
You run a busy daycare, but it's hard to run around on that ankle you strained yesterday. You need pain relief from muscle and joint injuries. New Celebrex Relief. Works hard because you do. New Celebrex Relief. Ask your pharmacist about this product. Incorrect use could be harmful.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Macca's new McCrispier is just like the original McCrispy, but with a new soft bun, new ranch sauce, new chicken breast fillet, and a new crunchier coating. So maybe not just like the old one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am.
The Broncos race lightnings, ready to strike. The Panthers look simply unbeatable.
Absolute perfection.
Who will make the grand final? Broncos Panthers, today at 3. Live and free on 9 and 9 now.
Calling all outdoor adventurers. 4-wheel drive super centres up to 80% off school holiday and long weekend price blitz is on now. We're talking massive price drops on everything you need for your next getaway. From Adventure King swags, gazebos, batteries and fridges, this blitz has it all. Gear up for your long weekend or school holiday adventure with daily deals too good to miss. But hurry, these bargains won't last. Head into your local 4-wheel drive super centre or click and collect now at 4wheeldrivesupercentre.com.au. The Discount Kings will always get you out there for less.
A full bottle of LPG? That's useful. 3 bottles? Even more useful. Your first 3 bottles of LPG for $79 each with free delivery from Origin? That's all kinds of useful. Sign up by 30 September only in selected areas. Equipment fee and T's and C's apply.
PayPal Pay in 4 lets you get what you want now. From dreamy island adventures and the latest runway looks to tech upgrades and the perfect pair of runners. Split the cost into 4 interest-free installments at millions of online stores. And there's no late fees, just a more flexible way to pay. Get what you want now and pay later with PayPal Pay in 4. Terms and eligibility rules apply. See website for details. PayPal Credit Pty Ltd, Australian Credit Licence 568848.
Halftime for GIO. GIO. Insuring New South Wales since 1927.
That is classy. That is another New South Wales try.
Protect precious with GIO. GIO.com.au.
The boys on Triple M.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
First half highlights for Mitre 10 Trade. Get expert service trusted by the trade at your local Mitre 10 Trade Centre.
A final for the ages gets underway. The prelim final begins. Scott Sorensen. And Cat 1 is confirmed from Ben Dobbin. By the way, now the left side is open, but it comes short side to the right. Edwards away. They've got numbers. Alamotti for the corner. He got there. Spectacular put down. Big game. Paul Alamotti with the first try of the prelim.
There is not many better finishes that you will see.
To the right to Reynolds, on to Walsh. Flat pass, intercept. And now we've got a problem for Brisbane. It's Casey McLean. No penalty. Offside. That might have just saved the game. Short side play. Oh, Willison puts it down. If he catches it, Jimmy, I don't think they're stopping him.
Willison, he catches 8. He nearly scores. Oh, he does score.
Oh, there was a cannonball there. Penalty, clearing. It's good. It's 8-0.
This is a big set now here for the Broncos.
Massive set. They cannot give away points here.
As now they've stacked the right side, Penrith, and that's where it goes to Cleary. Looking inside, going outside. The tap on from Tungle. Alamotti's got a chance. Alamotti jumps over the top of Reece Walsh, and Paul Alamotti. He's done it again, big game, Paul. He's got a double. And Penrith are flying.
Scintillating stuff from the Panthers.
14-0, Penrith over Brisbane.
Grab Triple M NRL daily all week on Listener. And drive home with Triple M's Rush Hour. Thanks to Ream and Macca's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
I don't want to say this is a hard assignment for the Broncos, but during this dynasty, and even if you include 2020, when they made the grand final, Penrith have led by 14 or more 88 times for 88 wins. They haven't lost 14 up since 2019. Ben Dobbin, there's something crazy that happened that you can let us in on regarding Scott Sorensen.
So Scott Sorensen was given a Cat 1 HIA, went off in the 3rd minute of the game. He passed that HIA. So he has passed that HIA when he went and did it. So now the Panthers, he will sit on the bench for the second half. He's disappointed. The Panthers are actually furious. They accept that he wobbled a bit, but they thought he should have been given a Cat 2. So now it is up to him to see a neurologist during the week, and there is every possibility that if given the clearance, he will play in the grand final should they go on with it in the second half. So despite being given a Cat 1, he passed his HIA, and so now we'll probably see him next week.
A cynic, not me, Shane Webke, a cynic would say that's the sort of thing that only happens in September.
Yeah.
But okay, but there are some parameters where they call it Cat 1 before it even gets tested. That is, if you fall to the ground, take a knock, fall to the ground without helping yourself to the ground, that's automatic. If you've got the wobbles the way he had it, automatic. So it kind of makes sense, Jimmy.
But he just didn't get up initially. He didn't get up. When he did get up, he was very unsteady on his feet. Look, he's been stunned badly.
Yes.
And look, I'm all in favour of the head knock protocol and everything, but let's not lessen it by, that I think makes a mockery of the system.
100%. Jimmy, you've had a lot to say about concussion over the years. What do you make of those activities?
Dan, it only happens in September.
So, he's not cynical, that's the one thing we know about Jimmy.
But you know what? I understand it. I understand on the significance of next week. I understand why players would...
And you would play, wouldn't you?
I know why players would lie, because I've done it myself.
I'm going to set up our clickbaiter from last week. James Graham, what have you made of our refereeing performance?
Not noticeable.
Thank you.
It's exactly what you want.
Thank you. I don't know.
To be fair, they've got it right today as of now.
Absolutely. That's true.
Yeah.
Everything you said there is right. Still 40 minutes to go. I don't know how our man's going to get 600 words out of that one, Jimmy, but not noticeable. The verdict.
Let's go.
Here we go. Brisbane running to the Caxton Street end. The lights on, but still plenty of daylight here on this wonderful Sunday afternoon. 14-0 Penrith. And it's carried forward now by Xavier Willison. I'll have to check. I think in this 14-game run in finals, they have never trailed at half-time, Penrith. As it's carried forward by Jordan Ricky, followed up by Payne Haas. Haas, strong run, gets over the 30, where he'll be made to play it back to Ben Hunt. In the dummy half role, as he was for the last 10 minutes of the first half, and Hunt provides for Hetherington. Good signing run from Hetherington, almost a halfway. Playing it back now as it comes back to Haas, and Haas is up over halfway, where he will be made to play it eventually. It was a slow play that comes to Reynolds, puts up a high kick. This is all about the chase here. It's not bad, but easy catch. Edwards inside the 10. Oh, and then he's ironed out here by Ezra Mam, and it's given the all clear. Wow. So now a carry here from Paul Alamotti as we send it down to Ben Dobbin on the sideline for Bob Jane Teamer.
The message from Ivan Cleary is very clear. Take Brisbane to the deep end. He said you've got them there. Continue the ball in play. No mistakes. Now, Michael Maguire was not animated at all. He was very calm. He said we need just to cut out the errors. He said for this first 20 minutes, we can be back in this one. We need to score first. Cut the errors out. This is still a lot of football left.
Kungor taking a few steps, getting it on to Schneider. Schneider over halfway. Thank you, Dobbo. And Schneider stopped inside Brisbane territory. Comes to Talangi. Thought about running and then puts up an ungainly-looking kick, but it's going to be allowed to bounce. Oh, Walsh got very lucky there. It bounced straight to him. Look, he had a magnet on his chest because the chasers were coming. Brisbane 10 out from their own line. 14-0 Penrith. They've just picked up from where they left off in the first half. Brisbane going nowhere. Mariner is going to be made to play it. And that's tackled 2. Back it comes to Staggs. They're trying Brisbane, but it's just not there for them right now. Staggs stopped on the 20 centre field. Played the Hunt. Pointing Xavier Willison forward after passing him the ball. And Willison obliges, carries it to the 30, where he's stopped by Yo and Papali'i. Now it comes from left to right. Haas to Hunt. Hunt to Walsh. Walsh runs. Can't break through Talangi. Talangi's in defence. Chalk and cheese compared to the start of this year. Jordan Ricky on tackle 5. They're in trouble. He got it back infield, comes to Reynolds, dinks a little kick out of desperation, taken now by Edwards for Penrith, 20 short of halfway. Then a pass from Edwards away to Alamotti. Crowd thought Alamotti ran behind one of his own there, but the tackle completed 10 short of halfway. And not a great start for Brisbane here for this second half. Penrith 14-0.
It was a lovely little kick from Adam Reynolds, but I figure he would have wanted 5 years of his youth back to get it, be quick enough to get it.
Got away with that one, the Broncos, trying to run the ball on last. Reynolds got that kick away, but good field position here for the Panthers.
Snyder working it up. In fact, that's Liam Henry in number 15. Who'll play back for Kenny to the left to Cleary. Cleary onto Papali'i. Papali'i, 22 metres out. Last tackle, short side. Cleary dinks up a high kick to the right corner of Brisbane. Walsh takes it, good catch. But Penrith, that was the plan, just knock him down and give him nowhere to move. He'll play it, 10 in from touch. 5 out for the line, knock on Brisbane. Carapani throws it on to Martin. Quick spread, out to Tungor. Alamotti now gets past one, gets past another, but he takes a tumble, gets up. And they've stopped him for now. Almost had 3 tries. Brisbane, the game could be gone here. As now comes from right to left. Tungor to Edwards on the 10. He's now centre field. Draws in defenders. Little run around with Papali'i. Old-fashioned stuff. Now back on the inside to a running Casey McLean, but he's well contained. Brisbane hanging on grimly. Left side to the open right to Cleary. Running. Inside ball. Papali'i. No. Stopped the metre short. Desperate tackle. Ricky down low. Played to Kenny. Short side to Cleary. Now changes direction. Stops and props. Tosses it infield to Yo. This is going to take the tackle on tackle 3 here. Well, Brisbane have retreated pretty well, but there's more work to be done for them. Centre field to Kenny. He jumps out to the right, throws to the left to Henry. He shrugs off Willison briefly, but Willison comes back a metre away. Played now and thrown left. Talangi gets a terrible pass, brilliantly picked up on the left wing by To'o. Almost half volley stuff. All he can do is send to the ball, though, and take the tackle. Messi set Penrith. Last tackle. Cleary delays the pass. Goes himself and is tackled a metre short. Not this time, say Brisbane. You're not going to run through us today. 14-0 Penrith. Brisbane ball.
And Penrith have the luxury of not having to panic. They can go to the ground on tackle 5 with the ball, no problems.
Claims of a high tackle, penalty. And a Bronx cheer here. Well, if the game turns, Jimmy Graham, I think we know when this game turned. Great save and then the penalty to follow up.
Yeah, great scramble from the Broncos there. The couple of opportunities that just passed the Panthers by, which is unusual from the standards that they set over the past 5 years. And the Broncos, as you say, get that penalty, a relieving one. There's plenty of time. No need to panic just yet from the Bronx.
Certainly not. We know they're point-scoring prowess. Don't worry about the Canberra final. They've been doing that sort of thing all season, piling points on in the last 20 minutes of games. As the Dulfdorf has broken out here. He's playing Haas with great footwork. He jumped over Henry before he was finally stopped by Garner. Remember, Penrith down to 16 really from the get-go. Man to the left, away to Walsh. And rushing up on him is Cleary. Walsh fashions a pass, though, as he's tackled, giving it to Shibasaki. Breaks free of one. And then he can't get free of Edwards nor Martin. But a good play nonetheless. 26 out, 6 to go. Ref's had enough. He's starting to punish Penrith. Carried now by Willison, who's starting to look fatigued, Xavier Willison. He carries it forward. On the next, it comes to Mann, giving it to Reynolds. Reynolds dummies, tries to put on footwork at the defence, can't get through, stopped. Right side, play to Hetherington, or comes to Hetherington, giving it to Haas. Haas breaks through one and he almost burst right through. Stopped only 5 away. Another slow play the ball. Hunt, dummy half. Willison stopping and propping and chopped down on tackle 4. He can almost reach out and touch the left upright. Played to Hunt, dummies left. Throws right, great pick up Reynolds, rolls in the kick, and the take, and the try, and the comeback begins. Katoni Staggs scores. 14-4. Well, now the crowd's got something to cheer about, and that is a well-executed try.
Yeah, they tried to go through the front door, Payne House, with some huge runs and desperate defence from the Panthers. The last-minute kick. Excellent pickup from Adam Reynolds. Staggs is onside. Times his run to perfection. Nobody home. And the Broncos have a try and, more importantly, some belief going into the last 32 minutes of this finals game.
Adam Reynolds you want to know why Adam Reynolds is back in the team? Just look at that. He picks that ball up on the half volley, an awful pass, there's nothing happening. A deft little kick. Katoni Staggs always turns up where he's required, and bang, try. But as you say, more than just points, belief. The one thing they had to do first was score first.
And what a start to the second half it could have been.
Yes.
What it could have been, and that's reward for their defence here, the Broncos.
You look at the energy transfer now. It'll change now.
You just got a sense it was so important to repel the Panthers. Only a couple of minutes ago they did that, and now they strike with points.
This is the most magnificent scene, a full house, and we've got the sun in our eyes. It's actually reflecting off some glass because the sun's behind us. But I tell you what, this is picture perfect. That kick from Walsh, not picture perfect, but good enough. It tucks into the right side and just sneaks in. 14-6, 31 to go. Triple M rocking finals. Before we go to Dobbo, comment from Shane Webke.
Just saying and thinking about how all of a sudden you see a little bit of frailty in Penrith that hasn't been there all game. Just a few little things go the Broncos' ways, and all of a sudden they're not as insurmountable as we once thought.
Dobbo, down to you, Bob, Jane Seamarsh.
Well, that certainly brought the crowd back into play, Dan, and they needed that, Brisbane. But look, Penrith, obviously they'll regroup from this, but Brisbane need to get through this set. And Dan, as you like to say, the lights have taken effect.
Dobbo. Dobbo.
Yes, Dan.
First formal warning for you. There's still daylight in the stands.
Well, the lights are on. Somebody's got to do Gordy's job.
I know he'll be listening too in Townsville. Probably not actually. He's at the Ville, or he's at the Luke's Club. He's somewhere up there. After the Gordon Tallis Cup probably came to a conclusion a little while ago.
Katoni Staggs has come to life.
A good run from him. That's what's got this crowd excited. 20 short of halfway. 14-6 the Penrith Panthers. Brisbane with the last try. Hetherington with a run. Followed up by a spread to the left, it seems. Walsh out to Piakura. Good charging run. Cleary helps make the tackle, but he needed support there from Papali'i. On the last, Walsh puts up a high kick. Not much distance, but that could be a problem for Edwards. Oh, no problem. Great catch. He and Mann went up there together, and Edwards came down with it. But Brisbane have gone up a gear here. 30 and a half to go as Alamotti now works it up over his 20-metre line. The Melbourne Storm are waiting. And Penrith with their noses in front right now, with Tungle going down the middle towards the southern end. Stopped primarily by Hetherington. Liotta, he had a tremendous start to the game. And the second stint starts with a very strong run. Liam Henry is lifted in the tackle legally by Piakura, who got into the ribs. Good tackle. Henry plays it halfway line. Cleary, high kick. Going to come down inside the 10. Boy, he's been doing that all day, Cleary. Karapani, he'll have nightmares about today. But that's a good run, a steady run, makes 10 metres, and Brisbane start this set 18 from their own line. Penrith 14, Brisbane 6. Shibasaki launches into the Penrith defence.
Plenty of questions have been asked of Karapani, and he's pretty much answered them all.
That's true. There's Mariner now with a carry, and he'll make it to within 13 of halfway. This crowd really trying to influence the game. Hunt, 40-20 attempt. Has it got the distance? It's close. I don't think so. It's 1 metre short. It's 1 metre short. I've got to say, from this angle, I think the touchy's got this right. He's got it right. Here's a replay. Yeah, he's got it right, all right. That's balls of steel from the touchy, but he got it right. And that was almost a game-defining moment from Ben Hunt, who's done it before with 40-20s. Brisbane are the masters of the 40-20. 28-40 to go. Penrith now, all of a sudden, they've got their hands full. And now, hitting it up and losing it is Talangi. He was threatening, but he was hit around the midriff, and the ball came free. Comes to Walsh. Walsh runs over the 40. Brisbane, after Walsh is made to play it, will load up here with a full set inside Penrith territory as Willison goes one out on the left edge. And he's going to be made to play it with the right side now open. Mam jumps to the short left, but it comes the other way from Hunt. Hunt giving it to Haas. Haas knocked over. Hunt shrugs his shoulders. Who wants it, he's saying. What are we doing, he's saying. Throws left to Reynolds. Reynolds on. And now to Hetherington. Takes a tumble. Right now it feels like there's too many cooks in the kitchen here. Hunt is still waiting for this ball at dummy half. That was a slow play. The ball comes to Mam. Dummies. Goes himself. Well read. Kenny and Cleary too good there. Tackle 3. Ball comes out. Penalty. Penalty. Flop tackle.
But they're not going to.
Flop tackle.
I'm just watching Payne Hasdan. He's been out there for the entirety of this game, and I think he might have to go the distance. I think Maguire will have spoke to him and asked him, can you do this for me? In the absence of Patrick Carrigan, they're going to require Payne Haas to knock out 80 minutes of football.
So 22 out, long conversation. In fact, it's not 22 out. It's going to come down to about 18 out. Ben Tolte into the game, the biggest moment of his career. And he's going to go for a head up. North Sydney Bears just 3 months ago. Now in a prelim final in front of 52,000. He'll play it in front of the left upright. Penrith really are working this ref over. Another slow play the ball. Comes in field up to the Reynolds pass on the right side to Ricky. Ricky is felled in front of the right upright. Played to Hunt. Hunt throws left to Reynolds. Reynolds out in front of man. Great catch, Ezra. Takes on Cleary. Almost gets through, but Martin comes from the inside to make the tackle. Slow play the ball now for Tolte, dummy half. Onto Reynolds, turning it into Hetherington. Hetherington knocked over. It's not crisp, but they're getting closer. Hunt centre field, close to the right to Haas, stopping and propping. He doesn't know what to do with it. Gives it to Reynolds. Reynolds now drops back and gives it to Walsh. Walsh flat-footed. Walsh trying to do something out of nothing, and he's knocked over. Last tackle. What a terrible set. But they can make up for it here. Man, cut out ball. Shibasaki can't get rid of it. He had his winger unmarked, and he knew it, but he couldn't get rid of it. Changeover.
Oh, that is a huge opportunity. I thought they should have stayed at the middle. There was some huge holes there, Shane, for the Broncos to just go straight through.
Ezra could have gone, if he'd have gone to the inside on that same play, that would have been over.
It really feels like we've got too many playmakers out there at the moment for the Broncos. There's a little lack of direction. Here's Toto. He's stopped here 12 from his own line. All of a sudden, Penrith showing their first signs of fatigue. Although Talangi threatens, and Haas just desperately hangs on, but Talangi's running is starting to really ask questions. Penrith continue to work the left side on the next play. The centre McLean almost to halfway where he stopped. Tackle 4. 25 and a half to go. Floating pass comes in field to Cleary. Under Liotta. Liotta away to Martin. Martin. He takes on Shibasaki one-on-one. Shibasaki needs help. Oh, he just gets it in time, but that's an animal-like run from Martin. Gets to 40 metres out. Last tackle. It comes to Cleary. Man sprints across the mark and put pressure on the high kick. Good catch, Walsh. Taken 12 out from his own line, but it's on. Man and Martin and Cleary and another Bronco there. Play continuing. Walsh ran right over it. He ran right over the fracas, about 30 metres upfield from where he started. And now Walsh is tackled. Oh my God, that could have been a catastrophe. But now we'll have to inspect what happened here.
Unravel this there.
Well, Ezra Mann puts pressure on Nathan Cleary, tackles him. That's play on. Cleary doesn't like it. Mann doesn't like the response. Then Liam Martin comes.
Oh, Martin, third man in.
Martin's going to be in some trouble.
Martin, third man in. Because Cleary and Mann was just push and shove. There was no penalty in either of their plays. But Martin, are you saying punch?
That is a fist.
Let's have a look. Here's a replay for Harvey Norton. You wouldn't believe it. The angle there has a body in the way. But Liam Martin's work here.
What's this?
Is here he comes. Doesn't like what he sees. I don't know, Webby.
No. If you saw it from the ground, he actually punched it.
Play on. Just play on.
Yeah, penalty Brisbane. Yeah, that's a result nonetheless. That's a result nonetheless.
It is a result for the Broncos. And you can feel that the energy just rises.
He's on, boys.
Liam Martin's just got that look in his eyes like he wants to just go first-degree murder someone in the opposition.
Maybe not that.
And if he doesn't, James Graham does.
Look at his eyes. Look, they're just rolling, raging. I think Pierre Corus, whoever takes this run, do not go to Liam Martin.
So now Brisbane inside Penrith territory. They're 32 out. They've hit it up on the first. Haas almost got through. He galloped past one of the Panthers. Martin down low with the tackle with Leona. 22 out. Comes to Reynolds. Reynolds to Mam. Mam is stopped. 24 minutes left. Mam 19 away. Good tackle, Kenny. Played just right of the post to Hunt. Getting it on to Tolte. Tolte can score a try, you know. He carries it forward here and he stopped 11 away. No panic yet from Brisbane in this set. Reynolds out to Mam. Delays the pass out to the wing on the Mariner. There's the panic. He just drilled a kick with no room to work with. And they'll be checking whether this goes into touch or whether it goes touch in goal. He got very lucky, Mariner. He already gave the ball away, but the referee in the bunker deciding it crossed the line before it went past the corner post, so it's a 10-metre changeover. Should have been a 20-metre tap, but 7 tackles said it was that bad a play. 14-6 minutes.
Practicing his 40-20s there, Mariner. That was way too much pepper on that one.
Here's McLean with a great driving run. McLean and Talangi, their running has been exceptional the last few minutes. Talangi dropped one, but it doesn't stop the threat. Here's Tungor with a little dart out of dummy half.
You can feel the pendulum swinging again, can't you?
11 short of halfway. It seems like that incident, as Edwards hits it up, has reawoken Penrith and really juiced them up here. Is now a great one from Kenny out of dummy half. He's run nearly 20 metres and made it up to the 30, but he lost the ball. He lost the ball. Just when they were preparing for an attacking play on the last. Now, is Kenny going to challenge this? I think he has the authority amongst his teammates. If he wants a challenge, he will get one, and that's precisely what's happened. So now, has this ball been helped out? He was on his back. So, let's see here. This is a pivotal moment with 22 minutes to go, although all that time off. He's just lost that ball.
I think he's just lost it, hasn't he?
So
Brendan's originally locked on the ball, affecting a tackle.
So unless they see another angle where the ball, the arm on the ball has ripped it out, it's Piakura.
I reckon he takes out of the tackle, then loses possession. There's no stripping action.
Wow.
Which is unsuccessful.
I think that's a dud call, but you know what, Webby? Loose ball carry, play on.
No, it is.
But you could argue Piakura yanked it out. But loose ball carry. So, Brisbane, 20 short of halfway. Dobbo sideline, Bob Jones said.
Well, hasn't this heated up in front? What we didn't see was both the two trainers were getting into it on the sideline as well when that brouhaha was getting on, and they had to be broken up by the NRL. So lots going on. There's not a lot of love between these two clubs.
I don't believe any accusation that a Penrith trainer could be in an incident. It's not possible. From left to right, it's Brisbane now working it up. We could have a classic here. If Brisbane score next, my goodness. Tolte with a run, and he's up over halfway.
He's been handy since he came on, Tolte.
Now it's Hunt firing at left, a man running. He got past Martin, but not past Yo. Yo made a crucial tackle. 4 gone, 31 away, running to the Caxton Street end. Play back to Hunt, throws to the right to Tolte. Catch a pass to Haas. Haas running straight into his opposite there, and Lindsay Smith. Smith gets plenty of help, though, from other men in pink. And they make the tackle 23 out centre field. Last tackle comes to the right to Reynolds. Chip kick, contest, up they go. To'o takes it. Boy's tough. 5 out from his own line. Shaky pass out of dummy half until Lungy. Well held by McLean. Then as the top of his shorts dragged, I think he got a wedgie there. He'll play it though. And now Edwards with an excellent run down the middle. In traffic, made a good 12 metres. Gives his team some breathing space. Alamotti with 2 tries. Now a good strong charge here. He's stopped 16 short of halfway. Lindsay Smith holds it out in front of him like he's going to pass, but just runs. And his 1 out run gets Penrith 2. 4 short of halfway. Last tackle. Clearing. Conservative deep kick. For a change, it doesn't go to Karapani. It's taken by Walsh. He immediately gives it to Mariner. Mariner is stopped. 20 to go, and this is where we remind you, this is when Reece Walsh caught fire against Canberra a fortnight ago. He hasn't had an impact yet on this game. The time is coming, though. If it's going to happen, it has to happen soon. 21 from halfway Brisbane. Mam getting it on to Jensen. the game has slowed down noticeably. Just simply the fatigue, it seems, is taking its toll. As it comes away to Reynolds from inside his own 40. He kicks long, and if To'o again didn't drop back, that would have been a 40-20 special. But To'o was back. He's so good, and he carries it back here for Penrith. 19 short of halfway.
Yeah, To'o on high alert there. That was brilliant from the Panthers winger. Just read that play beautifully. They tried to disguise it with Walsh calling for the ball down one side. Reynolds got it on the other, went for the 40-20, but there was no fooling Brian To'o.
It's one of their great weapons, the Broncos. They've done it, I think, 9 times this year, most in the NRL, with numerous players doing it for the Broncos. But Penrith now cross halfway. A little pass through here to Talangi. It was a Lindsay Smith with wonderful skill throwing it out the back. Talangi almost through. Cleary, 25 out, puts up a high kick. Up goes Karapani. Oh, Tungo taken. Tungo escorted out of the way.
It was.
And they look pretty clear, but again, you suspect this was the result Penrith were chasing here. So, Brisbane's going to challenge this. So, Tungo coming through. Mam backing back here. Mam's not running towards the front of the ball. This is going to be a one replay job. He certainly bumps Tungo, and unless the bunker sees something we don't, or I don't, this is going to be the challenge is gone for both teams.
Hard to see it going. I'm just watching the movements of Payne Haas the last couple of sets, and
he's currently backing away from where the ball's going. He goes past the point, makes contact with Isaac, which is the escort.
If there was only a few minutes left, you might say that was tactical to just get a breather, but there's still 19 to go, so they must have thought they were aggrieved there, Brisbane.
I wonder if Maguire thinks about just giving Payne Haas 5 minutes. Yeah, there's 19 minutes.
He needs something.
He can't get forward defensively. He's struggling to get back behind the ball. Just give him a 5-minute spell and let him go absolutely bananas for the last 15.
Penrith take the tap. Brisbane need to hold on. This could be the pivotal set. Liotta first to hit it up, and he stopped in front of the post. Played to Kenny. Throws left to Yo. Turns it back into Lindsay Smith. Pushes away Jensen like he's a little old-fashioned winger. Finally stopped is Smith. Now played down to Kenny, to Cleary. Turning it back in to Tungor. They're keeping it to the middle here, Penrith, on tackle 3 as Tungor is eased to the ground in front of the black dot. Kenny, the dummy half, fires it left to Cleary, on to Talangi, gives it to Garner, crashing onto the board, he lost it. Brilliantly read by Brisbane, and they're still alive in this contest. 8th the margin, 18.5 to play.
So great read defensively there from the Brisbane Broncos right edge. Big tackle from Staggs to force that error.
Now it's Ezra Mam going nowhere. 2 tackles gone here for the Broncos. It's played to Walsh. Walsh getting it to Shibasaki. And Shibasaki, he plays it quickly. The ball's on the ground.
No, it's not play on. That's got to be something. It's again or a knock on.
There was a contest for the ball, and it's deemed to be a Brisbane knockback, and they've retained the ball. That's a bizarre event there. I bet my man Klein would have got that right, Jimmy. Now it's played here at near to Reynolds. He kicks corkscrew style. Doesn't look comfortable, but he swallows that up. Never in doubt. Runs it over the 30. And then, puts on footwork and gets Penrith to 10 short of halfway. Great start to the set. Reynolds just hasn't quite nailed one of those long kicks yet, but there's still 17.5 to go as Edwards punches forward. Just the one try in the second half belongs to Katoni Staggs, 14-6 Penrith. That's on the Mitsubishi Triton scoreboard. Now the lights take effect, Dobbo. The shadows are going across these players. Here's Lindsay Smith with a carry. He's going to be dragged backwards. Just outside the 4. Played to Kenny. Kenny to Cleary. Cleary onto Liotta. Liotta is felled there. Piakura limping badly out of that tackle. He took a knock of some description last. Cleary from 30 out puts up a high kick. It's Tungo and Alamotti's side. Karapani takes it again. Then chances his hand with a pass. Finds Walsh, but Walsh takes a tumble. And is going to be made to play 12 out from his own line. Slow play the ball. 16:40 to go.
It's an old-fashioned arm wrestle at the minute, isn't it?
Just waiting for a penalty or an error or something to break it open one way or the other. A good one from Mariner. Mariner with a threatening burst up the middle. He plays it, comes to Staggs. Staggs I think wanted to link up with his winger, but the winger was in field after the previous hit-up, so the Stags had to take the tackle. Now a spread. Oh, man! He's belted in a tackle after getting a Haas pass. It was Tungle giving it the lot. Mem stood up to it and will play it 10 short of halfway. Kick from inside the 40. No angle on it. Cut off by Edwards easily on his 20. Brings it back to the 30. Now he runs around Jensen. Now he runs around Ricky and gets it to centre field where he's finally made the play. Geez, they do that well, Penrith. They get their sets off in great fashion most of the time. And it's followed up Edwards by Toto, and he's almost a halfway.
Well, the Broncos are supposed to be the fresher team having the week off, but let me tell you, all the players out there, the lactic in the legs, the lack of oxygen in the lungs is testing every fibre.
I'm looking at Ricky. He is as tired as he's ever looked on a football field. Comes away to Yo. Puts the foot down. Beats one, beats another. Oh, taken by Walsh. Tackle had to be made. 18 away. Penrith, 2 tackles left. Comes to Cleary. Left it to Lungy. Cut out past McLean. 2 on 2. McLean. Stags with a big tackle down low. Reynolds over the top. Last play. Brisbane holding on, but they're on the ropes. Cleary dinks a kick. Gets 6 more after it rebounds off a Bronco.
Oh, jeez.
The pressure ratchets up on the Broncos. Can Penrith close this out? Comes to the open side to Lindsay Smith, and he's starting to look tired, but he can still get it offload away to Kenny. Kenny on to Edwards. Edwards to Liotta. Liotta is knocked over in front of the black dot. More attackers on the left, and that's where it heads, where Cleary shows it inside, goes himself. Oh, he almost got through. Reynolds and Ricky save it. And then that surely was 6 more tackles as they laid all over the tackled player. The Broncos lets it go. Comes to Yo. Yo just works it towards the centre. And he's made the play in front of the left upright. Brisbane defending well. Cleary on. Then it comes here to Garner. Out the back immediately. Switch of players. It comes from Talangi to the right to Liotta. Liotta dropped down, and Penrith looked out of ideas on that play. Last play, centre field, 5 out, comes back to Cleary. Left foot grubber, it pinballs in the in goal. Haas falls on it in the in goal. Line dropout, but they're holding on. What a battle of patience, a battle of wills in the prelim.
I'm unsure of how they're holding on. There's some enormous fatigue in the Broncos as we see another, and that's the dangerous thing about putting a kick out, putting a foot out when there's a kick. But who's there to clean it up? Payne Haas, who's played the entirety of this game.
You get the sense Brisbane have to get it back off this kick.
Yes.
14-6, 13 and a half to go.
That was pure fatigue. That set of 6. Isaiah Yo went through. He basically had nothing left.
Official crowd 52-491. The 9 people not here, you should be ashamed. Strickland will play. Reynolds had the ball, gave it to Walsh. Walsh then drilled a kick to the sideline, but it was cut off. Penrith have got it through McLean. That didn't fool Penrith at all. Maybe Walsh didn't get it as flush as he hoped, and it took a little longer to get to the sideline as he was hoping. Penrith now just work it up through Brian Toto. Toto with his 20th run. 10 out. Plays it and it comes to the right to Cleary. On to Edwards. Giving it here to Tungle. 2 on 2. Tremendous tackle, Shibasaki. Right side. It's going to come to the left. As it is sent on to Edwards. Out to Cleary. Cleary to Yo. Yo to Talangi. A magnificent tackle from Reynolds. Racing up out of the line. And barreling Talangi ball and all. Short side play to Cleary. Shows it inside. Throws outside line. Baller there to Garner. Garner is felled. That's tackle 5. 5 out. 10 in from touch. Cleary drills a kick. Great stop smoothing.
Wow.
And Brisbane stay alive.
Wow. What an astounding defensive effort from the Broncos.
Broncos cramping up.
And now they're coming out with pace.
Piakura off. He had to run out the back. He couldn't even get off the field conventionally as Xavier Willison comes back into it. They still need 2 scores, as good as their defence has been. 12 minutes to go. Penrith 14, Brisbane 6. It's now sent on from left to right. Here's Reynolds. Passes away to Stags as it came off a Penrith player. Stags holding 2 defenders at bay, and he almost got through once and for all. But a fresh set for Brisbane. 45 away. Now it's work to the middle as it comes to Smoothie. Smoothie in number 13. Underarms of Lizzie's tackle. Penrith didn't see it. Comes from Hunt to Reynolds, to the left of Mann. Great tackle around the waist. Nathan Cleary barreled the Brisbane number 14. Hunt dummy half. To the right he goes. Jensen, straight and hard, up to the 20. Falls on his front. Penrith slow to play the ball down. Cleary gets away with one there. Comes from Reynolds. No look pass to his left. Great read. As the number 16, Willison, is fell. 11 away. Still plenty of tackles left. Short side. The ball attempts to be intercepted by Cleary, but it falls into the hands of Willison, who gets it over, boots the ball into the crowd. Game on! Game on in the prelim, and we officially have a classic preliminary final at Suncorp Stadium.
Dan! We are witnessing one hell of a contest here. How the Broncos managed to turn up defensively, set after set, tackle after tackle, come up the other end and have the energy. Oh my goodness.
Cleary's all or nothing intercept attempt. Just open the gate.
Well, now...
And Willison strolled through it.
And Webby... He improved, not that he improved that much, didn't have to. It's near the post. It should be a 2-point game.
But you know what got on that? The previous defensive set down with Penrith all over us. We did not relent. And that's what gets you that.
Penrith have not lost a 14-point lead in 6 years. They have not lost a final in 4 years.
Benny Hunt helped Willison out there. We just saw the replay. Benny Hunt is pointing toward the post. Please take it closer.
Oh my goodness.
She's on, boys. We're going to get the finish we thought we'd get.
It was always going to take something Herculean to end this dynasty. They have 9.5 minutes to do it. Walsh from next to the left upright.
In she gets.
Oh, he's hit the post. He has hit the post.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
That takes 2-point field goal out.
And penalty goal. Now Penrith know they can lay all over in tackles and really test the referee out here. Ben Dobbins sideline.
Oh, it's ramping up here. Look, Brisbane are going to have to score regardless, but this has brought the crowds in, Dan. This is a great game of football. Credit to Brisbane, down 14-0 at half-time. They've got it back to 14-10. Where does the momentum go? This set will speak volumes. Penrith, make no mistakes, they are exhausted as well. This has been a battle of attrition and a great game of rugby league. It hasn't been pretty at times, but both sides throwing everything.
We said in the pre-game build-up it would come down to the last 5 or 10 minutes. Who's got the minerals to take this game out?
And for those playing at home, minerals means balls. That's what he means. Now, Brisbane were the beneficiaries of a bad miss of goal in the first week of the finals. Are Penrith going to benefit today? 14-10. Martin has come off. Brisbane full of running, but they still need a try. Great burst here from Jordan Ricky. 31 from their own line. Now it comes to Reynolds. Turns it into Willison. Willison is taken down low here. Lindsay Smith has had an unbelievable game. He was involved in that tackle. Now it comes to Haas. Haas over halfway. Good set for Brisbane. Good set. Last tackle, 8:40 to go. From halfway, they're going to run it. Walsh away to Staggs. Staggs. He can't get rid of it. In fact, this is the last. This is the last tackle. Now it's Walsh. Oh, he puts up a high kick. It's got no distance on it, but it could be tricky. Willison catches it. Penrith led him. Comes to Smoothie. Pokes a kick into no man's land. Into the end goal. Bouncing. Taken by Tulagi. He then throws the pass to Edwards. Edwards gets into the field of play. Play of the day. I tell you what, that pass might have been a touch forward in the in goal. You can't be offside, but you can throw a forward pass. But that's a fantastic, magnificent. I've used that word a few times second half. That was magnificent, that effort by Penrith, just to get out of jail there. But all of a sudden, it's Penrith now looking tired. 8 minutes to go. 14-10 Penrith lead. They led 14-0. They're doing nothing with it in this set. Alamotti with a run.
How many times have we heard you say that tonight? Alamotti with a run.
At least more than 20. Deep kick from Cleary. Easily caught by Walsh. Now comes here to Karapani. Karapani is put down. Walsh, you know he's going to have a moment. It could be the moment. Here's Ezra Mann going down the left side. He's filled here 10 short of halfway. They're in pretty good field position here, Brisbane. There's Xavier Willison having an excellent second stint. He hasn't played for 2 months.
He's had a big game, Willison.
Sure has. Dropped down just short of halfway. Played to Hunt. Throws to Reynolds. Keeps it going right to Walsh. There he goes. And again, Penrith do a masterful job on him. That was Garner with a one-on-one tackle. Slow play the ball. 45 out. Ricky the dummy half. Back infield to Reynolds. Reynolds on to Jensen. Jensen is knocked over. And this is the last tackle coming. So not as many metres as they would have hoped, Brisbane. 40 out. Reynolds. High kick. Chases are coming. Mariner going at full pelt. Great catch. Great catch by Edwards. But now Penrith have to roll their sleeves up. 6.5 to go.
Bronx must pin them here for this set.
And they are loading up Shane Webke. Can't get out of his 10. That's rare for him. Edwards barely crosses the 10. That's 3 tackles gone. Penrith, they look so tired. 6.5 left. Alamotti, tremendous run. 10, 12 metres there. Just the breathing space they needed. But their work is not done. Comes to Cleary on the right. Away to Papali'i. Draws in defenders. Now throws to Tungle. Tungle gets the ground he had to. And that gets Penrith to their last. They're still short of the 40. Cleary kicks across his body. Not the distance he would have hoped. It's taken on the full on the right wing by Mariner. A wonderful chase by Penrith, and Mariner has nowhere to go. But they're only 14 short of halfway. What a game. 5:40 to go. It's end-to-end stuff here as now Brisbane, their turn. And perhaps another chance beckons here as they get close to halfway early in the count. A hit up from Piakura and Jordan Ricky. Looks so weird in the headgear, Jordan Ricky. And he'll play it on halfway. Penrith really working over the ruck now. As Haas more sideways and forwards, underarms a pass. It's fallen on hungry hippo style by Reynolds. It takes a tackle, but at least they've still got it. 4 gone, halfway. Now Brisbane looking a bit aimless. So Jensen tries to get them going forward again. And he'll make it to the 40, but that's it. Last tackle. Here's Hunt to Reynolds. Centre field. Inside to Smoothie. Back it comes to Haas. His pass knocked out. That'll be 6 more. So out of absolutely nothing, Brisbane are going to get a great chance. There was nothing doing in that set. But Penrith trying to poke their hand in, trying to take intercepts, trying to stop grades. And they're going to have to defend another 6 tackles here.
Some huge gaps in the middle there on last play. And Talangi goes. Knocks the ball down.
No challenges left, by the way. Talangi waved his arm. There's no doubt he was trying to stop the path of Haas connecting with his support player.
Who was Walsh?
28 out. Comes from Mann from the scrum out to Shibasaki. A set-up play as he's rolled over. 6 more tackles. Ball play, in fact, not 6 more tackles, my apologies. This is tackle 2 where it's hit up now by Willison. Listen to this crowd. It's dead set Origin stuff here at Suncorp. Now it's Reynolds to the right. On to Walsh, runs almost through. And basketballs it over the top. Bounces into the hands of Mariner. Mariner is over. Mariner scores. Kick from out wide. They've done it. They've done it. They've come back from 14 down. They might have a kick from the sideline to end the dynasty. Mariner bounces over. Let's make sure he got it down. There were bodies in the way, but I think he scored. I think he wanted it too much. Right now it's 14 all. And the kick will be from about 3 in from touch.
I think he gets this ball down, Dan. What about Reece Walsh? Not giving up. 3 players in the attention. Gets a basketball-style pass and Mariners over there. Lynchy Smith across. Dylan Edwards across. But the desire, the will, the fight from Mariner. Reece Walsh.
Who kicks? Walsh has looked terrible with
Reynolds
the boot.
has gone over.
You talk about exercising demons. You talk about the 2021 Grand Final at this very ground. He had a kick to tie the game against Penrith late, and he missed. And he has worn that like a millstone for the last 4 years. But in the moment where Reece Walsh has been kicking, it is Adam Reynolds.
My God.
This is, I've got to say,
this is massive.
It's not a grand final. This feels like 2015 and Thurston's kick at goal.
Wow.
Every single person is standing here. Reynolds is on the non-preferred side. He is about 3 in from touch, maybe 4.
Boys, I've got goosebumps.
Yeah.
Wow.
55% on the per tech kick prediction. But that is meaningless. People are arm in arm. Listen to the hush. Listen to this. The nerves, the excitement, the roar perhaps. Reynolds, he's taken it back 27 metres. 3 minutes 20 left. He steps back. Now he leans in. He strikes it. He strikes it. Down the middle. And he's got it. He's got it. He has exercised those demons of 4 years ago. In Brisbane, the Broncos, 3 minutes away from exercising their demons of 2023. And the dynasty is in jeopardy. What a game. Game of the century. I told you, Jimmy. I told Buzz, game of the century.
It ain't over yet, Dan.
Sure isn't.
We've got about, 3.5 minutes? 3 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock.
Holy boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't forget the Nathan Cleary 2-point field goal is still in play. 16-14. Penrith, 93 games in a row they've won when they've led by 14 or more. High kick. Brisbane take it.
Yeah.
Brisbane take it through Mariner, and then a late cheap tackle from Lindsay Smith. 3 minutes left. If Brisbane do this right, Penrith might only get one use of the ball. Mariner clutching at his ribs. There's a bit of Hollywood about this, but Smith came in very, very late, and it was fair game. No one had tackled him, so that's fine. So Brisbane now. That's unbelievable, that kick from Reynolds. The non-preferred side for the right footer. Carried forward by Tyson Smoothy. 16-14 Brisbane. This will be the most watched final ever, by the way, outside of grand finals. Probably the most listened to as well. Carried up now by Jensen.
Ben Hunter said, Payne, give me a run, and he goes.
Carries it up. A textbook set from Brisbane. 39 out, 2:26 to go. Now comes to Reynolds, runs, puts in a kick in behind to Owen Edwards. Edwards takes it. Penrith have to cover 95 metres.
Beautiful.
They are in the worst possible position. They're down by 2 minutes to go. Now it's To'o and To'o.
Look at Brisbane coming off the defensive line.
They're tired, Penrith. They need a miracle. And now Edwards just drilled. They're 90 metres from home. Staggs with a second effort penalty. He sold that well, Edwards. Now then, this is going to put 2-point field goal in play. 1:48 left. They're 90 metres from home. Ball put into touch. Not far, actually. Because of the skinny angle that was near the sideline, they're still 80 metres from the try line, but 1:30 to go. And that has reinvigorated Penrith with 1.5 minutes to go. Carried forward by the 17th.
Surely not Cleary.
It's only right that the dynasty comes down to Cleary. Here he is now, the double pump to Edwards. Edwards on. Tungle draws in defenders. Out to Alamotti. Over halfway. Beats one. Knocked over. They're in great position, but they're going to get too close. 3 tackles gone. 40 metres out. Swung to Cleary. Keeps it going now to Lindsay Smith. Falls in his front. Tackle 3 rather. Played to Kenny onto Cleary. Back inside to Yo. 30 metres out to Smith. Giving it on. Liotta, I'm not sure he was supposed to get that. He's knocked over 20 away. It's going to be a try or bust.
Cleary's going back. Cleary's going back.
The pass has gone back 20 metres and bounces. He rocks back, gets into the 40. They chase him. They get him. He gives it to Edwards. He shoots. It goes under the black dot. It goes under. It's over. It is over.
Whoa!
The greatest dynasty most of us will ever see is over. It has taken one of the great comebacks we've ever seen, and it's come from the Brisbane Broncos. 14-0. Dead, buried, cremated. They've risen from the ashes. They've buried 2023. For Reynolds, Reynolds. He's buried 2021. And now they're 3 or 4 hit-ups away. There's nothing Penrith can do.
Oh, don't say that.
22 seconds left. Harapani hits it up. The chase on Cleary. He ran back 20 metres. There has never been a day like this. Now a hit up from Hunt. Who's going to hit it up last? It doesn't matter. It's Walsh. He's running backwards. Iro style. Boots it into the crowd. Brisbane into the grand final. They run onto the field. Officials, interchange players, all sorts of stuff have run onto the field. You'd think they'd won the grand final. Take a moment to appreciate what has just ended. Because we will probably never see the likes of it again. The magnificent Penrith Panthers have done something no one imagined possible in the salary cap era. And they have fallen mightily on their sword this afternoon. But this moment is the Broncos. This moment is Adam Reynolds and Michael Maguire's and a team that was out for the count. They were outside the 8 halfway through the season. They were gone against Canberra 2 weeks ago. They've done it again. Another massive comeback. 5 times this year they've won from 14 down. 5! And it's got them to a grand final. And we are 7 days from what will be, I'm confident in saying, the most watched grand final in history. Because why wouldn't you want to watch the Melbourne Storm and the Brisbane Broncos at Accor Stadium? Penrith, this is the one that got away. But if it was going to end, Jimmy Graham, it had to end in a manner like this.
Yeah, wow. What a moment. 14-0 down at half-time. And we talk about pressure in big moments. Adam Reynolds is on the line.
Take it, Dobbo.
Oh, my God. Firstly, congratulations, mate. What a second half of football.
Yeah, we spoke about that at half-time. We needed to just get back to playing our game of football. I thought our defence tonight was outstanding.
Yeah.
It was a special night. We spoke about digging deep for one another, and they're a hell of a side, so that's a great win.
Tell me, when did you decide that you were going to take that kick?
Well, I was a bit tight, so I didn't really want to take the kicks, but Walsh's legs were pretty fatigued, and his legs were pretty fatigued. He got through a bit of work there, and once he said that, I knew it was mine. I was confident. I was hitting him well in the warm-up, and if I wasn't tight, I probably would have been taking him from the start. So, hit that one sweet.
You seemed a little like it was a bit of redemption. We were saying at Dan's, you've had so many kicks that have been important here at this ground, and that one seems so special.
Yeah, well, I made sure if I ever got the opportunity again that I was going to nail it. You know, I've done, I don't know how many kicks throughout the week, but I just made sure that if I ever got to that position again that, you know, I was confident in my strike and I knew I was going to nail it.
Up to you, boys. You there?
We can barely hear you. Congratulations, Adam. What gives this... You've been part of, teams for 15 years. What gives this team belief they can come back from massive margins? Because you've been doing it all year with different heroes each time, it seems.
Yeah, well, it's all the blokes in the media that's writing us off. It gives us a bit of energy, so... no, it's great. Look, we got full belief in this team. Madge has instilled that in us, and we've worked so hard throughout the pre-season, during the season, but we think we believe it's our time. We've come back from big margins. We've been in front. We've won games. We've put teams away. So we've won in every fashion. But the belief in this team's amazing, and we just keep turning up for one another.
2014 grand final in terms of atmosphere was pretty unbelievable. What about this today?
Yeah, this is crazy. This is unbelievable. When Dean scored that try in the corner, I could barely hear myself. I didn't want to celebrate too hard because I knew there was a kick coming, but just to soak that in was... I've never been a part of anything like that.
You mentioned, Adam, I just want to ask this because I think you might have exercised some demons. You talked about it. How many times have you thought that about that kick in 2021?
Oh, they're moments. Look, every footballer wants those moments, and on that night I was just not able to execute it. So,
I spoke about the process over and over and over again, and I believe if I had that kick, I would get it. That's the belief I've got myself in converting tries, and I don't know. It's just overwhelming at the moment.
Enjoy it, mate. Go and enjoy
Well done. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, Webby. I know you had questions.
That is. What about hearing Adam Reynolds speak there? That is minerals. That is courage. That is bravery. That is bottle. That is everything you want.
Say the word I want you to say.
That is balls of steel. When Pacino looks at you and goes, "What do you got?" and he kicks that goal, and the crowd go off. There's love bites and everything. People kissing, hugging. How good is it? Big love bites all over the neck, covered in it. You're going home. How'd you explain that one to the missus? Well, we just qualified for the grand final.
There's your clickbait. What am I doing, Charlie? Dobbo, who have you got?
Yeah, I've got Nathan Cleary with me. Firstly, mate, I've got to say for this side, 4 grand final wins, 5 grand finals. It's been an unbelievable journey. It's disappointing, no doubt, but what an unbelievable game of football. If you're ever going to be part of one that you didn't get over the line with, just an unbelievable game tonight.
Yeah, it was, and we knew it would be. It's pretty hard to reflect on what we've done. Like, we've sort of parked that, and we're fully focused on this game and trying to get to another grand final. And it's disappointing, but Brisbane have got a great side, and they've got a massive chance of winning next week, so congrats to them.
They came back at 14-0 up at half-time. The message came out of the sheds, you guys need to take them to a whole other place, holding the ball, but Brisbane found something else in them to come back in that second half.
Yeah, it's disappointing because we knew they would. They've been doing it this whole back end of the year, and we saw it against Canberra, and unfortunately we just couldn't hold on at the end. It was such a to and fro game and so much fatigue in it, and that's the disappointing part. We fancy ourselves in games like that, but unfortunately couldn't get it done.
So disappointed, no doubt, but at some point you guys are going to reflect on what an amazing achievement that this club has been through over the last 5 years. Congratulations, thanks for giving us some time, and best of luck in the Ashes series, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Well done. I think it's fair to say, Webby, that the run was going to end at some point, right? Death and taxes, right? That's the perfect way for it to win. They fell on their sword. They were fantastic. So just some days it's meant to be.
Absolutely. And look, that's what we can all admire about that Penrith side. Doesn't matter what's happening here today. I'm happy. I'm a Broncos man. But I can reflect on what an unbelievable team that we have just beaten to get where we want to go. And I think, listening to Nathan Cleary then, what about the class of that?
Oh.
Just handles it with aplomb.
You know the thing about Penrith, they used to get a lot of shit, and it justifiably for being arrogant. They'd rub people's noses in it. That's long gone. There's a lot of class acts. I know they're not everyone's cup of tea, but there's a lot of they've grown up a lot over this journey, which started in 2020 with a grand final loss. The premiership started in 2021, and I said in that opener, Jimmy, there are certain days you'll remember where you were. You'll remember where you were today. I bet Gemma Shibasaki will remember where he was today.
Oh, what a year he's had. We've got to ask, mate, when did the goatee get shaved? Well, everybody was saying it was bad luck here, but you've shaved it, you've got the win.
Brother, I don't know, when I got a haircut, I was just like, I had a feeling, bro. I just wanted a fresh start. And, far out, and I think it worked.
What about this game? 14-0 down at half-time. What did Madge say? From all reports, it was very calm.
No, we were good. We knew we were going to come home strong. It was always part of our game to come home strong. We trusted the process and we believed in ourselves, and we knew we were going to come back.
Can you believe the year that you've had personally, from a train and trial to playing Origin, winning a series, and now going through to a grand final?
Mate, I can't even believe it. You asked me this time last year, mate. I was sitting at home working, having a beer, watching the footy. But far out, I can't believe it. I'm lost for words right now.
This crowd was pretty special tonight.
It was unreal. It was packed. It was like an Origin game. But it was good.
Go and enjoy the next week, mate. You've got a big one now. You take Melbourne on next Sunday in Sydney for a huge grand final.
Oh, yeah, unreal. Can't wait. Thank you.
Despite the win, grow it back for God's sake. Get it right for next Sunday.
Dan, you mentioned you'll remember where you were. It's the end of an empire, maybe, potentially. I don't think Penrith are quite done, but for what they've achieved, they should take a bow. And the NRL should applaud them for everything they've given us in this contest today. Wow, we barely sat down. The level of intensity, Payne Haas, 80 minutes. It barely looked like he could blow out a candle. He was that fatigued. He was just stuck in the mud at moments, but he just kept on finding something.
We're going to replay. Are we going to replay? Yeah, the last, 10 minutes, I don't know. A chunk. A lot happened. But we're going to wrap it up on the other side of this. Shane Webke's thoughts, more from Jimmy Graham and Ben Dobbin on the sideline. Triple M rocking an epic final, an all-time classic. 2 weeks ago, we thought it was the greatest final we ever saw. It might have just been surpassed. Triple M rocking a Broncos grand final.
Specsavers Audiology. Rediscover the joy of everyday sounds with the Specsavers hearing expert today.
The Triple M NRL Play of the Day.
Listen to this crowd. It's dead set Origin stuff here at Suncorp. Now it's Reynolds to the right. On to Walsh. Runs almost through. And basketball's it over the top. Bounces into the hands of Mariner. Mariner, he's over. Mariner scores. Kick from out wide. They've done it. They've done it. They've come back from 14 down. It is Adam Reynolds.
God.
He steps back. Now he leans in. He strikes it. He strikes it. Down the middle. And he's got it. He's got it! He has exercised those demons of 4 years ago at Brisbane. The Broncos 3 minutes away from exercising their demons of 2023.
The verdict, thanks to Tui's. How do you feel? I feel like a Tui's or two.
You know, McCafe doesn't just serve their rich, delicious new blend. They also have quite well-known burger shops attached to them. Who would have thought? McCafe's new blend. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Lads, I can't play today. My back's no good. When pain means you can't, choose Maxigesic, the synergistic combination that at maximum dosage provides faster, more meaningful relief than paracetamol or ibuprofen alone. Hey team, turns out I can. Turn I can't into I can with Maxigesic, the smarter pain relief. Always read the label and follow directions for use. Incorrect use could be harmful. Research sponsored by AFT Pharmaceuticals, Daniels et al. 2018. Call 1-800-AFT-PHARM for a copy.
This Prime Big Deal Day, 7 to 13 October, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the Queen of Kicking It.
Wait, this has bubble jets?
Okay. Shop Prime Big Deal Day, 7 to 13 October.
Exclusively for Prime members.
This is the story of how you can escape your pricey telco. It begins by trying Amaysim Mobile and getting a massive 80 gigs of data for just $15 for your first renewal. Yes, that's right. $15 for 80 gigs. Then you tell your partner, who is gobsmacked to find Amaysim also have internet for your home and offer great deals on NBN. So make this story your story and escape your pricey telco with Amaysim.
Amaysim!
28-day expiry, ongoing is $40 for 80 gigs and second of the 12.25. NBN available at eligible premises. T's and C's apply.
Calling all outdoor adventurers. 4-wheel drive supercenters up to 80% off school holiday and long weekend price blitz is on now. We're talking massive price drops on everything you need for your next getaway. From Adventure King swags, gazebos, batteries and fridges, this blitz has it all. Gear up for your long weekend or school holiday adventure with daily deals too good to miss. But hurry, these bargains won't last. Head into your local 4-wheel drive supercenter or click and collect now at 4wheeldrivesupercenter.com.au. The Discount Kings will always get you out there for less.
The weekend takeoff sale is now on at Qantas. Find surprise deals on select flights across our network for this weekend only, with food, drinks, baggage and entertainment all included in your sale fare. Hurry, ends Monday unless sold out prior. Conditions apply.
If you've got a tough job that needs to be done right the first time and you're on a tight schedule, then you need the strong, weather-resistant bond of Selly's Liquid Nails Heavy Duty. Twice as strong in half as long. If it's Selly's, it works.
Han Ultra, a beer with 0 carbs, which makes it ultra good. Best served ultra cold, after some sort of ultra-curricular activity. Han Ultra, 0 carb, great taste, how good. Less than 0.5 grams of carbs per serve. Drink responsibly.
Now streaming on SBS On Demand, The People vs. Robodad.
Imagine being chased by the government for money you don't owe. If letters arrive demanding you pay. If you call for help, but no one listens.
Your call is important to us.
You're contacted day and night about debts you know are false. For far too many Australians, this was real. This was Robodebt.
The People vs. Robodad. Stream all episodes now on SBS On Demand.
The verdict, thanks to Tui's. How do you feel? I feel like a Tui's or two.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Thanks to the Mitsubishi Triton. Nothing can frighten a Triton.
Melbourne versus Brisbane next Sunday. A rematch of 19 years ago. Did you play that game, Shane Webke?
Oh, well, you know.
Question. That's the last time the Broncos won.
Yeah, anyway, it's a small thing.
Now, look, they got a 7-day rest, but I can see now a lot of noise, a lot of stories being written about the fact they're going to have 2 less days than Melbourne, because what we saw was draining as anything.
It's not going to matter, mate, because I'll tell you what the Broncos are playing with that you cannot put into someone who hasn't got it, and that's ticker, heart. You don't win a game like that. You don't win against Canberra the way we did unless you've got that. And I don't care what happens now. I said if they could get past Penrith today, they can win the grand final. They will win the grand final. I'm absolutely certain of it.
What was the word you used in the ad break to describe the vibe at the moment? Surreal.
Surreal, yeah. No, exactly.
I mean, you're a bloke that has had plenty of successes, and you too, Jimmy Graham. You've been on plenty of big stages. This is like something else today. Daytime, Suncorp, Origin energy,
but
comeback.
I'm dead set. Look, ask anyone who knows me. I'm not the greatest follower of football. Like I follow the Bronx and do things like that. But the last couple of performances of the Bronx in these types of games, and in the final series in general in the NRL, has been absolutely spine-tingling. And that's what it's like here right now. To think what we just witnessed then. We witnessed, as you said, it's the death of a dynasty. It's perhaps the dawn of one for us. But what it was a spectacular advertisement for our game.
It will be the most watched final ever, I'm certain, ever.
I think you're 100% right there.
And next week, I think we'll top it because you've got a big Melbourne audience, obviously the Broncos audience, and the way Brisbane play in particular, Jimmy, there's who wouldn't want to see that game. But anyway, don't worry about television ratings, that's meaningless. 3, 2, 1, who's got them?
Yeah, that's me, Dan. Very
CPAP. Sorry, let me do this.
No, good.
Instead of just yelling out words randomly. CPAP Direct. Get expert advice at unbeatable prices at CPAP Direct. Visit them in-store or cpap.com.au.
Look, what a game, what a contest. So many moments. 14-0 half-time to the Panthers. Looked like they were going to continue on after a bit of a shaky start to the second half from the Bronx, and oh my goodness, it is disbelief, isn't it? It's hard to register that the Penrith is over, what Brisbane have just done, but the 3-2-1, 1 point Nathan Cleary, I thought he was absolutely outstanding for the Penrith Panthers. 2 points to Payne Haas, who played 80 minutes, incredible. Like, I was going to ask Adam Reynolds about him playing with some fantastic middles, none other than Sam Burgess, and where Payne Haas and his contribution to this team and today's performance. But then 3 points. Reynolds. That kick with everything in his past.
Astounding.
And to say Reece Walsh misses that kick, which made it, he had to get it. If Reece Walsh gets the easy conversion...
Yeah, Reynolds ain't kicking and doesn't need to kick it.
No, and then he just said, I've got it. I've been waiting. He almost announced that he's been waiting for this. I love that about sport, when you've been waiting for something.
Well, but what about... But Jimmy, put yourself in that position. Someone takes you the ball, goal kicker or no, puts you in that position to kick that goal with everything that is online, with what's in your history, and he dead set looked like he was a training kicking the ball.
100%. And the wrong angle, the right side, the non-preferred, and it never looked like missing.
And what about how he described it? Oh, yeah, Walsh, his legs were a bit tired, thought I might take it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm going to have a peanut butter sandwich instead of a ham one. It was unbelievable.
Ben Hunt with Ben Dobbin.
Ben Hunt, congratulations to you going through to a grand final next week. What a game of rugby league.
Oh, mate, I'm not in loss for words, but I really am. To be down 14-0 against full-time premiers, and the resilience on our goal line that second half defensively. And, old mate Reno putting that kick over the end. It's unbelievable, mate. Like, I'm excited as well, but we've still got one to go, mate. We're not done yet.
It seemed like you guys looked like and had some confidence that you were going to come back in the second half, that once you got your game, because that first half was not Broncos football.
Yeah, mate, we talked about all week that we could stay close to them in the first half. We're confident we could get some points in the second half. Obviously, you want to be down 14-0 at half time, but we knew we had some points in us if we could just start playing our footy again and get stuck into them.
You get Paddy back, obviously a bit more. How did you find in the halves and then going back into 9?
Oh, mate, the old ring was hanging out there for a little bit in that back end, but I enjoy it, mate. I find the position pretty natural, and you just got to work hard in there.
You came back to win a comp. You came home. This is it, mate. You go back to a grand final.
That's it, mate. One game to go. It's going to be an enormous challenge. A lot of Melbourne players have been there before, and they're going to be up for it. So, we did knuckle down this week and sort out our game plan and come out for them.
Good on you, mate.
Cheers, Dobbo.
You talk about thank you, Dobbo and Ben Hunt. That was recorded a couple of minutes earlier. You talk about exercising demons. That's the biggest one of all. Ben Hunt, 2015, returning to that location, and Jimmy Graham's gone, by the way. Like, he's here, but he's not really with us. Like, you're in a lovely ethereal place. Like, you're just salivating in what we just saw.
It's draining, isn't it? Like, you're riding every tackle, and to be honest, we weren't really too fussed who won.
I know, imagine if we had money on
it. Like, it was just enthralling. It was like you feel for the Panthers, you're overjoyed for the Bronx, man. What a game.
I'm not thinking that I'm feeling for the Panthers.
Am I very restrained now?
Yeah, no, I thought that
you
was
were very good, very good. Am I allowed to read odds on air, Charlie, if it's a game? I am allowed. Okay, Ladbrokes, Melbourne $1.70, Brisbane $2.15, and the line is 2.5. That is not going to change much, I'm guessing, but Melbourne slight favourites. That's probably not a shock, but it's irrelevant because it comes down to 80 minutes, maybe a few more next week. Excellent working with you once again, Shane Webke.
As always, Dan.
And you, Jimmy Graham. I will see you next Sunday. Enjoy your summer, and to the team behind the scenes, outstanding job. That noise today. That's why we love doing it on FM, on Triple M, because it doesn't sound like that anywhere else. Triple M rocking the footy. Now, normally we play highlights. Now, better do that. Mitre 10 Trade. Get expert advice trusted by the trade at your local Mitre 10 Trade Centre. We're playing the whole last 10 minutes. So all you Broncos fans getting in the car, you got the headphones in, you want to soak up a little bit more, enjoy how this sounded on Triple M. What a game. 5:40 to go. It's end-to-end stuff here as now Brisbane, their turn. And perhaps another chance beckons here as they get close to halfway early in the count. A hit up from Piakura and Jordan Ricky. Looks so weird in the headgear, Jordan Ricky. And he'll play it on halfway. Penrith really working over the ruck now. As Haas more sideways and forwards, underarms the pass. It's fallen on hungry hippo style by Reynolds. It takes a tackle, but at least they've still got it. 4 gone, halfway. Now Brisbane looking a bit aimless. So Jensen tries to get them going forward again, and he'll make it to the 40, but that's it. Last tackle. Here's Hunt to Reynolds, centre field, inside to Smoothie. Back it comes to Haas. His pass knocked out. That'll be 6 more. So out of absolutely nothing, Brisbane are going to get a great chance. There was nothing doing in that set. But Penrith trying to poke their hand in, trying to take intercepts, trying to stop Graves. And they're going to have to defend another 6 tackles here.
Some huge gaps in the middle there on last play. And Talangi goes. Knocks the ball down.
No challenges left, by the way. Talangi waved his arm. There's no doubt he was trying to stop the path of Haas connecting with his support player.
Who was Walsh?
28 out. Comes from Mann from the scrum out to Shibasaki. A set-up play as he's rolled over. 6 more tackles. Ball play, in fact, not 6 more tackles, my apologies. This is tackle 2 where it's hit up now by Willison. Listen to this crowd. It's dead set Origin stuff here at Suncorp. Now it's Reynolds for the right. On to Walsh, runs almost through. And basketballs it over the top. Bounces into the hands of Mariner. Mariner is over. Mariner scores. Kick from out wide. They've done it. They've come back from 14 down. They might have a kick got it down. There were bodies in the way, but I think he scored. I think he wanted it too much. Right now it's 14 all. And the kick will be from about 3 in from touch.
I think he gets this ball down, Dan. What about Reece Walsh? Not giving up. 3 players in the attention. Gets a basketball-style pass and Mariners over there. Lindsay Smith across. Dylan Edwards across. But the desire, the will, the fight
Reece
from Mariner. Reece Walsh.
Who kicks? Walsh has looked terrible with
Reynolds
the boot.
has gone over.
You talk about exercising demons. You talk about the 2021 grand final at this very ground. He had a kick to tie the game against Penrith late, and he missed. And he has worn that like a millstone for the last 4 years. But in the moment where Reece Walsh has been kicking, it is Adam Reynolds.
Oh, my God.
This is, I've got to say,
this is massive.
It's not a grand final. This feels like 2015 and Thurston's kick at goal.
Wow.
Every single person is standing here. Reynolds is on the non-preferred side. He is about 3 in from touch, maybe 4.
Boys, I've got goosebumps.
Yeah.
Wow.
55% on the per set kick prediction. But that is meaningless. People are arm in arm. Listen to the hush. Listen to this. The nerves, the excitement, the roar perhaps. Reynolds, he's taken it back 27 meters. 3 minutes 20 left. He steps back. Now he leans in. He strikes it. He strikes it. Down the middle. And he's got it. He's got it. He has exercised those demons of 4 years ago at Brisbane. The Broncos 3 minutes away from exercising their demons of 2023. And a dynasty is in jeopardy. What a game. Game of the century. I told you, Jimmy. I told Buzz, game of the century.
It ain't over yet, Dan.
Sure isn't.
We've got about, 3.5 minutes? 3 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock.
Holy boys.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't forget the Nathan Cleary 2-point field goal is still in play. 16-14. Penrith, 93 games in a row they've won when they've led by 14 or more. High kick. Brisbane take it.
Yeah.
Brisbane take it through Mariner, and then a late cheat tackle from Lindsay Smith. 3 minutes left. If Brisbane do this right, Penrith might only get one use of the ball. Mariner clutching at his ribs. There's a bit of Hollywood about this, but Smith came in very, very late, and well, it was fair game. No one had tackled him, so that's fine. So Brisbane now. That's unbelievable, that kick from Reynolds. The non-preferred side for the right footer. Carried forward by Tyson Smoothie. 16-14 Brisbane. This will be the most watched final ever, by the way, outside of grand finals. Probably the most listened to as well. Carried up now by Jensen.
Ben Hunter said, Payne, give me a run, and he goes.
Scurries it up. A textbook set from Brisbane. 39 out, 2:26 to go. Now comes to Reynolds. Runs, puts in a kick in behind to Owen Edwards. Wow. Edwards takes it. Penrith have to cover 95 metres.
Beautiful.
They are in the worst possible position. They're down by 2 minutes to go. Now it's To'o and To'o.
Look at Brisbane coming off the defensive line.
They're tired, Penrith. They need a miracle. And now Edwards just drilled. They're 90 metres from home. Staggs with a second effort penalty. He sold that well, Edwards. Now then, this is going to put 2-point field goal in play. 1:48 left. They're 90 metres from home. Ball put into touch. Not far, actually. Because of the skinny angle that was near the sideline, they're still 80 metres from the try line, but 1:30 to go. And that has reinvigorated Penrith with 1.5 minutes to go. Carried forward by the 17.
Surely not Cleary.
It's only right that the dynasty comes down to Cleary. Here he is now, the double pump to Edwards. Edwards on. Tungle draws in defenders. Out to Alamotti. Over halfway. Beats one. Knocked over. They're in great position. They're going to get too close. 3 tackles gone. 40 metres out. Swung to Cleary. Keeps it going now to Lindsay Smith. Falls on his front. Tackle 3 rather. Played to Kenny on to Cleary. Back inside to Yo. 30 metres out to Smith. Giving it on. Leota, not sure he was supposed to get that. He's knocked over 20 away. It's going to be a try or bust.
Cleary's going back. Cleary's gone back.
The pass has gone back 20 metres and bounces. He rocks back, gets into the 40. They chase him. They get him. He gives it to Edwards. He shoots. It goes under the black dot. It goes under. It's over. It is over.
Whoa!
The greatest dynasty most of us will ever see is over. It has taken one of the great comebacks we've ever seen, and it's come from the Brisbane Broncos. 14-0. Dead, buried, cremated. They've risen from the ashes. They've buried 2023. For Reynolds, he's buried 2021. And now they're 3 or 4 hit-ups away. There's nothing Penrith can do.
Oh, don't say that.
22 seconds left. Karapani hits it up. The chase on Cleary. He ran back 20 metres. There has never been a day like this. Now a hit up from Hunt. Who's going to hit it up last? It doesn't matter. It's Walsh. He's running backwards. Iro style. Boots it into the crowd. Brisbane into the grand final. They run onto the field. Officials, interchange players, all sorts of stuff have run onto the field. You'd think they'd won the grand final. Take a moment to appreciate what has just ended, because we will probably never see the likes of it again. The magnificent Penrith Panthers have done something no one imagined possible in the salary cap era, and they have fallen mightily on their sword this afternoon. But this moment is the Broncos. This moment is Adam Reynolds and Michael Maguire's, and a team that was out for the count. They were outside the 8 halfway through the season. They were gone against Canberra 2 weeks ago. They've done it again. Another massive comeback. 5 times this year they've won from 14 down. 5! And it's got them to a grand final. And we are 7 days from what will be, I'm confident in saying, the most watched grand final in history. Because why wouldn't you want to watch the Melbourne Storm and the Brisbane Broncos at Accor Stadium? Penrith, this is the one that got away. But if it was going to end, Jimmy Graham, it had to end in a manner like this.
Yeah, wow. What a moment. 14-0 down at half-time.
The verdict, thanks to Tui's. How do you feel? I feel like a Tui's or two.